Just take a moment to allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to relax, I don't know whether you'll drift deeper to the sound of my voice or to the spaces between my words. And while you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep meditation in the background. And this sleep meditation is about an owl. And this owl is sitting in a tree in some woodland on a snowy night. And the snow is falling down in large flakes, large clumps of snow just slowly falling down to join the snow on the ground. And as that owl rests in that tree, all hunched up, keeping itself comfortable, feeling the wind passing through its feathers, hearing that wind as it passes its ears. The owl can see out into the darkness, into the night time, and there's a certain glow in the way the light bounces around off the snow on the ground, bounces around off the low white clouds, and is even bouncing off of each individual clump of snow falling through the sky. And as that owl just rests there, listening to the sound of the snow hitting the branches of the tree, that dull thud of each individual clump of snow, it closes its eyes and begins to drift into a reverie. And as it drifts inside its mind, it begins to imagine what it would be like to be somewhere warmer. And while it begins to imagine being somewhere warmer, so it begins to feel warmer, almost like that warmth in its mind begins to pass through its body. And as it imagines being somewhere warmer, so it begins to hear the sound of waves rolling in on a shore, and then begins to catch glimpses of light, and just flashes here and there that start to form into the scene of being in a tree, looking out over a sandy beach, with the sun blazing overhead, feeling the warmth of that sun on its face, hearing the sounds of seabirds and the rustling leaves of the tree that it's resting in, the sounds of children playing way down the beach, and it launches out of that tree and flies down to the beach, to some driftwood resting on that beach. It lands so delicately on the driftwood, almost as if it weighs almost nothing at all. And from this close, it can hear almost the individual grains of sand being pulled back into the sea as those waves pull back into the sea. And the owl rests on this beach, gazing out over the sea, having this feeling like it would rather be here than where it was. That it prefers the warmth of this weather than that dark, cold, snowy night, and that although it liked the dulling of the sound caused by the snow, it preferred the warmth of the sun. And as that owl rested there on that beach, it could hear a plane passing overhead. And with its incredible eyes, it gazed up at that plane, and it saw the strangest of things. It saw that piloting that plane appeared to be a fish, that it appeared that the plane was full of water. At least the cabin and what you could see through the windows was full of water. And the fish seemed to be piloting the plane, almost like it had a headset on, and like it was moving its head slightly left, right, up or down, or tilting itself slightly to control the movement of that plane. And so the owl watched as that plane flew overhead, curious about where this place is, where it had taken itself inside its mind, to this unusual land. And it wondered what it would be like to be a fish. It knows what it's like to be a bird. It knows what it's like to fly. But what would it be like to be a fish? And it decided to fly up and try to reach that plane. And so it flew up, and the plane wasn't as far away as it thought. It turned out that the plane looked a long way away, but actually the plane was smaller than expected, and the fish was a normal size. And so that owl flew towards that plane. And the size of the owl compared to the plane meant that they were almost the same size as each other. And the owl flew so much quieter than the plane. And it gazed in to try and get a closer look at that fish and how it was piloting that plane. And it could see that the fish seemed to have to give a lot of concentration to that piloting. And from up here, looking down over the ocean, the two of them noticed what looked like a giant jelly island bobbing up and down on the sea. And it seemed to wave and move and bob with the waves as they flowed under it. And then noticed that little tentacles could just about be seen coming from that jelly island down there. And the owl realized that it was a giant jellyfish, just floating with the currents of the ocean. It didn't seem to be putting any effort into directing itself or trying to go anywhere. And the owl wondered whether it was going to get close to the shore, or whether it was going to start putting some effort into moving itself away from the shore. And the owl watched with intrigue as that jellyfish got closer and closer to the shore. But before the jellyfish reached the shore, it started to glow and pulsate with colours of light. And despite the bright sunlight shining down on the ocean, and the twinkling that was reflected off the waves as they rolled by, the circular, coloured lights glowing and emanating from that jellyfish increased and increased, and got brighter and brighter, until the owl began to hear a hum. And then that jellyfish seemed to almost push itself out of the water and start to rise up into the sky. And as that hum continued, so the owl noticed that the humming started coming from other areas around them. And as they looked around, they saw that other jellyfish were rising up out of the water, until in every direction above the ocean, the owl could just see hundreds and hundreds of glowing, pulsating jellyfish with their tentacles hanging low beneath them, almost touching the water, while they towered high above the water, seemingly swimming in the air. And the owl wondered what on earth was going on, and the fish started weaving and piloting around those jellyfish to avoid them, before deciding to pull up to fly higher than the jellyfish. The owl, on the other hand, decided to head back towards the shore and to get a different vantage point on what was going on. And the owl landed back on that driftwood and looked out over the ocean and could see the way seawater was still pouring down off of the backs of some of those jellyfish that were still rising up out of the water, and could hear the hum of each of the jellyfish individually, and how that hum was beginning to synchronize, almost like the hums of all the jellyfish started off at different times as each one independently began their ascent into the sky. But then once they were in the sky, they would join in, synchronizing their hum with the hum of the others. And although the hum was loud, there was a certain comfort to the hum, there was a certain deepness to the hum, something that seemed to almost resonate through that owl, almost making its feathers tingle and twitch with the excitement or the electricity from that hum, like having some kind of a massage pulsating down through the body. And the owl almost felt like it wanted to go with that humming, buzzing, massage-like feeling and drift inside deeper and deeper and become even more deeply relaxed. And as it felt that way, so the sky began to turn purple. And it was such a calming, profound experience. And the ocean began to turn golden, almost like the most perfect golden ocean of a sunset. And that ocean quietened down as if the waves stopped making a sound as they reached the shore, and background sounds like the sounds of children playing off in the distance faded away, and the sounds of seabirds began to fade away. And it was as if this land was transforming into something else. And then mountains started forming off in the distance, and then seemingly forming closer and closer, but not blasting their way up from beneath the ocean, just seeming to begin to appear, almost like someone was shaking sand and turning that into a different picture. And the ocean was the last thing to start to disappear, with that ocean turning to an ocean of sand, before it began to turn into the greenest, most beautiful meadow, surrounded by forest, with mountains in the distance, mountains around the outside, almost like this was a closed-off valley, with those jellyfish high overhead, seemingly causing this with their hum. And then that hum began to die down, and those jellyfish just remained there, hovering in the sky, silently, their tentacles hanging down, just gently waving, almost like waving in a breeze, pulses of light travelling up and down them, the slight flapping, moving of the underside of the jellyfish, as if to keep them floating on the spot that they're in, with the whole experience somehow feeling profound. And the owl began to fly through the meadow, flew out as far as the first jellyfish. And as it flew out and perched on the grass underneath that first jellyfish, it could smell that slight salty smell in the air, giving away where these jellyfish came from. The owl could still hear that fish flying overhead, and could look up and see that fish circling around, trying to work out what's going on from up there. And the owl walked over to one of the jellyfish's tentacles, and the tentacle seemed to rise up in front of the owl as if to meet that owl. And the owl gently touched that tentacle, and as it did, it was almost as if it had created a psychic connection with the jellyfish. And this jellyfish communicated that we're the keepers of wisdom and knowledge, that we hold all of the knowledge of the universe within us, of all of the multiple universes, that we're the keepers of the sacred libraries, and this owl wondered what they were talking about. And the jellyfish communicated into the owl's mind that in the future they will be in their own libraries, where they'll be keepers of their own area of knowledge, for those seeking knowledge and wisdom to come and find, and that they're immortal. They were here at the beginning of time, in one form or another, and they'll be here at the end of time. But to them, there is no difference between the beginning of time and the end of time. They're timeless. To them, all time is now. And they're able to process that, and process the input of every now happening at once, from others past, present and future. And that there's a big chunk of now for them where there's nothing but them. But now is when they've manifested as these timekeepers, as these knowledge keepers, in this form, and that you happen to be here to see this. And the owl wondered what kind of a dream this was. And the jellyfish communicated, "This isn't any ordinary dream. You've travelled back through time, to a time before the times you know, to a time when we began here, taking on this role, in this place, in this form." And the owl then watches as the different jellyfish begin to slowly spread out, as if they're beginning to travel to various locations around the planet, where they'll settle into their new locations. And while they travel out and around, the golden apple falls down before that owl. And the owl scratches at that apple a bit and realizes it's just like an ordinary apple, but it looks golden and it's glowing. And the owl cuts the apple open into slices and starts to eat some of that apple. And as it does, it hears the sound of an eagle and the sound of giant beating wings. And it wonders where that's coming from. And it turns its head and pinpoints the direction of the sound, and then sees off in the distance a large creature heading its way. And that creature gets closer and closer until it's almost upon the owl, where it suddenly swoops down, and the owl realizes that it's a griffin with its body of a lion, its giant eagle wings, its eagle head. And it lands so gracefully, pops its wings back on its back, tucks them in. And as it lands, it seems to almost let out a lion-like purr, which seems out of place, from its beak. And it heads over to the owl, and in a deep, almost booming voice, it talks with the owl and asks what brought the owl here. And the owl explains the experience they've had of thinking they were drifting into a reverie. And the griffin suggests that the owl can climb on their back. Perhaps they can help with something. So the owl flies up, lands on the griffin's back. The griffin runs a few steps before launching up into the sky, spreading its wings out, and with one big deep flap flies up into the sky, and then flapping relatively slowly with noisy swooshes, flies through the sky off towards the mountains. And while flying, the owl watches as those jellyfish are still gradually, slowly moving away from this area, travelling off in different directions, spreading out more from each other. and the griffin arrives at the foot of the mountain range. And on arrival at the foot of the mountain range, there seems to be some creature, a tall, slim, humanoid creature, with quite pointy features, slightly pointy ears. And this slim creature explains that they could do with the wisdom of an owl, do with the thinking of an owl, perhaps thinking outside the box in some way. They've heard that owls are some of the wisest creatures. And the owl didn't want to say anything, in case they sounded like they're either boasting or trying to play their abilities down. And so it's often best just to be quiet and just to go with the flow. You've got nothing to prove to others, just proving things to yourself. And the elf asked what they suddenly drifted off and daydreamed about for a moment. And they say it doesn't matter. What would you like some help with? And the elf explained that they can't really go up the mountain. They're not really suitable for the cold weather up the mountain. The griffin is far too large to land up the mountain. It's too steep, and the areas to land are too small. But they need someone who can go up the mountain and solve a bit of a puzzle up there, to find a way into the mountain. And so the owl says that they'll help. They ask where they need to reach, and the elf says that they'll fire an arrow, and that arrow will land where the owl needs to reach. And the owl questions the ability of someone to fire an arrow that high up a mountain, that if it's within reach of an arrow, it's probably within reach of someone climbing to it. But then the elf draws back their bow, and as they do, the arrow starts to glow and shimmer. And as it starts to shimmer, it's almost like sparkles start to come off that arrow, as if the longer the elf holds that arrow tight, holding that bow pulled back, the more charged the arrow seems to get. And the arrow seems to almost shiver in the bow and vibrate. And it vibrates faster and faster and faster, until eventually the elf lets go. And that arrow launches up that mountain, and it keeps going. And it passes halfway up the mountain. It passes 2/3 of the way up the mountain, and almost at the top of the mountain, it starts to slow down and then digs in to the mountain and stops. And the elf explains that they're magic, and they're able to perform certain magic abilities. And so they were able to apply some magic to that arrow. But they've got a perfect shot. They've got perfect aim, that they can hit a moving target at over a mile away. And they knew that the owl has very good eyesight, and so would be able to see where it lands. So the owl takes off and begins to fly. and it flies up the lower part of the mountain, then flies up into the snow line, then continues to fly higher and higher up the mountain, and can start to hear the sound of the wind blowing across that mountain, almost whistling around their ears and through that mountain range. And they fly higher and higher. They can notice how the temperature's dropping, how the snow is beginning to fall higher up here, that the weather seems to go from a cloud suddenly arriving at the mountain, snow falling, and then almost straight away it can be clear again, but not any warmer. And that owl flies higher and higher, heading towards where that arrow landed. And as it continued to fly higher and higher, it wondered what it would be finding at the arrow. And it landed perched right next to the arrow, but all it could see was snow. So it waved its wings to try and brush away some of that snow. It flew up a little bit to get its feet off the ground, and then tried clawing at the ground a bit to try and dig down a bit into the snow. Until eventually it managed to clear enough to reach rock. And once that owl had reached the rock, it then went a little bit closer to the arrow and saw that the arrow seemed to be embedded in a very specific rock, a rock that almost looked like it wasn't attached to the rest of the rock. And the owl wondered whether that's what their job was to somehow move that rock. But they felt that they were too small to be able to move the rock, and they tried to nudge it with their beak, but didn't manage to move it. They tried to push against it with their whole body, while flapping their wings to try to add extra pressure, and still couldn't move it. But off in the distance they could still hear that aeroplane, so they had an idea. The aeroplane wasn't very big, but perhaps the two of them together might be able to move that rock. They tried pulling on that arrow and realized that arrow is well and truly wedged into the rock. And they could see from how much of the arrow was stuck back out of the rock that probably almost half of the arrow is inside the rock. So they flew back down to the forest. They managed to find some vines, and they carried those vines and struggled with those vines all the way up to that rock again, and trying with their beak to attach the vines to that arrow. They did their best they could with that, to make it so that it hopefully wouldn't slide off the arrow. But the end of the arrow was sticking out enough to prevent things from sliding straight off. They then flew to that plain, holding the vines in its mouth, and they attached the vines to the tail of the plane while holding some vine in their mouth as well, and communicating with that fish from just looking at it and making a few gestures, and the fish and themselves understood what needed to happen. And the owl felt the fish is probably as out of the water here as they are, unsure what's going on. And the owl didn't know if this would work, if a fish in a plane and an owl could remove a rock in a mountain for an elf. And they both pulled and pulled. And they seemed to be getting nowhere. Then all of a sudden, the rock moved and started rolling down the mountain, and the owl was able to let go. But it was attached to the back of the plane. So the owl had to quickly, while the plane was being pulled backwards and down, land on the back of the tail of that plane, while the fish maintained control and kept the plane as steady as possible, and kept the plane pointing in a single direction, had to carefully unpick that vine from the tail of the plane. And as soon as it had done that, the owl almost got launched up into the air as the plane suddenly stabilized, pointed forward, and the tail rose up. And the owl flew alongside the plane, thanked the fish for its help, was sure they'd find their way back soon to wherever they came from, and then headed back to where that rock was removed. And when it arrived back on the mountain, it saw that it was a tunnel inside the mountain. And so the owl initially carefully walked into the tunnel. It could hear the sound, almost like hammers striking something inside that tunnel, somewhere off in the distance. It walked into the tunnel until it realized it was in an area wide enough to fly easily. And it could just about see with its eyesight. In the dark of this tunnel, there was a very slight glow, almost like there was a slight blue glow from some moss and ice mixed together on the walls of the cave. And it flew through the tunnels and started to head down deeper and deeper into the tunnel, before coming out in a giant cavern, and seeing this cavern illuminated and red, seeing that there was some lava flowing down like a waterfall down one side in this cavern, down into a large lake, deep underground beneath the mountain. And there seemed to be structures around the walls, up over the lake, around near the waterfall, and hundreds of dwarves roaming around with tools that seemed to be pushing rocks around in wheelbarrows, that seemed to be carrying different tools to break rock down. And they wondered what they were all doing. And then one of them saw the owl, and so the owl flew down. And they explained how they'd ended up trapped in here. And they've continued working despite being trapped. But they hadn't found any way out. Part of a mountain had collapsed and filled in the entrance. And there was no way that they could break through that amount of rock. And they've been trying ever since. But part of that rock that filled the entrance was just too loose, and that if they had knocked too much of it away within what they could reach, what was above it would just collapse and fill the space, and could even cause harm. And so they've been trying to find alternative ways out, while also just carrying on with the work they're supposed to do in the mountain. And the owl didn't think to ask what it is that they do, why they're chipping away at all this stone in a mountain full of lava. And the owl was curious how, although it's very warm in this area of the mountain, it isn't so warm on the outside of the mountain, or in the tunnel that the owl had followed. And the owl realized that the rock that had been moved was just one small rock at the top of an entire cave-in of rocks, and that the elf had managed to aim its arrow at that one top rock, just a small rock at the top that needed moving so that a smaller creature could make its way in. But the owl didn't know what more it could do. It had found its way in, it had followed that path. But the only way that it got down to here was because it could fly. So the owl flew back to go back and let the elf know and the griffin know what it had found, and to ask what it's supposed to do next. And the elf said, "Now we know the entrance is open. Now we know the way in. Now we know that they're all okay. We can perhaps find a way of getting them out. We just needed someone like you to come and help first." So the owl wondered what on earth they're going to do to help, because nothing that could fit through that hole would be able to help from the inside, and nothing could help from the outside without running the risk of things caving onto the inside or onto them on the outside. And the owl followed the elf and the griffin into the forest. And the elf said that we've got a friend to go and meet. And they headed into the forest, and the forest got darker and darker. And as it got darker and darker, so the owl could see fireflies, seeming to light different patterns in the sky as they flew among the trees. And as they got deeper into the forest, so a fog began to form. Just a low fog that was almost like water, the way it would move as it was travelled through. Until eventually the owl could smell the smell of some distant, fresh water. And they came out by a lake in the middle of this forest. And the elf got something out of its pocket and blew into that instrument, which sounded like a light sounding whistle. And then it waited and waited. And after a moment, suddenly something burst out of the lake, out of the water, with a slight buzz, followed by a sparkling trail of light, and flew over to the elf, who held their hand out. And this little fairy landed in the elf's hand. And the elf explained to the fairy what the situation was, that they've finally been able to find a way into the mountain. They just need to be able to somehow get into that mountain in some way that can get the dwarves out and get them free again. And the fairy is the person they thought might have a solution. And the fairy said that they do know a way that we can do this. So the fairy, the elf, the griffin and the owl travelled from that lake deeper into the forest again, until in the distance they could hear thudding sounds, and the owl wondered if they were searching for a giant elephant. And then eventually they found a clearing and could see this giant tower in this clearing. And out of the entrance of the giant tower came a giant. And all of these creatures barely made their way up past the ankle of the giant, as that giant gazed down upon them. The giant asked what they wanted, and the fairy flew up to the giant's head and explained to the giant what the situation was, and that they've got a solution. They think they know what they can do. And then the fairy waved their wand over the giant's head, and in almost a bright flash of light, in an instant, that giant shrunk down to be as small as the fairy. And the giant then climbed up onto the griffin, and they all found their way back through the forest, all the way back to that mountain. And back at the mountain, the elf said that the owl will need to carry the giant, and the owl, the giant and the fairy can fly to the mountain and fly up into that hole. And so the giant climbed on the owl's back, held on, as the owl struggled, having never carried anything on its back before, to fly up and fly into that hole. And the fairy naturally seemed to glow and sparkle and illuminate the way as they flew into the hole and flew down to the ground inside the mountain. And the fairy then told everyone to stand back, told the owl to stand back, and then waved her wand over that giant again, and in a flash the giant suddenly became its full size again, only this time it was inside the mountain. And the giant had no problem from inside the mountain here to walk forward and just barge those rocks out the way, almost as if it was just any old blank sheet of paper that it was just walking straight through and just breaking through so easily. And it made sure to push all the rock forward as it walked, and some bits of rock fell down around it, but to the giant it was nothing. And all of the creatures inside the mountain kept back while the giant did this. And all of these dwarves, for the first time in a very long time, suddenly saw the daylight, and they're used to working underground. And they wondered about the stability of this mountain, and they had to carry on doing their work, carrying on supplying the rest of the land with materials, and doing what it is they love doing. And the owl was thanked for their part in helping. And as the owl was thanked, They were given a lift back to where they came from by the griffin. And that griffin landed back in that meadow. And the owl dismounted, but wondered how it was going to get back to where it came from, how it was going to wake up, or whether it was even going to be able to wake up onto the beach and change this world to be like on the beach. And the griffin explained that this isn't a dream. This is a deeper part of reality. That you'll be able to find your way back. Just rest beneath a tree. Drift into a reverie, and your mind will take you where you want to go. So the owl rested beneath a tree, resting on a thick tree root sticking out from a tree. And as it rested there and closed its eyes, and focused on drifting inside into a reverie, it began to see shapes moving around, and different colours flashing here and there, and then began to hear the sound of an ocean and feel the warmth of the sun. And as the owl opened their eyes, they could hear the distant sound of children playing. And they looked out over the ocean. They could see that fish piloting that plane, flying overhead. They could hear the distant sound of seabirds. They could smell the salty air. And they wondered how they now transition back to their own reality. And they were told just to follow the lines. And they just heard that voice, follow the lines. And as they closed their eyes to focus on that voice saying, follow the lines, they realized it was the voice of the jellyfish they'd connected with earlier. And as they were focusing on that voice of the jellyfish, it was as if they connected on some psychic level with them, as if they could see where that jellyfish was. And they realized the jellyfish almost seemed to be in a cave, almost like a giant library inside a cave, with books around the outside, rising from the ground way, way up above that jellyfish. And they seemed to be using their tentacles to move those books around, to move that knowledge to where it's needed. And they had some helpers in there as well, helping to move the books around. And they could hear that jellyfish just saying, almost psychically, follow the lines. Just open your eyes and trust and follow the lines. And so they opened their eyes and they flew up into the sky. They just started flying around, initially in different directions, until eventually they had this feeling like there was a direction to head. And at certain points that feeling would get stronger, like it's a time to change direction. And then they started almost having a sense that there were lines around the planet, and that they were able to almost sense those lines and follow those lines. And while they followed the path that felt instinctively right, they found that ocean beginning to disappear from beneath them, that beach beginning to disappear, the blue sky beginning to disappear, as they found themselves flying over snow, and then over snow-covered trees, before settling down into themselves in a tree and having that sense of opening their eyes in that tree. And they gazed out and saw the large chunks of snow slowly falling down to the snow below. They could feel the coolness of this snowy landscape. They watched and enjoyed, seeing the way a squirrel was enjoying the snow, carefully trying to walk on the surface, trying not to break the tension of the surface of some more compacted snow, before jumping, spreading its legs and splatting straight into a mound of snow, leaving a squirrel-shaped imprint in that snow, before popping its head up out of the imprint, and then leaping from a standing position out of its own imprint to avoid disturbing it, and seeming to almost take pride in looking back at its imprint from where it had leapt to, and then carrying on carefully scurrying around. And then when it finds another area of soft snow, seeming to do the same again, as if it's leaving its mark, having fun in the snow. And the owl looked around and realized that there was at least half a dozen squirrel imprints in different parts of the snow, as if it's been going around, intentionally leaving leg-spread squirrel imprints throughout this forest. And that it seemed, the owl noticed, like the squirrel was wiping away some of its footsteps with its tail as it walked away from them, so that it would be a bit confusing, because it would suddenly look like there's just a random squirrel imprint, but no footprints near it. But the owl was also aware that as the night draws on, snow will continue to fall, and eventually these imprints will probably fill up with snow and begin to disappear, and that anyone who's missed it will miss out and will never even realize that this had happened. And the owl rested back, tucked itself back almost into a hole along the back of the branch, into the trunk of the tree, to keep itself just out of the wind, just out of the cold, almost like the tree is giving it a hug and looking after it. And it rested there and let its eyes close, and it began to drift and float asleep. And as that owl drifted and floated asleep, so a grandmother sitting between two beds of her two grandchildren, who had just started to rest and sleep and were breathing in that sleep-like way, and had turned over and had started to dream, closed a book, and said that that's the end of the story, of the adventure of that owl, and placed that book on a nightstand between the tables, turned off a light, left the children's bedroom, pulled the door to so that there was just the slightest crack of light coming through the door from the landing outside, just in case the children needed a bit of light during the night. And then she carefully walked downstairs and sat in front of the fireplace and thought to herself about how she used to enjoy the stories of the owl and its adventures. Always curious what it would get up to in the next book, and how the author came up with these seemingly random ideas for these stories. And she sipped a cup of tea that had started to go a little cold while she'd been upstairs reading to her grandkids, and decided to make herself another one. And she went to the kitchen, and while the kettle was boiling, she just gazed out of the window, looking out over her back garden. She could see the sunflower up the side of the kitchen window, the way it was swaying just slightly in the breeze outside. She could see the way the moon illuminated the back garden. She could hear the sound of the occasional bird that hadn't yet fallen asleep. While the kettle was boiling, she carried her recycling out, and while outside in the garden, took a few deep breaths of that fresh country air, feeling that refreshing feeling of the air passing through her nostrils, down into her lungs, before breathing out, feeling deeply relaxed. Then heading back inside, finishing making her drink, then sat back down, holding that warm cup between her hands, and enjoyed some time relaxing after having put the grandkids to bed and settled them down, before it's her time to head to bed and settle herself down. And while she was relaxing, she decided to colour in a colouring book to help her relax a little more and a little deeper, to give her something to focus on as she prepares her mind for sleep. And so she had a colouring book of geometric shapes. She carefully coloured those shapes in her own specific way. And once she'd finished the picture she was colouring in, and had finished her drink, she settled down, went to bed, and began to fall asleep. And as she drifted asleep, so she snuggled up to a hot water bottle, while she snuggled down to sleep, and began to dream of riding along the most beautiful sandy beach on the most incredible electric blue horse with a white mane and a white tail that flowed and bounced in the breeze as she galloped along that sandy beach and galloped deeper and deeper asleep into the most pleasant dream, smiling as she slept, knowing she'll wake, looking forward to the next day, to the children sharing their dreams from the stories she'd told. And she drifted and floated so peacefully and so comfortably and relaxed, asleep. Just take a moment to close your eyes and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to gently drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep meditation in the background. And while I tell this sleep meditation in the background, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or perhaps to the spaces between my words. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, you can have a sense of climbing a mountain. And you're climbing up that mountain towards a monastery that you can see way up high up the side of the mountain. And as you near that monastery, you keep pushing on, increasingly motivated. The crunching snow beneath your feet, the feeling of the cold air on your ears and your cheeks. And you can notice a slight numbness setting into your fingers. And at this point, that numbness is just a comfortable numbness. Your fingers are well gloved, but just enough cold is getting through to make them feel a slight numbness, just enough to remind your fingers that you're climbing in the cold. And yet, despite that slight numbness in those fingers, you can continue climbing, and it just helps you to be aware that you're undergoing this challenge. You've been working really hard up this mountain, striving to get to the top, and this journey hasn't been easy. But that hasn't led to you quitting. You've continued to climb higher and higher. And now that monastery is in sight. And that spurs you on, motivates you to continue your journey. And as you continue that journey, getting closer and closer to the monastery, so you notice some figures walking around outside the monastery. You see that there are some monks just roaming around the outside, each one looking like they're walking in such a measured, purposeful way. And so you watch, while you climb, at the way they seem to so purposefully be walking around the grounds of the monastery. And as you arrive at the monastery, so you pass through an archway. And almost as soon as you've passed through that archway, and the wind seems to die down, seems to calm right down, and your body feels warm from the effort of climbing, and yet those hands still feel a sense of the cold, a slight sense of numbness. And as you touch the hair that's touching your forehead, to move it off your forehead, and your fingers gently touch your forehead, you can feel the coolness from those fingers gently moving around your forehead. And because your face and your head is quite warm from all that effort, all that hard work of climbing the mountain, it really accentuates the coolness from the fingers. And you feel that coolness, that almost a blue numbness gently passing around the head, so comfortably cooling the head and the face, helping you relax, helping your breathing calm down, helping you feel a sense of peace and tranquility. And you walk among the monks, and you're searching for one specific monk. And you walk among them, and you look at each one as you walk, and you can see one monk sat on the wall of the monastery, on the wall that goes around the outside of the whole building and the grounds, sat on a slight pillar on that wall, facing out over the view down the mountain. And you suspect that that is the monk you're supposed to talk to. And so you begin to walk towards them. And then a monk steps up to you and stops you and says that here in the monastery you need to walk with intent. You need to walk mindfully. Don't just march over to somebody, but consider every step that you take. Consider the experience of each and every step. And not just the foot step, but the way the legs move, the way the muscles adapt to raise the lower part of the leg, to raise the upper part of the leg, to move the lower part of the leg forward, to adapt your balance so that you remain upright on the leg that's still on the ground, that lowers that leg back down to the ground, aligns the foot correctly, lowers the heel of the foot to the ground just enough so that it makes the correct contact with the ground before those changes happen in your body, to shift your body weight around, to allow you to be able to lift the other leg from the ground. And at first, this sounds complicated, sounds like you could end up overwhelmed by focusing that much on every little detail just of the process of walking. But they explain that by focusing on every detail, your attention narrows and you begin to become absorbed in the moment. And you can become so absorbed in the moment that your attention is on these things while at the same time not being on them at all. That you're just in a flow state. You're just in a state of knowing exactly what's happening, moment to moment. But you're not attending to it with any kind of labels. You're not saying to yourself, I'm lifting this leg by using these muscles, by contracting those ones, extending those ones, shifting my body weight here. You just know what your body is doing. You know that you're walking. And so that's what you do. You begin to focus on the walking. And you walk in a slower, more measured way while you do this. And as you take these slower, more measured steps, at first, you think to yourself, it's a little bit like when a millipede is asked how it manages to walk with so many legs, or any other creature with many legs. And just the process of trying to focus on so much at once causes them to trip over those legs. And you think on some level about that occurring, about how much more difficult walking becomes when you're told to walk, when you're focusing on the walking. But while you overcome that inner difficulty, while you overcome that self-imposed difficulty, that difficulty by consciousness, you begin to allow it to become automatic. So it's automatic, and yet it's what you're attending to. And in that moment, you stop noticing sounds around you. You stop noticing movement around you. You stop noticing the sky. You stop noticing trees gently swaying. You just notice the experience of walking. And you almost feel in a strangely blissful state. A state that can perhaps start in your stomach or your chest, that can spread out, filling your arms and legs, and spread around to your head, all the way down to your feet, almost like a tingling blueness spreading throughout you, almost sounding like a million gently swinging tiny bells, twinkling one after the other, creating an almost sparkly tingle around and through your body of those bells making that sound. And as you continue walking, you almost have this sense of tiny, sparkling bits of light emanating from you, as if somehow you're in your own time, separate from the external time, walking closer and closer to that monk, feeling at one with the moment, like in your experience there's no past, no future, there is only now. And as you walk to that monk, so the monk turns to face you. They gesture for you to join them up on the wall. And so you climb up onto the wall. You sit down in a similar position to them, making yourself incredibly comfortable. And they tell you to just gaze off at that distant golden eagle that's circling overhead. And just watch, keep your head forward, and just raise your eyes to watch that golden eagle circling, and just keep motionless, keep your head forward and still, keep your body relaxed and still, and just focus on that golden eagle as it gently circles overhead. Focus on the experience of the eagle. Focus on the movement, not just of the wings, but of every single feather and every single strand on the feather, and how every feather has a role to play in helping that golden eagle glide so gracefully and effortlessly, and allowing your attention to be drawn into that, into the sound that golden eagle makes while flying, by the way the wind moves over and under its wings, to the sound of its beating heart, to the sensation of its moving neck, to what that eagle can see gazing down over the landscape, what it can feel as it passes through different bits of air, and how some air can raise it up, and in other locations it can naturally lower down. And give all of your attention to that golden eagle. And so as you do this, as you give all of your attention to that golden eagle, what you can see, what you can hear, what it would feel like flying up there, you begin to almost get tunnel vision here. Everything around your vision begins to fade away and almost turn to black. The monk begins to fade away, the monastery, the surroundings, until all you're aware of is that eagle circling overhead. and then while aware of just the eagle circling overhead. So your attention suddenly snaps to being in the eagle, seeing through the eagle's eyes. And you realize from the perspective of this eagle that everything that makes up that you back there, meditating on the wall of the monastery, is back there. That here, in the eagle, through the eagle's eyes, you don't feel, see or hear anything that you back there on the monastery wall sees, hears or feels. You just feel a floating, flying, relaxing sense of peace, of calm, of stability. A sense of invigoration at your experience, and a hyper-focus, and a complete lack of awareness of that you back there, and the experience of being that you back there on the monastery wall. And you allow yourself to fly as this eagle, to be going along for the journey, almost like a shared consciousness, like you're a consciousness in the mind of the eagle, while allowing the eagle to carry out its own actions. And you're just there, along for the ride, along for the experience. And as you gaze down, so you can notice rivers running through forest, a low mist. You can notice clouds in the sky. You can notice the way the sunlight illuminates the surface of water, of those rivers, of pockets of lakes within the forest. And so you fly around for some time as this eagle, gliding, feeling so effortless, so free from the feelings of that you back there on that wall. And then you have this sense that although you can't hear the monk talking with you, you feel like the monk is talking with you, like somehow they're helping to guide your experience. And you begin to have this experience fading away of flying with this eagle. But you find that your experience doesn't drift to the you sat in the monastery. Instead, it drifts down into that forest. And you find yourself darting and buzzing between the trees. And you realize, as you hover over an area of water, that you can see your reflection. And you notice that you've turned into a green fairy. And you dart down near the water and skim the water, creating slight ripples in that water, leaving a wake of sparkly light behind you everywhere you go. You fly up in the sky, you weave between the trees, and you realize that among the trees here in this forest seem to be many fairies and many other creatures you may never ever have seen or realized were here. And as you fly, you have this sense that it's a bit like you've got a hummingbird being carried on your back. Just that sound of the buzzing wings. Just the way that they allow you to make maneuvers that not even the most proficient fighter pilots could ever make. And you decide to test out what it's like being a fairy. You fly as fast as you can. You realize your senses are heightened, that you're able to respond rapidly, weaving between trees and branches. And then you slow down. You relax down onto a branch, and you gaze out through the forest. And while you relax there, still gently beating your wings, just keeping yourself on the spot, just helping to remain stationary, you're creating a slight mist of sparkling light that's gently beating from your back and slightly surrounding you, before you dart off out of that sparkling light and head down to the grass on the edge of the forest. And you wonder why you're having this experience. You've gone from being an eagle flying high in the sky to being this fairy. You wonder if, as a fairy, you have the power to grant wishes or do any magic or do anything fun, but you don't know how to do those things. So you try to think, what would a fairy do? And you wave an arm while making a magic spell that you just think of off the top of your head. And as you do that, you see the most unusual creature, a donkey with the head and neck of a llama, walking past, eoring like a donkey. And on its back is a tiny little, almost like a little person. And you head over and find that it's almost like a small troll that's riding on the back of that llama. And they say hello, and they seem incredibly friendly. And you wonder what else could be done with magic. You were trying to make a horse appear, but instead you had a donkey with the head and neck of a llama, ridden by a troll. So you try again. And again you want to try and make a horse appear. And you wave a hand and click a finger, and you hope this time it'll work. Only this time, suddenly, a moose walks past that seems to have a clockwork switch on its back. And that clockwork switch seems to be ticking along and turning, as in a very rigid way that moose walks past. And you decide not to try again. And you wonder what it is you're doing wrong. And then you hear a voice in your mind. You realize it's the monk. And you realize they're probably talking to you while you're sat on that wall. And that voice tells you you're overthinking it. You're trying too hard. You're trying too hard to be something else, rather than being yourself. You're trying to do magic as you imagine magic would be done. And that magic isn't done as you imagine it would be done. It's done as you instinctively do it. And that the only way to perform magic is to be magic. Magic isn't something you can do, it's just something you either are or you aren't. And you don't really grasp this at first. And you walk over to the edge of a lake, your wings gently beating behind you. And you pick a small little yellow flower as you walk towards the edge of the lake. And you're aware of how big that flower is compared to you when you're so little. And you throw that flower onto the water's edge, just over the wave line. And as those waves lap into the shore and then pull back from the lake's edge, so you watch that flower gradually moving out, bobbing up and down into the water. And then once it's out in the lake a little way from the shore, sparkling starts happening around that flower. And that sparkling spreads from the petals outwards, creating almost like a sparkling hole in the water that's tinged with the yellow colour of the flower. And you feel this compulsion to fly to that hole and drop down through it. And so you fly out above the hole and you look down through the hole. And you see through the hole what looks like dry land. And you stop flapping your wings and you just drop straight down through that hole. And you find yourself suddenly being a person walking through a British village. And it's a quaint, small, quiet British village. And as you look around, so you realise that this village looks incredibly old. And it isn't that the shops or the houses look incredibly old. It's that the look of them is incredibly old. And you realise that somehow this seems like it's back in time. And so you walk through the village and you head in to the main town centre, where you can see a row of shops. And as you walk past the shops, one shop catches your eye, and you realise that how you're dressed looks out of place compared to the people around you. And so you decide to go into this shop and see if you can find some new clothes, something different to wear in this shop. And so you walk into that shop. You pick some items up that you want to try on. You head to the back of the shop. You head into a changing room. You change into those clothes in front of a mirror at the back of this shop. And as you look at yourself in this mirror, you end up hearing sounds around you changing. And as you exit the changing room, you find that you're even further back in the past. That the shop itself seems to have changed. And you walk out of this shop and out into the road. And you look around with a slight sense of confusion. And you realise that something about that shop and that mirror seems to have transported you back into the past, even further than you'd already travelled. And you explore this time period. You listen to people talking, people going about their everyday life. And you head down to the nearby river, and you walk along the edge of that river, and you can see that there's a water mill along the edge of this river. And you head to that water mill, and you can hear the sound of the water wheel spinning, the mill turning, and you can smell the smell of flour. And nearby the mill, you notice there seems to be a bakery, and you can smell that smell of freshly baking bread. And you take a look in the mill, and you see all the grains falling onto a grindstone. And you see, as they pass onto the stone, they get broken down into smaller and smaller, finer and finer pieces, until they're almost just like dust. And then they pass through, and they pass out, and they end up in a bag to be removed and taken away from that mill. And you watch as this happens for a while, and you have this sense of the way this mill is working, that it seems to at times add water to help lubricate, to help with the process of grinding that down, and help it more comfortable as it grinds that grain down to the finest flour. And then one of the bakers comes in and begins to talk with you, and begins to explain about them having the finest, softest, fluffiest flour in the land, that there is nowhere with softer, fluffier flour than there, that it's the way the mill works that creates that soft, fluffy flour, the way it breaks it down with the grindstone, the way it uses water to be able to flush that through comfortably, to be able to create that incredibly soft flour, which passes through to a bag, and they gather it all up. They make sure it's all dried out, and then they bake with it, baking the fluffiest, most wonderful loaves of bread. And they take you through to the bakery, and as soon as you walk in, the smell you could already smell increases significantly. Suddenly you notice your mouth salivating. You notice your stomach waking up on hearing and smelling this bread being baked, as if your body is suddenly alerted to the pleasures of this bread. And they show you around and they give you a taste before you decide you've got to go. And so you leave here. You walk back towards that shop, and you have this instinctive feeling of knowing what you need to do. And back at the shop, you change back into those clothes. And as you change back into your normal clothes in front of that mirror, and you leave that changing room, you find that you're back in your own time. You're back in the time of the clothes. Except you're here in England. That you're not back in the time that you entered the shop in. You're back in your real time. And a part of you knows that while you're stood here in this English town, which still looks quaint, with many old shops and old buildings that now look like old shops and old buildings, you're aware that somewhere out there at exactly the same time, you're sat on the edge of a wall on a monastery in a mountain, meditating, and somehow projecting this you here with the help of that monk. And you walk through the town, you walk back down to that river. You find that there's only the remnants of that old bakery and the old mill. That it's now a footpath along the river, and there's a cafe there now. And you head to a park, and you sit in the park for a little bit, watching people playing, watching people walking their dogs, watching the way the shadows of the clouds gently pass across the grass. Curious what this experience is teaching you. You came to the monk to learn, to discover yourself, to connect deeply with yourself and with the world around you. Unsure what the experience would be, and the only criteria was that you had to show motivation, dedication. You had to show that you were willing to have the experience. You were willing to climb that mountain. You were willing to engage with the monks in the monastery and with the monk on the wall, and then trust that monk enough to allow yourself to experience what they guide you to experience, and to trust that those experiences are for your benefit, to help you understand yourself and your connection with others and other parts of the world around you in a whole new way. And as you realize you're beginning to deeply understand, you begin to have a sense of the wind on your face, and you start feeling like you're sitting on that wall. And then you start to be aware of your body, and notice how incredibly comfortable your body feels sat here. That it's as if somehow you are here, and yet you've left behind those parts that you wanted left behind. A bit like taking all of the blocks that make something up and reforming them, putting them back together to something that looks very similar and yet is slightly different. Or in the same way that throwing a stone into a pool of water changes that pool of water so that it's no longer the same as it was before, and yet to anyone else who looks at that pool of water, it'll look the same as it's always looked. They'd be unaware that a stone was thrown into that pool of water. that the water level is ever so slightly higher, that everything was moved because of that stone sploshing into the water, passing to the bottom. All the atoms in that water carefully moved and jiggled about and changed places because of the stone. And yet only the person who threw the stone in would know that. And the monk climbs down off the wall and starts to walk towards the monastery. And you can tell from the way they're walking that they're walking with intent. And you begin to follow. And you follow the rules that you were told earlier. And so you begin to walk with intent. And you walk into that monastery, where it's suddenly peaceful and incredibly quiet, with just the slightest echo from the footsteps of the monk and from your footsteps as you walk into that monastery. And the monk turns and guides you down some steps. And the monk says there are 10 steps, and they descend into the dark. So it's best that you count your way down, so as to safely walk to the bottom, and that you'll go deeper into the monastery as you do. And things will become increasingly peaceful in that deeper chamber under the monastery. And so you begin to descend those steps, 10, 9, 8, going deeper and deeper down those steps, descending into the monastery, counting your way down as you go. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, with everything getting quieter and quieter around you. 2, 1, and then hearing a slight echoing of the first footstep on the floor in this chamber, and then walking in the dark through this chamber, following where you feel the monk is walking. And then after a few moments, you notice the monk has lit a torch, and then used that torch to light a flame. And with that flame lit, so this chamber becomes illuminated. And as this chamber becomes illuminated, so you notice the incredible mosaic on the floor, the repeating patterns, where when you look at one part, it looks like one pattern, and then as you zoom in on that pattern, you notice that it just repeats to a smaller and smaller scale, looking almost exactly the same, as if the same type of pattern is present, but looks subtly different. And so a part of your attention is drawn to absorbing yourself in that pattern, in following the pattern from the largest scale down to the smallest scale you can observe, and then back out to the largest scale again, and then back down to that smallest scale. And next to the flame that the monk lit is a bowl of water, and the monk places some rose petals in that water, and as they float on the surface of the water, so they begin to give off the most beautiful rose fragrance. that you can just have a sense of wafting into your nose. And the monk tells you to put your hands in the water and gently pat your face with that water. Pat the water over your forehead. Close your eyes, pat the water over your eyes. Pat it gently on your cheeks, on the side of your temple. And gently pat your face with that water. And as you do that, you can really notice that rose smell contained within the water. And once you've done that, and you open your eyes, and you dry your hands by rubbing them on your legs, you notice what look like ghosts or spirits walking around and standing around you in a circle. And you look around and you see them all looking so friendly, gazing at you. And the monk explains that these 12 spirits watch over the monastery. They watch over those who come to the monastery. They share collective knowledge and wisdom. That each of these 12 was once in charge of the monastery, and when they passed on, they became one of the 12. And that occasionally they pass on from their spirit form. But they only do that at a time that there's another one of the monks to take their place, so that they can maintain at least 12 of them to be able to offer their collective knowledge and wisdom of all of the techniques, strategies they've learned, all they know about connecting with the world around them. That it was a number of years ago that one monk stumbled upon a way of being able to become one with the universal energy, and to be able to almost become real as the energy, to be able to have consciousness in a single location contained within that universal energy, and then powering that consciousness through deep thought to be able to focus that energy on creating a spirit-like body, and that they realize that they can connect with the past, the present, and the future through this universal energy that was there at the beginning of time and will be there to the end of time. And so, with the progress you've made, they're allowing you to access their counsel, to be here to ask questions, and they'll answer your questions, and they'll share knowledge, and they can share their healing and their wisdom. And so they direct you to a chair. You sit down on that chair. One of the spirits comes over. They lay their hand gently on your forehead, and their hand feels so soft, with a very slight tingle to it, almost as if you're being touched by silk. And the hand seems to give off a slight eucalyptus scent, as if something about this energy being, this process of being energy, gives off a eucalyptus scent that just seems to fill and clear the nostrils and helps you to breathe better and relax deeper. And they tell you to just take a few moments with your eyes closed to begin to breathe deeply and comfortably. And as you breathe so deeply and comfortably, just have a sense in your mind's eye of a pocket watch just gently swinging left and right, left and right in front of you. Just have a sense of watching that pocket watch swinging left and right, left and right. And as you watch that pocket watch swinging left and right, having a sense of what that pocket watch would sound like. Maybe there's a swooshing sound as it swings left and right. And having a sense of all of your attention being on that watch. And while you watch that watch, having a sense of counting backwards from 10 in your mind, and going deeper and more relaxed into the experience, connecting yourself with the universal energy in a way that allows these 12 guides, these 12 spirits, to share their knowledge, their wisdom, their healing with you, to be able to respond to any questions, any thoughts you may have, to be able to help you in any way you want help, and allowing you while you count down to be able to formulate the question you would like to ask. And when you formulate that question you would like to ask, once you get to the count of 1, you can ask that question, and they can communicate the answer. And they can communicate that answer in a period of silence. And when they communicate that answer in the period of silence, they may communicate it with a word, a phrase, a sentence, or it could be with a feeling, a gesture, or it could be in a way that you just know or understand, or something you're going to discover, but you can be comfortable in the knowledge that they've communicated that, and that you can then use that knowledge, use that healing for your own well-being, knowing you can always come and ask them questions again in the future. And so, once they've said that, you begin your counting down. 10, 9, 8, going deeper into the experience, connecting deeper with that universal energy. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then presenting the question. And then they can take their time to respond with their answer. And then you'll know on some level the answer has been received. That their all-knowing knowledge, wisdom, insights and healing are able to be used and transmitted back to you at this time. even if you forget later what it was, and what it is, and what it shall be. And then they remove their hand from your forehead. You have this feeling of them stepping back into their circle. You have a sense of relaxing there. And you almost feel this feeling around you of a warmth beginning to spread so comfortably down through the top of your head, relaxing and spreading down through your neck muscles, your face muscles, down to your shoulders, down through your shoulders, down each arm to your fingertips, down your back, down your front, all the way down your sides, down to your legs, and that warmth, that comfort spreading all the way down to your feet. And as that warmth and comfort spreads all around you, you begin to have that feeling almost like you're wrapped up in a chrysalis. Like somehow change is happening and you're being wrapped up with extra comfort and a deep sense of love and kindness, almost like the most loving hug, the most comforting hug, that gradually, very slowly, begins to release itself as you have this sense almost like you're unzipping and stepping out of a sleeping bag. And being aware of being sat in that seat. And as you rise from that seat, so you have this feeling like you've left something behind in that seat. Something you didn't need to take with you. Something that's right to be left right there. And you have that sense of it as that monk is smiling at you, and you watch as those other 12 fade away, and the monk leads you back out of this area, back out of this chamber, back up those steps, back to the main part of the monastery. And the monk tells you you've received what you came here to receive. And you'll discover the changes from that over the next few days. And you can come back and revisit regularly if you're willing to make the journey and willing to engage with the experience. And the monk shows you on your way. And so you head back down the mountain. You head back the way you came. You head back through the forest, wondering if you can spy any of those green fairies. And you head all the way back towards your hometown. And as you head towards your hometown, on your journey, you see a fairground. And with that fairground, you see what looks like a zoo attached. And you go and visit those animals at the zoo. And they tell you that this is a travelling zoo, that these are all rescue animals, with the plan to release them back into the wild once rehabilitated. And so they're kept as wild as they can in this setting. And that they have to meet certain criteria to be allowed here. They have to be able to be suitable to be able to go back into the wild. They're only here very temporarily for any given animal, just for brief periods of support. And you look around at the animals here, and you seem to feel a deep connection with them. And then you head in to the fair. You see a small tent. You walk up, being nosy, you look in the tent, and you see someone there, sat at a table. And you see that they have just laid out some tarot cards. And they call you over by name. They tell you these are your cards. And they turn over a card and tell you that it's about your past, that you've had some challenges, that you sometimes doubt yourself and yet try to portray an air of being confident. You still think of yourself as being really young, as not really being as mature as you try to portray yourself as being. That you really try to fit in, but find that it can be a struggle at times. And that sometimes people will tell you that you appear really confident. And you may smile, and you may pretend to agree, and yet internally you worry that that's not actually you. That you're the same person inside your mind that you were when you were much younger. You haven't grown up with your body. That the person you see in the mirror is different to the person you feel like inside. And then they turn over the next card and they tell you that this is your present. And as you look at that card and listen to them talking, they tell you that you have worries. You have things you'd like to achieve and don't know whether you can succeed. That you have a dream that you'd like to follow, but are unsure where to start. And that it's hard sometimes to find the motivation to be able to start that thing you really want to do. That you've got a circle of friends, but only a few who you would class as really close. And that you would really like to sometimes have a few more friends, or even just that one friend that's just right for you. That you do have some great friends, but not necessarily that one special friend. And they start telling you about the present. And then they turn over a card and they say, this is your future. And as they start telling you about the future, they tell you you've just had an experience, and that something about that experience has made this card slightly cloudy, as if the future you would have been told just days ago has been shifted by some magical experience, some deep, transformative experience. And that there's some pain in your life that can shift and change, that sometimes discomfort can turn into something better, can lead to opportunities where you can find some comfort contained even on the smallest level of that discomfort, like discovering an acorn in soil that nothing can grow in, and yet somehow, against all odds, with just enough water and nurturing, just the right amount of sunlight, that acorn grows and sprouts through. And somehow, despite everything trying to eat it down, everything coming over and trying to trample it, it manages to survive, manages to bounce back and grow taller and taller until it's too tall to trample, it's too tall for a rabbit to come along and nibble at it and eat it down. And it grows taller and taller. And while it's growing taller and taller, it faces many storms and is able to survive those storms because it just flexes and bends in the wind until it reaches a size where it's able to dig its roots in so deeply that in dry periods its roots are so deep they can still find water. In windy times its roots are so deep it remains upright. And it stretches and reaches for the sky and lasts so gracefully, with some scars on it caused by its journey, some scars from lightning, some scars from fire, some scars from droughts, many scars that show off the life that this tree has led, and yet here it is with the most beautiful, perfect green leaves, stretching to the sky, burrowed deep under the ground, giving life to the surrounding area. And they tell you that this is what that third card means for you. And they hand you that third card. And you turn the third card around and you look at it. You see on that card a dove flying with a twig in its beak, with the view of an ocean in the background, and some distant islands, and some wispy clouds. And you leave this tent, placing that card in a pocket. And as you leave the tent and turn around, you find that the zoo and the fair seem to have vanished, and where they were is now just empty land. And you're curious about that. You continue your journey home. And on arrival home, you have the most comfortable bath with some candles that you light dotted around the bath. And you put the matches off to one side, relax yourself down under the bubbles, smelling that fresh pine smell given off by the candles, listening to something relaxing in the background, feeling the warmth of the bath, the tickling of the bubbles. And after deeply relaxing in the bath, you head to bed. You settle down in bed, and as you think about the experience you've had, you begin to drift and float comfortably asleep. You begin to dream about that oak tree. You begin to dream about sitting in the tree, feeling the bark beneath you, touching the bark with your hand, feeling this sense of almost like by touching the bark of the tree, you connect on a deeper level with nature and almost sense a communication between the tree and yourself. And scurrying along one of the branches, you see a squirrel heading over, stopping, looking over at you tentatively, heading a bit closer, flicking its tail a few times while it stops, perching up on its back legs, holding its paws up in front, sniffing a little bit, heading a bit closer, gradually feeling a sense of deep trust for you, until eventually it comes all the way up to you, rests down on your lap, and lets you pet it gently, feeling its fluffy tail, feeling the warmth it gives off through its fur, forming that relationship with the world around you as you comfortably and relaxed drift and float asleep. So, just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to relax, I'm just going to tell this sleep meditation in the background. And while I tell this sleep meditation, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or to the spaces between my words. And as you begin to drift asleep, I'm just going to tell a story about you finding yourself out sailing on the ocean. And you're on a sailboat, and it's at night time, and the water's calm, just gently bobbing up and down. And there's a warm breeze. And you've got the sail unfurled. And in that warm, calm breeze, it's just gently moving your sailboat through the water. You can feel the bobbing of the boat on the water. You can hear the slight sploshing as the boat passes through those gentle waves, and the slight sway of the boat, and the occasional flapping sound of the sail. In moments when the wind calms down and then starts up again gently. And as you sail along, so you can notice the moon in the sky and the way that moon creates dancing silver speckles of light across the ocean. You can notice the shades of blue and the dark, almost grey-black clouds passing in front of the stars, and occasionally in front of the moon. And yet the moon's brightness manages to shine through much of the cloud, just adding a slight wispiness across the moon while the cloud passes by. And you can relax back on the boat, gazing up at the sky, recognizing certain constellations, and watching as they disappear from view and reappear as clouds pass. And the only light out here is the light of the moon and stars. You have all lights on the boat turned off. And just having the sail up makes the boat quiet as it passes through the water. You hear the occasional distant splash of whales rising up to the surface and lowering down again, and the occasional sound of whales taking a breath before they dive again. And you can enjoy a sense of deep relaxation, being out here, a long way from land. And as you gaze up at the sky, so you occasionally notice dots floating by, almost having a sense like they make a sound, but knowing that you can't hear anything from them. But you can become so absorbed in watching and following dots passing across the sky that you almost have that feeling of hearing something. You can notice the occasional shooting star, and again have that feeling of almost hearing a fizzing sound, and almost having that sense of smelling a slight ozone-y smell, but knowing that it's probably just your senses telling you that that's what you should experience. And you can find yourself occasionally closing your eyes and just listening to the sounds around you, the sounds of the water, the sounds of the boat, the sounds of silence. Almost like there's a softness massaging your hearing, and almost noticing your breathing falling into sync with the movement of the boat on the waves, almost hypnotically lulling you to sleep. And as you begin to get a feeling of wanting to fall asleep, so you take down the sail, you lower an anchor. You know that the weather's expected to remain calm and peaceful through the night. And you head into the boat. And you've got the most comfortable breeze blowing in through a window into the boat. And as you relax on the softest bed, wrapped in the fluffiest blanket, you can notice the feeling of breathing in the fresh sea air, almost like that flows into you, passing through your body, almost like it's healing through you and relaxing you deeper and deeper. Then each out-breath is almost like breathing out a little stress and tension, making more room for deeper relaxation. And as you fall into an automatic pattern of breathing in that deeply relaxing way, so you begin to drift deeper and more relaxed asleep. And as you drift deeper and more relaxed asleep, you start to have a sense of colours in your mind's eye. Just a glimmer of the colours, the occasional pulsing of light and colour, different shades. And then gradually, out of those vague impressions of colour and light, you begin to just notice patterns and shapes. And with it, you begin to hear sounds in your mind's eye. And you begin to lose awareness of being on that boat while you drift into an awareness of a dream. And you find yourself almost floating through a pitch black room. Your mind, as you pass through this pitch black room, is telling you that you're walking. And yet you just have more of a feeling like you're gliding, like your legs aren't actually moving. You're upright, but you just seem to be gliding forward through this room. And occasionally there'll be a flash of light, and you'll notice beams of light. And you realize that there's a little bit of light getting into this room. And in this room, in the darkness, there seem to be some mirrors on the walls. And as you glide past the mirrors, so the little light that gets into this room bounces and reflects, and you get different viewpoints of that light as you pass by different mirrors. And then you recognize that in front of you is yourself, getting closer and closer. And as you get closer and closer, so you begin to notice an ornate wooden border to that mirror in front of you. You notice the way that mirror is curved, almost like the shape of an egg. And you can see from your waist up in that mirror. And as you reach out towards that mirror with your hand, so the room illuminates slightly, as if slightly more light is shining in from somewhere. And you notice behind you in the mirror your reflection from different angles in some of the other mirrors around the room. And as your hand gently touches the mirror, it notices that coolness of the glass, the smoothness of that glass. And your hand can gently slide those fingertips down that glass. And then you place the palm of your hand against the palm of your hand in the mirror. And then you notice that your hand begins to pass through the mirror, almost like the mirror has turned to water. And there's a comfortable warmth as that hand passes through the mirror. And you float yourself forward towards the mirror. And you float into the mirror. And as you fully pass through that mirror, you find yourself in the past. You can suddenly hear sounds of birds. Notice yourself surrounded by woodland. And with your hands still stretched out, you can see how much younger that hand looks. And then over your shoulder, you hear a friend laughing and running and calling your name and talking with you. And you realize it's a good friend from when you were much younger, back from your school days. And you're out here exploring the woods, hearing the rustling leaves as the wind blows a breeze, smelling that fresh woodland air. And the friend is saying, come on, come on. And they're encouraging you along. And you instinctively follow. And you disappear off into the woods, following them through the trees. And as you weave around those trees, so you touch the bark of those trees. You notice some falling leaves occasionally as the wind continues to blow a breeze. And you find yourself at the foot of a tree with some rope hanging down from that tree and some blocks of wood attached to the trunk. And your friend has already climbed, holding the rope, walking up those blocks of wood, up to the tree house, and they're calling down to you, come on, come on. And you instinctively just engage with this. And you grab that rope and you can feel the rope in your hands, the coarseness of that rope. As you get your foot up onto the first wooden block, and you pull yourself up and push yourself up and ascend that tree and enter the tree house. And the two of you sit in that tree house. You can feel a slight breeze blowing into the house. And they pour you both a drink from a flask. And they talk about this being your space, just the two of you, and how they don't want this moment to end. They wish it was possible to stay young forever, to be able to just remain in this moment. And a part of you knows that this is just a dream, it's just a memory, and yet it feels so real. You know that you can touch the walls of this treehouse. You can smell the wood the treehouse is built with. You can hear the slight creaking of the tree as it gently sways, almost imperceptibly. And it all feels so real and engaging. Like you've learned how hang on to these moments of pleasure from life, and being able to re-access them. And you hold that drink in two hands, put it up to your mouth and have some of that drink, and rest it back down in your lap. As you go quiet for a moment, just enjoying the moment, almost hearing the peace and silence of the woodland, the sounds of birds. And sitting back against the wall of the treehouse, finding yourself wanting to capture this moment as the friend had described. And while up in the treehouse, trying to make time stand still, you notice how the sun is beginning to set, and the air is quickly developing a coolness to the breeze. And you know that autumn must be approaching, because it can be warm through the day, and yet now it cools down quickly into the evening. And you both agree it's time to go, and you leave that treehouse. And they say it's time to head home, and you head back the way you came. Only as you near that mirror, they stop, they say goodbye. They say that they're always in your mind. You can always come here, you can see them, because they're always with you. And you look back at them, and you smile, and then you put your hand out, touch that mirror, noticing your hand going through the mirror. You pass through that mirror, finding yourself back in that dark room. And for a while you just stand there, thinking about the experience, curious about your learning, curious about the growth and curiosity, the discoveries you're making within your mind. And then you walk over to one of the other mirrors. And again you can see yourself in that mirror. And you reach out and touch the mirror. And like before, your hand goes through the mirror and you follow behind it. And this time you find yourself sitting at home, and you're in a conservatory. And you're reading a book. You're drinking a drink. You're taking time to relax, time out from your day. And then someone walks through to the conservatory, and they see you sat there reading. And they say they thought that you went out on your boat. and that that's where you'd be now. And you notice that they're dressed for bed, and they've got a hot chocolate in their hands, and they're wearing the most comfortable dressing gown. And as you gaze up from the book and notice that, and then look around, you realize outside the conservatory it's night time. You look over at a clock, and you can see near the clock there's a calendar, and you realize on the calendar, and by the time on the clock, that what you're looking at and experiencing is now, and that right now you are asleep on that boat, and yet right now here you are. And you stand up slowly, placing that book down, looking around you. You see that mirror on the wall at the back of the conservatory. You open the doors of the conservatory and walk outside. You can feel the air as you breathe in and out. And you realize that this mirror seems to have transported you to a location in the here and now. And you begin to wonder whether it's almost like you've somehow teleported. You start to think to yourself how you've heard stories about people astral travelling. You wonder if this is a bit like astral travelling, that you found yourself in another location in the current time, while your body is actually on that boat. And you walk back indoors, and you go in to the living room. You sit down on a comfortable chair. And the person here sits with you. And the two of you just talk and talk. And you find yourselves having conversations you don't normally make time for, asking how each other are, listening, being present. And you feel that there's something almost on the tip of your tongue that you're learning. And you're curious what that is. And then after a while, they say that they're heading to bed. And they stand up, say good night. And they head off to bed. You say you'll head to bed shortly. You just want to finish reading what you were reading first. And you go back to the conservatory. You find that book. You find the page you're on, and you continue reading. And then when you reach the end of a chapter, you put the bookmark into the book. You put that book down. You walk over to the mirror. And as you reach out to the mirror, so you float through that mirror, finding yourself back in that room. And you can see that opposite that mirror is another mirror on the other wall. And you walk to that other mirror. You take a few deep, comfortable breaths, curious what your experience will be through this mirror. You close your eyes for just a moment, and then you open your eyes and put your hand out. You pass through the mirror, and you find yourself surrounded by the scents of the most beautiful meadow. And it's night time here in this meadow. The meadow is just illuminated by moonlight. And you're in this meadow, up on a hillside, noticing woodland behind you, seeing glistening light on a river that seems to be weaving around below you. You can notice the way that the grass moves and sways, sparkling in that moonlight as the wind blows a breeze gently across that grass, and the different scents of the wildflowers. And you're curious about where here is. Because this seems like a very ordinary place. You're aware of the experiences you've had and are curious about the one that you're having. And you relax back on that meadow, lying down, gazing up at the stars and the moon. And you try to work out the different constellations. But while you're trying to work that out, you find that you can't seem to recognize any. And as someone who's used to sailing, you're very used to looking up at the stars and quickly recognizing the night sky and knowing where you are in relation to that sky. And yet you don't seem to recognize any constellations here. And as you gaze up at the sky, it's just a little curiosity. It doesn't really register the significance of that observation. And you continue to be watching the sky, watching that moon pass across the sky. When suddenly you have this sense that something's rising in the east. And it's got a slight orangey glow, but it doesn't feel like the sun. And it isn't as bright as the sun. And while you gaze over to the east, you start to notice something tangible, something solid appearing in the sky. And it's moving very slowly into view. And you realize that as it rises in the sky, it seems to be a planet with rings. and you notice how much like Saturn it looks. And as the night continues on, that rises higher and higher in the sky. But as more and more of it appears in the sky, there's still even more that hasn't appeared. Until half the night sky is taken up by that planet. And the moon that was heading over to the west is now out of view. And you realize that you're nowhere near sunrise, and that you seem to be on some kind of terraformed moon around a planet. And so you stand up as there's a bit more light now, with the light reflecting off of that planet and onto this moon. And you walk around and begin to explore. And you see down by the water what looks almost like camper vans. And so you head down towards those camper vans. And as you get near, you walk around quietly. And it looks like people are probably in them, and perhaps asleep. And so you explore around them. And while you walk around near those camper vans, getting nearer to the water's edge, you can hear that trickling, flowing water. And you notice that some of the plants here that you walk through and brush your legs past seem to let up almost like sparkling purple pollen that floats away from those plants, catches in the breeze, and begins to spread out and rise up into the air, like purple glitter sparkling in the air. And you walk along a little further, following the water, and you find a rock to sit on. You sit on that rock and rest your feet gently into the water, feeling that cool water tickling past your feet. And you wait for the people in those camper vans to wake up. You decide you don't want to disturb them, and while you wait, you end up feeling sleepier and sleepier. And so you relax back on the shore, lying down on the grass, and you just decide to let your eyes close for a moment. And with your eyes closed, you drift so peacefully, so comfortably asleep. And then, after a while of being asleep, you begin to feel the faintest warmth on your face and a slight light on your face, and you realize that it must be daytime. And as you open your eyes and look around, you see butterflies flying among the plants in the meadow. Unusual butterflies you've never seen before. Butterflies of electric blue that seem to almost sparkle and twinkle while they fly from plant to plant. Purple butterflies and green butterflies, all flying in and out of the unusual flowers here in this meadow. And you watch those butterflies for a while, distracted by the butterflies, before turning your attention to the day. You see the way that river is flowing, the slight mist hovering just ever so slightly above the water. And you notice that the sun in the sky seems much dimmer than you'd expect, and that planet is still visible in the sky, slowly setting down the west. And you have this sense from where the sun is in the sky that this isn't just the first light of morning, that you've probably slept for a while. And then you hear someone acknowledging you, and acknowledging that you're awake. And they ask if you'd like something to eat. And you look over towards those cabins or towards those little homes by the water. And you realise that that's what they seem to be, almost like little research centres. The sort of thing you recall seeing on programmes about Antarctica. And you stand up and you head over, and the friendly person smiling at you, greeting you, inviting you in. You walk in, you have something to eat, and you notice that everything seems to almost be like touch screens everywhere. And incredibly technological. And you ask where you are. And they explain that you're circling a planet. And they say what planet this is and what star system this is. And you ask about the year. And the year they name makes no sense to you. You notice that they look like ordinary humans. So you ask if they are, and they say that they are. You say when you're from, and ask when this is in relation to that. And they say that that was a long, long time ago. That by the year 10,000, people decided that it was getting stupid, having these years racking up into larger and larger numbers. And so they'd stopped using that old calendar. And that by then, people had spread out so far from the planet Earth that Earth had become more of a holiday destination where you visited to look at old stuff and to take photos, But they said that even the photos aren't really photos as you probably know them. It's more like taking mental images, and that you can encounter people and you can say, did you want to see the photos I took? And then almost like sharing memories with people, you share those still images and the moving images straight from one mind to another. That long ago they'd reached a point where technology and life merged together, where it was natural to have biological technology storing information within DNA, almost like using the DNA as hard drives, and being able to store different information throughout all the cells in a person's body. And that the ways of travelling and spreading out advanced so much, even achieving faster than light travel, but not by going faster than light. And with all of this, they've colonized such a large area, and population has continued to grow. It just now fills most of the galaxy, and any moon or planet that had the potential for habitability was colonized and continues to be colonized. But now that colonization happens in harmony with the locations, rather than in a destructive manner. And so here you are, on a moon around a planet that has had some minimal terraforming, just to help work in harmony what was already here. And on some outposts like this, there's just a handful of people in any one location, often still focusing on the pursuit of knowledge and curiosity, which is what has driven humans to the stars and kept humans driving further and further ever since. And that there was a time when humans thought that life probably evolved elsewhere long ago, and that there's probably a lot of intelligent life out there. And they explained that there is intelligent life out there that's non-human life. But it turned out, once humans spread into space, that they were actually one of the first civilizations to reach that peak, rather than one of the last. They'd imagined they'd encounter civilizations millions, if not a couple of billion years older, with technology that's perhaps indistinguishable from magic. But instead they found that they were slightly ahead of the curve, and felt that it was their duty as a species to set an example of how to spread peace and harmony through the galaxy. And here you are, somehow stepped through a mirror onto this moon in the future. And they explained they didn't even know anything about this mirror how it got there, where it came from. But it seems almost like portals that have been laid down, a bit like some of the technology they've had for a while now, to allow them to seemingly travel faster than light by bypassing space and time. And as you sat, looking around you, seeing what the inside of this location's like, seeing if there's anything more you can learn, that maybe you can remember when you wake from this dream. You notice what looks like a TV screen, and you ask what's going on that TV screen. And they say that you don't really want to know. It's a guilty pleasure of theirs to watch this program. And you're curious what the guilty pleasure of a human thousands of years in the future is. And they make that screen larger, and the screen almost floats in the air with a level of solidity, as if it's a solid screen, yet there's nothing really there. It's almost like a projection into space. And you notice the strangest thing. It's an unusual cartoon, and they describe it as a vintage cartoon, as something people used to watch many years ago. But to you, this is a cartoon that doesn't exist yet. It's a futuristic cartoon. And it has a strange element of almost seeming real, and yet you can tell that it's animated, but it's not like computer generated. It looks very much like the kinds of cartoons many people remember as children. And on this cartoon, you see lots of different animals running around, interacting with each other, talking with human voices, as many cartoons of the past did, and of the present. But you get told that in the old days, so they've been led to believe, people used to compete to try to win rather than just trying to better themselves, rather than having a pursuit being the pursuit of knowledge and personal growth. People used to have pursuits of trying to be better than others and trying to prove that they're better than others. And this cartoon tries to poke fun at that unusual, archaic idea. And in this cartoon, there are some really good friends, and they spend all their time trying to prove they're better than each other. And in this episode, there's a guinea pig, there's a fox, there's a duck, there's a cat, and they're all competing in an Olympics. And they said they've heard that the Olympics was some kind of competition where people try to prove that they're the best, and that people would go to lengths of even cheating to try and prove they're the best. They're explaining that they don't understand why, because how can you prove you're the best if you've cheated to be the best? Because all that proves is that you probably weren't. And they have no concept of the old times. And so they find this really amusing, watching these animals dashing around, with that guinea pig doing 100-meter sprint, with the fox easily dashing past, with its brushy tail bounding along, all that fur flowing back, almost as if it's some kind of a super speedy fox. And then doing diving, where the duck seems to do better at duck diving than the fox, almost belly flopping, and the guinea pig getting out the water looking like a puffball. And they're all friends, but they spend the whole episode competing in different events. And the cat isn't a fan of the water events. But the cat loves the events where it can be stealthy and slow. And so they all compete through the episode. And while you watch this person laughing, wondering what they're finding so amusing, hearing the different catchphrases of the characters, you realise that some aspects of the future just haven't changed. That people still find things funny, still have humour and comedies, and still watch programs and entertainment. Despite all the talk of scientific advancement and a desire for knowledge and following curiosity. And they explain that myths and legends really absorb you, take your mind elsewhere, and can teach you so much about life, about the world, and is so much more memorable than just bombarding people with scientific facts and with general knowledge, especially when there's so much to learn and to understand about the universe. And after a while, you say goodbye to this person. You head back towards that mirror. And as you pass through the mirror, you find yourself back in that dark room. And as you look around, you notice that the light is fading, that those mirrors are becoming harder and harder to see. And you begin to feel that gentle rocking of being on that boat, and of beginning to drift out of this dream and back to normal reality. And as you drift back to being on that boat, you cling on to some of that sense of drowsiness, almost like that moment between sleep and wake in the morning, where you're awakening in the morning naturally and feel that incredible pleasure of that moment before waking up, where you're no longer tired, and you know that when you do wake, you're going to wake feeling full of plenty of energy, but you feel so incredibly comfortable, wrapped up in satin and silk sheets, so soft, and the smell of the salty air, and eventually knowing you've got to get out of bed. And you wake up on this boat, noticing how the sun's risen in the sky. You have something to eat, raise the anchor, and continue your journey. And on your journey, you can now see those whales that you could only hear at night. And you can see the land in the distance that you're heading towards. And after a long time, as night begins to set in again, you arrive at your destination. You arrive at a small, secret cove, a place you love to come on holiday that can only be reached by boat. And the whole journey you've been pondering and wondering about your dream, about the experience, about how real it felt, curious about what you were learning, and how it was rewiring, reprogramming your mind, how it seemed to rejuvenate you and help you feel so refreshed and alert when you awoke, and that you almost felt like a new person, like a weight had been lifted from your shoulders, like something was left behind, and you're able to move forward and engage in your experiences in a new way. And you moor up the boat and walk into the cove, walk to a cabin, open the door to the cabin. And you notice that it's a little dusty in places. So you clean up a little bit around the cabin before making yourself something to eat and drink, lighting a fire, settling down by that fire, phoning home, asking how last night went, really trying to fish to see if you'd actually visited, to check to see if it was just a dream. But the description they gave you was that you were never there, that they just had a hot chocolate, they were wrapped up in a comfy dressing gown. They sat for a little while, drinking their hot chocolate before heading to bed. But you were never there. And they don't tell you that directly, but they don't describe you as part of their experience. And you know that if you had really been there, they'd be curious how you got to hear from there so quickly. And so you wonder how you knew that they'd had a hot chocolate. They seem to have had pretty much the experience you'd imagined in your dream, just without you present. And this just makes your mind wonder more about that and about the meaning of that, while you rest in front of that fire in that seat. And you just start rocking gently in that chair as your mind wanders and drifts and dreams. And while you just settle in to some time on holiday here, for a breakaway for a few days, you can hear outside the very distant, gentle rumble of thunder. You know there's going to be some rain coming soon. And you know that with that rain, when you wake up, in the morning. The wet lavender outside the cabin is going to smell so fresh. The smell's going to be enhanced by that rain. You know the air is going to smell so fresh, as if the rain has cleared all of the particles out of the sky. And after a while of relaxing, you head to bed, looking forward to what you'll be doing for the next few days. And while thinking about the future, about what you've got to look forward to, about what you're pleased to have and grateful for, you drift so peacefully and comfortably and relaxed asleep. Just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to relax, I'm just going to tell this guided sleep meditation in the background. And while I tell this sleep meditation, I don't know whether you'll drift deeper to the sound of my voice or the spaces between my words. And as you begin to drift comfortably and relaxed to sleep, you can have a sense of being on a train. And it's an old-fashioned train. It's a steam train. And all of the wood of the train is carved so ornately, with such incredible craftsmanship. And you can hear that train as it clickety-clacks over the track. And you're on a long journey. Then you're travelling out from London on this steam train, heading north. And as you leave the lights of London, so everything outside the window gets darker and darker. And you can see the shadowy figures of the trees passing by the sides of the train, out of the windows. You can notice the full moon illuminating distant hills and countryside. You can notice pockets of towns with small areas of lights dotted among those fields. And you're on this journey with a friend. And as it's getting later and later, while you make this journey, you relax back into the seat. And you have a table between you and your friend. You have some bits put down on that table. You tuck yourself up into the corner near the window and the edge of the seat. You wrap yourself up in the most snuggly, warm coat. And you just close your eyes for a minute. And with your eyes closed, you can feel that movement of the train continuing along the track, hearing the clickety-clack of the train on those tracks. You can hear the mumble of other people on the train in the carriage. And you feel the sense almost like being rocked gently asleep. and you begin to comfortably drift and float into a reverie. And this train journey is a long train journey. It'll be travelling all the way up to Scotland. And you don't have a bed to sleep in during this journey, which is why you're going to sleep here. And you'll try and drift asleep and stay asleep all night long, so that you wake up just as the train arrives in Scotland and as you near your destination. And while you drift into your reverie, you start to have this sense of paddling a boat down a river, almost like the rocking of that train on the tracks becomes the rocking of the boat on the water. And you begin to hear the sound of the oars as you push the water back, raise those oars out of the water, hearing the slight splashing of the water dripping off of the oars before the plopping sound as you put those oars back into the water and push them through the water again, propelling that boat forward little by little. And you can feel the warmth of the sun and begin to have a sense of your surroundings and discovering yourself, rowing down a river, seeing forest on either side and a lush green bank between the water's edge and the start of the forest. And you realize that you're having a lucid dream, that you're aware of dreaming and aware that this is a dream, but at the same time having a level of control over the dream, an autonomy in this dream. And so you continue going with the dream, rowing down this river. And after a while of rowing, you pull over to the riverbank. You climb out of the boat, you pull it up onto the shore a little, and you can hear the sounds of the forest, the rustling leaves, the sounds of birds, the distant sounds of monkeys and other animals in the forest. And you can discover a sense of deep relaxation from those sounds, from the greens and the blue sky, the colours of nature. And you set up a camp on the edge of the riverbank. You gather some wood from the forest. You shave off some of the outside of some of the wood. You start a campfire. And you sit by that campfire listening to it crackling and popping, feeling its warmth, and noticing the sun setting, the changing colours, from the blue sky changing to oranges and reds, and then to a dark blue, and then noticing the stars in the sky, bright white and twinkling, and noticing how as the sky changes colour, so the animals that are making sounds change as well. The daytime animals quieten down, and certain nighttime sounds begin to increase. And you notice that the sound of the water of the river changes as the temperature of the air above the water changes, that it sounds more relaxing and softer as it flows by. Then you appreciate that glow of the fire far more now the sun has set, and the warmth from that fire. And you relax back into the camp that you've built. And as you're aware that this is a lucid dream, you can begin to have the thought of the unusual nature of falling asleep and dreaming about falling asleep. And almost with a smile on your face, you relax back in that camp with the sound of that crackling fire, the sounds of nature, the sounds of that water flowing by. Then you drift so comfortably, so peacefully asleep. And the next morning, when you awaken feeling so incredible, so invigorated, so full of energy and ready for the day ahead, you're surprised to be greeted by the most beautiful swarm of butterflies with almost electric blue incandescent wings that seem to shimmer and almost sparkle in the morning sunlight. Almost making it look like there's blue sparkling diamonds flying through the sky, seemingly erratically, just shimmering there. Discovering it's almost hypnotic with the amount of silence that's there. And you watch as they fly by, and then they begin to spread out, and they head into the trees and seem to land in the trees. And you notice more and more butterflies appearing and then flying into specific trees, until those trees almost seem to vibrate with twinkling, sparkling coming from the wings of those butterflies that seem to almost outnumber the leaves of those trees, making the trees almost take on an electric blue hue. And then once those butterflies have settled in, you instinctively continue your journey. But you continue on foot for a little while as you head along the riverbank a bit before turning into the forest and beginning to push your way through that forest. And to start with, it's hard going pushing through the forest, but as you get in the swing of things, you find it gets easier and easier. And after a while, you find yourself coming out into a clearing. And in this clearing you can see an ancient temple that looks like an old pyramid. And you walk over towards that temple. And you first of all walk around the temple. You run your hands around the stonework, really appreciating and feeling that stonework under your fingertips. And then you go to the entrance. You push open a stone door, which seems to slide open far easier than you would expect for a stone door. You light a torch, hearing that flame burst to life on the end of that stick. And you walk inside the temple. And as you walk inside the temple, so you can notice the way the light dances and the shadows move around the walls. You can notice the breeze softly blowing through the entrance, down into the chamber, past your cheeks, around your neck, almost softening and relaxing the muscles around your neck, almost like the gentlest, softest massage, almost like fingertips, just gently encouraging the muscles to relax, giving you a sign that being here is safe, is a calm and relaxing place to be. And you notice the way the sound has changed from outside the temple to inside the temple. The temperature has cooled slightly. And you can hear each footstep gently echo off the walls as you walk deeper and deeper into the chamber. And after a while, the chamber opens out, almost like there's a large hall. And in the middle, you see a hole. And you head over to that hole. And you shine that torch down the hole. And you can see that it's a long way down. And there's a rope ladder leading down there. And so you carefully navigate your way down that rope ladder, deeper and deeper beneath this temple. And when you turn around and you look around you, you can see symbols all over the walls. And they all seem to somehow intuitively make sense, although you don't feel that you've ever seen them before. Almost like some kind of proto-language, something that just instinctively seems to make sense to you as you look at it, even if you've never seen it in the past. And you work your way round and realize it's telling the story of an ancient civilization. It's telling the story of a civilization that was given knowledge from people from the stars. And you continue to read this story, walking around this underground cavern. It talks about these aliens landing and educating about where they came from, educating about facts about the earth, sharing different knowledge. It talks about some of the technology that they had, things which made no sense back then. And then it talks about them leaving and then becoming worshipped almost like gods, hoping for a return one day, and always looking up to the stars and building temples pointing up to the stars, trying to align the temples with the specific stars in the area that the aliens came from. And then, once you've walked all the way around, almost back to where you started, you see that the last thing seems to almost be a ritual that seems to say that there was a magic spell that you could do to connect with the gods. And then it describes it. And it says to use the chair in the middle of the room. And so you look over, you check out that chair, and you realise that the chair is actually like a curved, body-formed rock that looks like it's carved out of a single stone. And then you read what you have to do. It tells you to sit on that chair, and that the chair is orientated towards the relevant star. And you're to focus your attention on that star, which is at an angle just above your head. And with all of your attention on that star, you're to count back in your mind. And as you count back in your mind, you extend each out-breath, deepening and relaxing yourself, entraining your brain waves to connect with a targeted frequency beam of psychic energy from the aliens from that world. And you don't know whether this will work, but you decide to give it a go anyway. And so you go and sit on that chair. You put the torch in a holder beside you. You find that chair surprisingly comfortable for one made entirely out of stone. You realise as your fingertips touch the stone around you that that chair, that stone, seems to be so soft, almost like touching soft rubber, except that it's got the firmness of stone. And you close your eyes, and you begin to breathe, calming yourself down a little. And then you focus on where that star is, just above your head. And you begin to count backwards. And as you count backwards with each out-breath, so you drift deeper and deeper relaxed. And the deeper and deeper relaxed you become, the greater the connection you feel. Almost as if you have this sense of energy beginning to synchronize. Almost like where you have two waveforms, two notes, and you're trying to turn the dials, and you can hear how those notes are gradually getting closer and closer to each other. You can hear the difference between each frequency, until all of a sudden you can just hear the single frequency, and you just have the one note. And you suddenly connect with that frequency. And you realize that you're not connecting with other aliens. You're connecting with an automated psychic beacon that seems to pulse out knowledge. And you can feel that knowledge passing down into your head, down through your body, almost filling you with that knowledge and wisdom of the universe. And you suddenly have this sense of the word fortitude, and you wonder about that word. And that knowledge passes through you. And while it's passing through you and into you and filling you up, and you can feel yourself learning wisdom, you notice that it's passing into you almost like it's got colours, like it starts working through the colours of the rainbow. And you can feel a sense, almost like you have an aura around you, changing colours, until all that knowledge is within you. And then that beacon seems to stop. And as the beacon stops, your eyes open and you find yourself on that seat. And you climb off the seat. And you feel slightly lightheaded with all the knowledge that's just entered into you. And you start thinking and introspecting about that knowledge. And you realize that you seem to have access to everything that's just happened. And you pick up the torch and you find your way out of the chamber, back up into the main part of this pyramid, of this temple, and all the way out of the temple. And as you exit the temple, so you hear the sound of a train whistle, and you suddenly feel the ground rocking slightly. And then you hear the clickety-clack of the track. And then you can feel the coolness of the window on the temple of your head. And you gently open your eyes and you find yourself sitting opposite your friend. On that train, you see that it's not yet morning, but the sun is probably not far under the horizon, because there's a little bit of light outside, enough for you to be able to see that a thick fog that's low to the ground seems to have appeared around the countryside, and you can see the way the train is passing through that fog, the way it's almost spraying up like something passing through water. And you can see when you look up that the sky is still clear. There's just that very thick, low layer of fog. You can see the tops of trees, the tops of tall bushes as you pass by them, and gradually see more and more light beginning to appear, knowing that morning is approaching. And then, suddenly, something unusual happens. You see what almost looks like lightning within the fog. And there's no sound to that lightning, just flashing light within the fog and zigzagging lights within the fog. And then in an instant, there's darkness. And then almost an instant later, it seems to be the middle of the day. And you find yourself on a train in unfamiliar surroundings. You're looking out the window still, and yet what you're looking at now is a mountainous area, but not Scotland. It's not the area you're expecting to see. And even if it was, it shouldn't have changed this much in such a short space of time. And you notice that others on the train, who are also awake, are equally as perplexed by this. And the train slows down and comes to a halt. And a guard walks down the train and is telling everyone in each carriage, there's nothing to worry about. Something strange seems to have happened. And they're just looking at what that is. And the driver's just trying to figure this out. And so you and your friend get up and walk to the door in the carriage. And you want to go outside and investigate, see where you are. And so you tentatively open the door, peer back down the track towards the back of the train. And you can see back there seems to be almost like a black hole on the track that seems to have some fog around its base. What looks like electricity sparking off of that hole. And you get out of the train and you walk towards that. And then you see somebody appear who explains that a science experiment has gone wrong. That they're working on trying to make things invisible by manipulating electromagnetism. And they had to pump more and more power into their experiment. And they were trying to hit a critical amount of power. And then they hit that amount of power, but instead of the thing they were making invisible turning invisible, it seemed to open up a rift through space-time. And that seemed to open up here. And that it didn't just open up one rift, that by manipulating and twisting electromagnetism, it somehow warped space-time, opening up 8 different rifts, almost all in a circle around the central experiment. And they've been travelling around to get to each rift, to check each one out, and to make sure that nothing comes through them. Only this one happened to be right on a train track, and unfortunately a train was coming along at exactly the point where it suddenly appeared, and the train had no way of stopping or avoiding it. And so here they are. And you look at those scientists, and you can instantly notice they definitely don't look like they're from your time period. They seem to be from a long time in the future. And just some of the words they use don't really make sense. You can understand them, but they seem to just talk a little differently, like their language is slightly different, yet familiar. And so you ask about how to get back. And they say that they'll need you to go back through with the train, but they also need to close these rifts, and that they could perhaps do with your help and the help of others to make sure that everything goes back the way it was. And they want to know what it was about these locations, and so they want to be able to interview the people who've come through. They want to know about the experiences. And so they check out that nothing else is likely to come through this rift. They make sure that no other trains will be coming along that bit of track. And then they begin to interview people on the train. They find out in one carriage, people are carrying on, almost unaware of what's been going on, almost unaware the train's even stopped. They're just so busy celebrating a birthday, having a bunch of people standing around singing happy birthday to one of the children and giving them a cake, that child blowing out the candles, and then focusing on opening presents, as if it's a typical morning. And you ask why they don't seem bothered, and they say that it's one of the children's birthday, they're carrying on, things will get sorted in their own time. It's not a problem, it's just more to talk about and share about the experience. And then in other carriages, there are people complaining about how they want to get to their destination, and then the staff attempting to talk to them and tell them everything will be okay. They'll be on their way shortly. And these scientists talk to the different people, ask them about their experiences, what they saw, what happened, what they were doing beforehand. And there's no easy way to get the train back through the rift. Because the train struggles with reversing with all the carriages behind it. So it has to make a journey further down the line to a junction where it can pass onto a different track that curves around and then comes back to another junction that allows them to rejoin this track again. But then when they're back through the hole, back through that rip in space-time, they'll be facing the wrong direction. So they're then going to have to somehow safely do a similar thing on the other side. And the driver's talking about how unfeasible that is at the other side. And so they have to try and figure out an alternative way back through that rift. And in the end, they find that the only way is that all the people will have to go through separately to be back in their own time. So as they get interviewed, before it gets sealed, they all step back into their own time without a train. And then the scientists say that they'll use some of their machinery to push that train backwards once all the people are off of it. And so when everyone's back through, they all stand aside and they can see through that hole advanced looking technology that seems to almost hover just above the ground, almost hovering on blue light. And that blue light seems to make the lightest humming sound. And they begin to push that train backwards, while having other machines steadying the carriages. And part of it pushes on each individual carriage, as well as just the engine. Because part of the problem is that pushing on the engine, which is the heaviest part, can push and end up damaging the carriages behind it. And so it seems to be such a slow process of that train just carefully inching its way back into this reality, and noticing how the sun has now long risen and is already almost on the way to setting again. And eventually, just as the sun's setting again, having spent an entire day not moving any further than this rip in space and time, and the whole train is through, and the scientists double check that everyone is on the right side of the rift. Before then, doing something on their side, and that rift vanishes. And you turn to your friend and you ask them if they just saw what you saw, if they've just spent the day having the same experience. Because although you know that you have, a part of you feels you need to hear it from someone else. And they tell you that they have just shared this experience with you, and that no one will probably believe them when all the passengers try and tell others what happened, and everyone boards the train again. And the train continues on its journey. But this time, you don't fall asleep as the train continues on. You arrive in Scotland, and rather than arriving around the middle of the day, you arrive very late at night, many hours before the sun's rising. And you leave the train. You head off to a hotel that you're staying at. You sit in the bar for a while, talking with your friend. You have a meal. One of you eating kidney, the other eating lasagna. And then you head off to bed. You go up to your room. You find room 42. Open the door. You get that smell of a hotel room in an old hotel, full of wooden beams. You lie down on the bed, the most comfortable bed you've ever slept in, and you wonder whether that bed is extra comfy because of the journey you've just had, because of the couple of days you've had, because your last night's sleep was leaning on a window, and you sink so comfortably into that bed, and you drift peacefully asleep. And the next day, you awaken in good time for breakfast, and you sit at the desk in the hotel room. You pick up the most beautiful fountain pen that's on that desk, and the hotel's own notepads, and you decide to write with that pen, and you can hear the slight scratching sound of that pen as it moves across the pad. You can see the ink going from wet to gradually drying on the page before your eyes, and feel the flowing of that ink through the pen as you continue to write. And so you continue to write that note, just writing down your thoughts from the last few days, writing down what you've been grateful for, what you look forward to. And a smile can come to your mind while you read that back to yourself, before tearing off the sheet of paper from the pad, folding that sheet of paper, and keeping that sheet of paper on you while you leave the room, head down for breakfast, and you meet your friend at breakfast, and then both, after breakfast, head off out, feeling the coolness of the air outside the hotel, seeing the Scottish Highlands, and hiking your way up into those highlands, looking over the lochs, smelling that fresh, clean air, feeling the wind on your face, and just enjoying being in nature. And then as you hike across the highlands, you see someone walking towards you, and as they walk towards you, you look forward to seeing the dog that they've got walking beside them. But as they get closer, you notice it isn't a dog. They've got a cat walking along beside them. And they stop and they say good morning. And as they stop and say good morning, you look down at the cat. You see the cat has stopped also, and the cat is now weaving around this person's legs. And they notice you looking at the cat, and they say that the cat, Tyrone, goes everywhere with them, that Tyrone loves adventures. And so you lean down, and you crouch down, and Tyrone comes up to you, knocks his head against you, You put out your hand. He rubs his head against your hand, then his neck, wiggles his ears, rubs his side against you, and his tail. As you let his tail slide through your hand, before Tyrone turns around and comes back to rub himself against you again on the other side of his body, before then seeming to almost lose the use of his legs and flopping down like a heavy weight onto your feet and starting to purr. And you almost instinctively have that sense of stroking his belly, his side, and you can feel the warmth from him. And after a little while of stroking his belly, even though he's purring away, suddenly he seems to clasp at your hand in a playful way, almost seeming to wrestle with your hand. And then you know you have to continue your journey, and they have to continue theirs. And so you stand up, and you can see that Tyrone really wants to stay and play. And you know that you can't and they can't. And so you continue your journey. And once you're at the highest point you can go, you look out over the view. You close your eyes, breathe in some of that fresh air, breathing that deeply into your lungs. Almost like breathing in relaxation and then breathing out any stress or tension. And then you gaze down over a lock, and you can see that it'd be very easy to make the journey down to one of those lakes down there. And so the two of you head down towards that lake. And when you arrive at it, you put your hand into the water on the lake's edge. And you feel that that water seems to be surprisingly warm, that you're expecting it to be cold. Then your friend explains that this specific lake is over an area of hot rock, and so it always stays much warmer than the surrounding areas. And so you get yourself kitted up for going for a dip in the lake. You tentatively walk into the lake. And once you're up to your waist, you lie back and you close your eyes and you just feel that weightlessness of floating on the lake. The warmth of the sun on your face, the coolness of the breeze on your cheeks, the feeling of that water tickling your skin with the surface tension, and that water being of a temperature that's just right to make it so that with your eyes closed, as the water becomes more still, as you become more still, you can almost not realize you're floating in water. The temperature is so similar to your own that you just don't notice it. And you could be floating in space or anywhere. And you find it such a peaceful and relaxing experience. Then you hear a splash as your friend has come in the water as well. And then they do the same. And the two of you just float around for a while before heading back to shore. and getting dressed far quicker than you got undressed, because of the coolness of the air against your wet bodies. And then you see a little way along the shore is a cabin, and so you feel that maybe that would be a good place to warm up, having come out of that water. And you head down to the cabin, and it doesn't look like there's anyone there, but you knock anyway, and no one answers. And so you open the door and say hello as you open the door, and the door gently creaks open. You walk into that cabin, and the cabin is dim, with just the ambient light shining in through the windows. And as you open the door, you disturb some of the dust in the cabin, and can see that dust dancing and floating in the beams of light through the windows. You walk over to the fireplace, and you see that there's wood in the fireplace that can be lit. And so you light that fire, and instantly there's the most beautiful glow in this cabin. And with that glow, you begin to see more about what's in the cabin. You can see that there are bookshelves around all the walls, densely packed with old books. And you walk over to one of those shelves, and you blow the dust off the old books, and as you blow that dust, so the dust seems to spread from the books, as if you've just blown glitter. It just seems to sparkle and seems to almost chime, almost like the softest bells have just been blown off that shelf. The tiniest, almost like microscopic bells, thousands of bells, all catching the light, sparkling and twinkling, as that chiming softly fades. And then you blow again on the dust, and this time you notice a very slight glowing around the books. And you wonder why you didn't notice that the first time, but then think perhaps you were just too preoccupied by the sparkling dust. And you pick one of those books off the shelf, and you carefully open that book. And as you do, a blue light begins to just gently shine from the pages, illuminating the room. And you begin to feel this deep sense of well-being and serenity, as if somehow emanating from the pages of that book, straight onto your face, onto your cheeks, and then through your body is that light, healing, relaxing. And you turn the page and there's a green light, seeming to heal and relax through you. And then you turn a page again, and another shade of light. And you realize that somehow these books on this bookshelf are magic. And as you then reach forward and touch the sides of the bookshelf, so the whole bookshelf vanishes, and in place of the bookshelf, you just see the frame of that shelf, and you see an entirely new world, the other side. And you look back and your friend is just sat there in front of the fire keeping warm. And none of this has particularly made much sound, and they don't seem to be aware at all of what has just happened. And so you get their attention, and they looked over, startled by what they see. And you take your hands off the side of the bookcase, and all the books are back in place. And you wonder how this works from the other side, whether you'd be able to make it through again. And you don't know whether you want to explore it now, or whether maybe you'll come back here sometime in the future. And as you're wondering all this, so out of the window, you see that person and their cat walking past again. And you open the door. And you talk to each other about how you're seeing each other again. And they say that they're just continuing wandering, exploring, that they've headed one way, turned around, and now they're heading home. And you ask who owns this little shack. And they say they don't know. It appears to be abandoned. It's been here for years. That this cabin, they've never explored it themselves. And while you're having this conversation, so the cat comes up to the cabin, wanders into the cabin, and seems to enjoy being by the fire. And then it walks over to one of the walls, and it sits staring up in the corner. And at first you don't notice, and no one else notices. Then after a while, you're aware that this cat, which is normally very friendly and makes itself known, you're aware that it hasn't been doing that. And this somehow, despite it being in action, seems to interrupt the conversation. And you find yourselves looking at the cat, wondering what the cat is looking at. And you go over to the cat, and you ask the cat, almost expecting a response, what they're looking at. And you almost get down on the same level as the cat, and you look up at the eye level of the cat, trying to see what they're looking at. And they just seem to be sat there staring. And then you hear the floorboards creak slightly. And you don't think anything of it really. It's an old cabin. Until you notice the cat's eyes have moved. And you realise this cat seems to see something that's unseen. And so you pretend that you haven't noticed this. And you walk round in front of where the cat's looking, where its eyes are tracking. And you quickly step sideways to be in front of wherever they're looking. And you feel yourself bumped into. And as you get bumped into, so a person fully dressed in purple seems to almost decloak in front of you. And this startles everyone for a moment, but you quickly realise that they seem very friendly, and they explain that this is their cabin. They've lived here for centuries, that they look after the lock. They make sure that the magic here is looked after. And they're not really good with people, so they always make themselves disappear when people are around, hoping that people will just stay briefly before moving on and carrying on with their journeys. And it's rare for people to stay longer than that. The people normally are hiking from one location to another, but perhaps just need somewhere to rest very briefly. And so they explain that they just make themselves invisible and stand in a corner, out of the way. People come in, they look around, they admire the place, and people normally then, once rested and refreshed, carry on with their journeys and are perfectly respectful of the environment of the cabin, and that in hundreds of years you're the first to notice them. And so you ask them, if they're hundreds of years old, how long do they live? Who are they? Where are they from? And they explain that there was a time when there were wizards, there were witches, there are many creatures that are nowadays thought of as mythical, and that some things have passed into legend, and some of those legends are true, others are exaggerations of the truth. That there's even a lady who lives in the lake outside. It just turns out that there are stories about a lady in a lake, and they got the wrong lake, because the stories have travelled through time. And there's a sense of fascination at what's being told. And they ask what's through the portal or through that bookcase that they saw. And they say that's a connection to a spirit world, to a world where many of the mythical creatures still exist. A world where everyone's free to be themselves, where people don't hide the fact that they can do magic. People aren't afraid of dragons. The world there hasn't progressed in the same way as the world here. It's just one of those connecting points between the two worlds, but that you can never really go through there if you're just a normal human, because as soon as you release your hands from the bookcase, the portal shuts, and on the other side of the portal there isn't a way back by doing the same thing. But there is ways humans can go through and can return, but it's best to have guidance to do that. And as it's getting later and later, they advise that that isn't something for them now, and the person with their cat Tyrone, almost in a state of confusion, continues their journey, and the whole time this wizard was talking, the cat was rubbing themselves against him, circling through his legs, trying to climb up onto his lap. And he would pet that cat. And so they carried on their journey. And you and your friend carried your journey on, heading back to the hotel. And you knew that you'll be spending a couple more days here before heading all the way back to London, hoping that the train journey back will be more straightforward and less eventful than the train journey here, and that the entire experience has been an unusually eventful one, with two separate types of portals. A scientific portal you did pass through, and a magical portal you wanted to pass through. And you know you'll be wanting to come here on holiday again. And on arrival back at the hotel, aching a little from all the walking, you head down to the spa. You relax in a jacuzzi, and in that jacuzzi are floating lotus flowers that just gently move on the surface of the water. As you lie back, close your eyes and just feel the bubbles massaging your legs, around your belly, your arms, your back, and up around your neck. And then you go and spend some time in some of the spa rooms, smelling different smells, deeply relaxing. Then that night, heading to bed, knowing you've got more holiday to look forward to, more memories to make. And you feel so deeply and comfortably relaxed. You find it so easy to just drift and float asleep. And after a few days on holiday here, the two of you make an uneventful journey all the way home, arriving late at night in London, heading back to your home in London. And despite the pleasure of being away, there's a strange sense of even more pleasure at being back home, at sleeping in your own bed, settling down in your own bed. And you close your eyes and you begin to breathe so comfortably, and you drift asleep. And as you drift asleep, you almost have this sense of your eyes being open even though you know they're closed. And you know that's a sign you've gone so deeply and comfortably asleep. So deeply and comfortably asleep that you've begun dreaming, that you're lucid back in your dreams again. And you find yourself using this experience to learn, to piece together the knowledge, the wisdom of everything you've experienced, how the science and the magic may connect, how the dreams you had during your journey may be connected to all this, as you have this sense almost of floating out of your body, gaining a new perspective on everything. Having this sense of beginning the experience of deeply connecting and understanding the world. Having a tantalizing feeling of everything being just on the tip of your tongue and within grasp. And with that sense of wonder and curiosity, knowing when you awaken in the morning you'll always feel so good and alert and refreshed. You enjoy the experience of drifting, floating and relaxing asleep. Just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to relax, I'm just going to tell this sleep meditation in the background. And while I tell this sleep meditation, I don't know whether you'll drift deeper to the sound of my voice or to the spaces between my words. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, you can have a sense of walking from a porch of a farmhouse down into a large garden. And you're walking down into that garden just as the sun's setting. You can hear the sounds of nighttime insects beginning to start in the background, and the quietening down of the birds. You can hear the baaing of sheep, the occasional sound of a cowbell. And the sound of each footstep on dry grass. And as you walk, crunching through that dry grass, you head towards the back of the garden, and you can see a large tree silhouetted against the sky in the background. And you walk to that tree, and as you get to the tree, so you walk around the tree to a tree swing, and you touch the rope of the swing with your hand, feeling that rope in the palm of your hand, feeling the sensation of the rope against the fingertips as you gently slide that hand down the rope, feeling the weight of the wooden seat as it swings and sways while you move your hand down that rope. And a part of your mind thinks back to a time in the past when you were much younger, when, with friends, you'd created this swing in this garden. And you'd struggled up the tree, attaching the rope. And all these years later, it's still here, hanging. And you've grown up with this swing in the garden. You've grown up on this farm. This farm that's had many generations growing up, tending to the animals, creating stories that you only get on a farm. And you sit on that swing, and your feet are on tiptoes, and you just push gently on the ground to start yourself swinging slightly. And you can feel a slight breeze on your face, and you can feel the warmth of that breeze. And as you feel the warmth of that breeze, so you know that there's likely to be a storm coming. But for now, the air seems quite still, with that breeze being mainly from the movement of you swinging on that swing. And you just gently swing and relax. And as you relax and focus on the experience of swinging, so you can notice the way the branch above your head is moving ever so slightly while you swing backwards and forwards. You can feel the rope in your hands and the wooden seat. Just listening to the evening sounds around you. And while you swing, so you notice clouds gently clearing off the moon, and while those clouds gently move away from the moon, that moonlight illuminates the sheep in the field. And so you gaze over towards those sheep, and as your legs just fall into their own natural rhythm of gently swinging backwards and forwards, keeping you swinging ever so slightly on that swing, almost swinging you deeper into relaxation. You know how many sheep are in the field, and you decide to count those sheep off. And so you look to the far side, and you count 50, 49, 48, 47, 46, 45, and you just count in your mind as your eyes scan those sheep. 44, 43, 42, 41, and occasionally the sheep move, or you suddenly notice a sheep's head pop up from behind another sheep, or a sheep suddenly steps out from behind another sheep, and you realize that there are two sheep where you once thought there was only one. And so you start again, 50, 49, 48, 47, 46, 45, 44, 43, 42, and you carry on counting those sheep. And sometimes you lose count, almost like the numbers are just gone, like it becomes too much effort to keep counting. Almost like your eyes just want to close, as if counting the sheep is just making you sleepier and sleepier, while your body just swings gently on that swing. And each time you lose your place, you start back at 50, counting from that top corner again, 49, 48, 47, 46, 45, and each time you have to start counting again. You find yourself becoming deeper and deeper relaxed and more absorbed in the experience, almost as if your eyes are getting tunnel vision on those sheep, trying really hard to focus, to count, knowing that another part of your mind is just wanting to wander and drift off, and that the more you look over and try and count those sheep, the more your eyes want to close, and the deeper and deeper relaxed you become, until you lose track of the numbers, and after a while of trying to count from 50 to 49, 48, 47, 46, going deeper and deeper, 45, 44, 43, 42, 41, 40, 39, 38, 37, and each time you lose track of the numbers, you go even deeper, until eventually it's just easier to let go. And when it becomes too hard to keep trying to count those sheep, especially when they keep moving positions, when number 47 becomes number 36, and so you start again. But now number 46 is number 47. And they all change places. And so as you try in vain to keep counting, eventually the numbers just disappear. The effort to count just disappears. It's almost like the mind just decides to go quiet and relax. And as your mind quietens down, from time to time you'll decide to try really hard again to count those sheep, knowing that each time you try to count the sheep, the more you try to count the sheep, the harder and harder it becomes to try to stay awake. And you begin to drift into your mind deeper, while your body just swings gently on that swing. Almost as if you drift into the most pleasant daydream. Your ears can still hear your surroundings. You can still feel that you're balanced perfectly fine. You can still feel those hands on the rope. You can still feel the way those legs are gently moving backwards and forwards, the way that swing is gently swinging backwards and forwards, and yet you drift deeper and deeper into a daydream. And as you drift deeper into a daydream, so it's like the body goes onto autopilot as the mind begins to fly. And while the mind flies, you suddenly discover that you're flying in an unusual way. You suddenly notice a rose, almost like a giant rose in front of you, and you steer to avoid the rose. And then you steer to avoid a sunflower. And then you land on a leaf and discover that you're the most beautiful butterfly. And while standing on the leaf, you can see yourself reflected in some water. And as you move your wings, you notice the way the light seems to twinkle and sparkle off those wings. the way they seem to go through shades of blue and purple as they move in the sun. And you realize you're flying around on a sunny day, around the most beautiful garden, aware of the scents of different flowers, and aware of the perspective of things down here at this scale. And you fly around that garden, and you settle down and have a sweet drink before flying off somewhere else, settling down again. And then you decide to settle down near a pool of water, near what to a human would just be a pond, but to you at the scale of a butterfly looks more like a giant lake. And as you just rest there by that pond, you watch the ripples of the water as the wind blows a breeze. You see the occasional fish pop its mouth up to the surface before disappearing back into that pond again. You hear the sound of a frog, and then watch as a frog suddenly jumps from among some tall grass and plops into the water and swims across that water and climbs out the other side of the pond. And while you gaze into the centre of that pond, you notice that the waves seem to be moving in one direction with the breeze, but then they start bouncing off the sides, and you notice a second direction of waves. And then as they bounce off another side, you notice a third direction of waves. And you notice there seems to be an interference pattern. Some areas, the waves seem to cancel out, and there seems to be no waves. But those waves and the rhythm of them seem to be in harmony, making the peaks get taller and taller, until they seem like really large waves for such a small pond. And they're bouncing in an increasingly complex pattern. Then after a few moments, you notice that in the centre of those waves, there seems to be a larger and larger trough right in the middle of that pond. And then the water seems to begin to circle around that hole in the middle. And the waves seem to turn into a whirlpool, getting faster and faster. And as that whirlpool increases and increases, suddenly you notice yourself almost being drawn to that whirlpool. And you try to keep yourself back. You try to remain where you are. And all of a sudden, You feel yourself pulled out of that butterfly's body, almost like a whole human suddenly being pulled out of a butterfly. Almost like your consciousness has formed a representation of your physical being as you get pulled from the butterfly into that whirlpool. And you pass down into the whirlpool. And as soon as you do, you notice an intense, pleasant silence. You notice that all around you is just a comfortable light, not bright, not dark, just a comfortable, even light. And there's a faint pulsing from in front of you, passing down beside each side of you, all around you, and then off behind you. And you don't know if that pulsing is actually you travelling forward past something static, or if you're static and that pulsing is happening around you. You realise you have no reference, no sense that you're moving, but also no sense that you're not moving. And so that comfortable pulsing light happens around you. And after a little while, you begin to see a dark spot off in the distance. And you realise that that dark spot is getting larger and larger. Until eventually you suddenly find yourself popping out of that dark spot, out of the end of what you now think of as probably a wormhole. And you don't know how that wormhole formed in the pond, and how the other end of that wormhole formed out here where you now are. But you find yourself falling down into a desert at night time. You notice how cool it is here in this desert at night time, as you have a sense of falling onto that cool desert sand, that incredibly soft sand, rolling in that sand, coming to a stop. And you have this feeling that you're just consciousness here, but that your consciousness is projecting a physical body around you, so that you feel comfortable and have an experience that you expect to have. In the same way that some people can have a missing limb and can experience the existence of a limb that no longer exists, and can experience sensations in that limb. That the consciousness has the power to do this. And so you stand up, you begin to walk through this desert, noticing the blue hue of the night sky on the desert sand, noticing the way the moon illuminates the tips of the sand dunes, and the silence out here in the desert the peace here in this desert. And on the horizon, you notice what looks like the outline of some trees. So you begin to walk towards those trees. And as you get closer and closer, you notice that it is trees, and you begin to smell the smell of water. And you arrive at an oasis here in the desert. And when you arrive at that oasis, you see somebody sat next to a campfire. So you walk over to that person, and they tell you this is the oasis in the mind. That this oasis is a safe haven for positive thoughts. Buried in this barren location. It allows you to travel out into the desert. Spend time with thoughts, and yet know you've got somewhere safe to come back to. And they tell you that they're going to teach you how to get into the right mind-body state for long journeys in deserts. How to be able to control your breathing. How to be able to optimize the functioning of your mind-body. And you're curious about this. As you sit down next to them, you listen to the crackling fire. You watch the way the light dances. You hear the gentle lapping of the water on the shore, the slight rustling of the leaves in the trees. And you hear their voice. And they say, just allow your eyes to be closed. And with your eyes closed, you can be aware of the rustling leaves. You can notice the flickering flame and the light of that through your eyelids. You can hear the sound of the water gently lapping on the shore. You can smell the smell of the fire. You can smell the fresh smell of the water. You can feel the sense of the air as you breathe in and out. And you can feel what it feels like to be sat right there. And you can hear my voice. And my voice will go with you. And my voice may take many forms. It may take the form of the wind. It may take the form of the rain. It may take the form of the sounds of birds in the background or rustling leaves. It may take many different forms, and you'll just know that my voice is there with you in the background while you go on your journey deep inside your mind. And as you relax deep inside your mind, so you can notice how the out-breath gradually gets longer than the in-breath. You can notice how the breathing deepens and softens, how the muscles around your face soften, perhaps softening with the warmth from the fire, as the shoulders and the muscles around your neck soften and relax, softening and relaxing more with each out-breath. With that softening spreading down through the muscles in the arms, the shoulders, the upper back, down into the lower back, down the chest and the stomach muscles, all the way down to your legs, softening and relaxing through your legs down to your feet. And as your body relaxes deeply, so your mind can begin to relax. And you came here through a wormhole. And you're exploring this desert. And you've settled down by this lake. And you can hear those sounds around you. And you can begin to access a library in your mind. And that library in your mind is connected to a universal library. That what you think of as a concept of being just in your mind is actually universal. And is larger than the physical space that you think of as where your mind resides. And that what you're really doing is relaxing the mind to a point where the brainwaves resonate with the frequencies of the fabric of the universe. And as that resonating happens, so that library forms more fully in your mind. And after a few moments, you'll be there. You'll have access to universal knowledge and wisdom. And consciously, you may not necessarily understand or realize what you have access to, but you are learning here. And my voice can be those sounds in the background while you become absorbed in the library. A library of billions of books, and each book has its own knowledge. And navigating the library is an instinctive thing. Overthinking can get you lost. Just going with the flow navigates you round the library. Helps you to find the right book for any given moment. And you can think about what books you could do with reading today. And you don't have to know exactly, consciously, what those books are. because it's about instinctively almost stumbling upon the right books, just finding yourself in a part of a library where you think, oh, I'll just have a look at that. I'm curious about that book there. And you may not even know exactly what drew you to a given book. Maybe it was a title. Maybe it was the font the title was written in. Maybe it was the cover design. Maybe it was something about how that book looked. Perhaps the book looked old and you got drawn to the way that looked. Perhaps the book looked new and that drew you to it. Perhaps you had a sense of what the book will smell like, and you felt almost that compulsion to reach forward, to pick the book off the shelf, so that you could open the book and have a smell, and absorb more knowledge from the scent. And you can explore the library, noticing the sounds of your footsteps, as they can echo around this library, even if you try and walk quietly. And my voice can go with you in the background, just as a guide, almost like a slight breeze guiding you from one corridor to another. And as you open a book, you can find a book that when you open it, you see yourself in that book. And you realize as you're looking through that book that this is one of many books of your life. Not the life you have led, but the life and the lives of every other you that's ever existed and ever made a decision. And you realize there's a whole section of this library with books that are infinitely large and yet fit on a shelf, where you can be turning the pages endlessly and seem to have as much book left as you had when you started turning the pages, realizing that these books chronicle every version of your life that there could have been. And some of those you can learn from. You can't change where you are, but you can still learn from alternative decisions. And you can explore the books in this library to the extent that you begin to sit down on the floor, surrounded by books you're excited to read, even if you don't realize that consciously, where the knowledge will be helpful. And after a while of reading those books, I'll guide you onto the next level of this experience. When you've learned how to access different knowledge, and this knowledge will help you to know how to navigate the desert, how to be relaxed while walking through the harsh environments. And then after reading for a while, you can stand up and walk towards the door at the back of the room. And as you approach that door, you take hold of the door handle. You open that door. You can walk through and find yourself in the most beautiful English country garden. You can see that you're walking out of a little shed at the end of a country garden. And it's only a small property. You can see an old cottage and walk towards that old cottage, seeing rows of flowers, a well-kept lawn, noticing that the air is slightly crisp and fresh, the sounds of songbirds, the coolness of that air on your cheeks. And if you close your eyes to breathe in that fresh air, you can feel the coolness of the air on your eyelids and feel the coolness of it passing into your nostrils and down into your throat, down into your lungs, almost filling you with a sense of comfort. And as you walk into this cottage, you can notice that it's as if the person who lived here had just gone out. And you can find a note saying, "Make yourself comfortable." And after the time you've had, the note says, "Upstairs is a sensory deprivation tank. You may enjoy giving that a go." And so you head upstairs and you see what looks like a hot tub with a lid. You get yourself prepared. You climb inside. You lie down in that water. You close the lid. And you notice all the sound stop. And the water's at a temperature that you're barely aware that it's there. And your body is well supported by that water. And every now and then, you blink your eyes just to check and see if they're open or closed, because you're unable to tell. And you start to drift into an inner experience where there's no time, there's no up or down, left or right, backwards or forwards. There's just here and now. And the silence just helps you drift deeper into the experience. And then after a few moments of drifting deeper into the experience, you start to hear the sound of a sea. You hear the sound of the ocean, of water rolling up a shore of pebbles. and then rolling back out again, pulling those pebbles back out into the sea. Then a few moments later, rolling back into shore again, and then pulling those pebbles back out again into the sea. And you begin to have this feeling like you're lying on the most comfortable towel on the beach. And you start to have this sense of a slight orange glow, like it's a sunny day and your eyes are closed. You have this feeling like you could just open your eyes and you'd be on a beach. And with your eyes still closed, you feel around with your hands, feeling with your fingertips. And you can feel that towel beneath you. You can feel the pebbles beneath the towel. And you open your eyes and you see the most beautiful, sunny blue sky. You can hear seagulls. You can hear that water lapping on the shore, rolling in and out, gently pulling those stones back out to sea. And you stand up and you walk, crunching your way through the stones, all the way down to the seashore, walking into the sea, feeling the warmth of that water as it laps up over your feet, and that tickling of that water as it pulls the pebbles and sand down over your feet. And in the wind and the sounds of the seagulls, you have this sense of being communicated, that this is a deep, deep part of your mind, an oasis in your mind. It's the heart of your mind and the mind of your heart. And from here, the heart of your mind and the mind of your heart can become what you want it to be. All you have to do is sit down, gaze out to sea, and while you gaze out to sea, the heart of your mind and the mind of your heart become one, resonate with each other, and pulse that frequency out into the world. From deep in your mind, connecting with the universe. And this ocean view will become what you want it to be, the place that's your oasis in the mind. And so you sit there a little longer, gazing out over the ocean, and then you notice it changing to what you want this place to be. And it's your own personal experience. And you see what you see here, what you hear here, feel what you feel. And you can smell what you smell here, taste what you taste here, experiencing what you experience. While the voice takes on the form of anything in the background, of different sounds in the background. And then after a while, that can seem a long time, and sometimes a long time can seem a short time. And you can discover what the time seems to you. That voice can begin guiding you back through the experience, initially taking the form of the breeze, the form of the sounds of birds. As you feel this sense of relaxing back on that towel, and then after a while, discovering yourself in that sensory deprivation tank where you open the lid. You sort yourself out and head downstairs. You have something to drink, something to eat. You have this sense of smelling soup in the kitchen. And notice a glass of pina colada on the kitchen work surface. And you see a little old lady out in the back garden of this little cottage, tending to her herb garden. And as you walk out into the garden, she greets you with the most beautiful, kind smile. She says that she hopes you enjoyed your trip and that you'll be back to visit soon. She looks forward to preparing a meal for you when you next visit, and hopes that you'll take time to sit with her and share your experiences with her. You have this thought to yourself that you imagine that'll happen at some point when you sleep and dream, that you'll take a couple of minutes and it will feel like many hours of sitting and chatting with her. And you're curious what healing will come from that chat. You have this sense that she's wiser than you imagine. As you head back to the shed, and you open that shed door, and as you open the shed door, you find your way back through the library, and you see pinned on a wall a list, and you notice that now many items are crossed off that list, and many new items have been added to the bottom, things to achieve that are meaningful to you. And you know that you easily and effortlessly, without even realizing it, achieved those items that are crossed off the list. And that you have this instinctive feeling you're going to find it just as easy and effortless to work through the rest of that list. And you sit down on the floor of the library and you close your eyes And you begin to have this sense of being back in that oasis. You start to hear that person's voice guiding you back to the here and now in the oasis, as if they've been talking to you the whole time, even though you know you can't recall hearing their voice the whole time. And as you open your eyes in the oasis and see them smiling at you, welcoming you back, you realize a sandstorm seems to have whipped up in the desert all around you, and it seems to be spinning around and around the oasis. That the oasis isn't getting sandy at all. And they tell you that the oasis is immune to the sand. And the sand just whips around and around that oasis. And they tell you it's time to find your way back to that wormhole. And you comment on the sandstorm, and they tell you it's time to head over the dunes and find your way back to the wormhole. And you comment again about the sandstorm. And they just look at you and say, trust yourself. It'll be okay. And they look you square in the eyes when they tell you that. And then you see a smile come to their eyes, a reassuring smile, a slight nod to their head. And then they tap you on the shoulder. You stand up and you walk out into the sandstorm and you trust yourself. And you walk through the sandstorm, following your instinct. Just focusing on keeping your balance as you cross that sand. Just focusing on being in the moment until eventually you find your way to that wormhole. And as you reach into the wormhole, so you find your way zapped back through that wormhole. You notice the sudden peace of being out of that sandstorm, that pulsing of the light down the tunnel. That feeling of not knowing whether the light is moving around you or you're moving past the light. The softness and gentleness of the light through here. The silence of the tunnel. As you pop out in that pond and feel your consciousness fly through the air, landing back in that butterfly. And as a butterfly, you fly up, stretch your wings. You land near a bonsai tree. You think to yourself how this tree makes you feel more comfortable at this size. It feels more normal, the way this tree towers over you, than the other trees in the garden. You then fly back through the garden and find your way all the way back to having a sense of swinging on that swing. And as you swing on that swing, suddenly realizing you lost track of how many sheep you had counted, and wondering how long you drifted inside your mind. And you look around you as you draw that swing to a halt. And you can see way off in the distance thunder clouds with glowing lightning within the clouds. And you're so far away at the moment that you can't hear any noise from that storm, but you see that the storm is heading your way. And you knew from the air that this was occurring, and that it would be only a matter of time before there was a storm tonight. And so you head down to the fields. You sort all the animals out, make sure they'll be fine during the storm. You check on each animal. You pet each animal. You know each animal by name. You make sure they're going to be okay, just as you feel the first drop of rain on your cheek. You then head back home. You sit on the porch for a while as those raindrops increase from the occasional drop of rain to heavier and heavier rain, to smelling the smell of the ground as that hot earth gets some rainwater for the first time in a long time, noticing the change to the smell of the air as the rain clears the air, catches particles and carries them to the ground, and then hearing that gentle rumble of thunder and noticing the flashing of lightning as the storm gradually gets closer and closer. And then when you feel the time is right, you head indoors and you settle down on a seat for a little while. You take some time to read a good book before heading off to bed. And as you go to bed, so you spin a gyroscope that's next to the bed. And while you lie in bed, you watch that spinning and the way it stays upright. And as you watch that gyroscope spinning, so you drift to thoughts of the wormhole. And you wonder about the experience, that you felt like you closed your eyes for just a few moments. And yet you've got these memories of this experience that seemed to have taken many, many hours and seemed so real. And as you watch that gyroscope and drift into your mind, you start to have this sense of counting sheep, almost like the sheep you were counting outside. 50, 49, 48, 47, 46, and you find it hard to keep track of the numbers. You find it hard to keep counting, like your mind begins to wander. And as your mind begins to wander and you lose track of the numbers, while you try really hard to keep counting, so a voice in your mind tells you that your experience on the swing was more than just a reverie. It was something so much deeper and more profound, and that by counting the sheep, you can learn more about the experience. All you have to do is be counting the sheep to the point where you forget where the numbers go and seem to disappear, where it becomes too much effort to keep counting those sheep, and you just drift into your mind, into the experience. And when that happens, then you'll learn more about the experience and will be able to access it all again in a whole new way, in a way that can be so profound, a way that can help you sleep all night so well and optimally that you wake feeling incredible in the morning, looking forward to a night's sleep, looking forward to each night's sleep as you just drift and float comfortably and relaxed asleep. 50, 49, 48, 47, 46, 45. Just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to relax, I'm just going to tell this sleep meditation in the background. But I don't know whether you'll drift deeper with the sound of my words, or whether it'll be with the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably drift asleep, you can just imagine yourself sitting on a beach, and the sun has just set below the horizon. You can hear the gentle lapping of the water on the shore. You can notice what the waves look like as they roll in, and the sound as they roll back out. And you can see that band of orangey red colour near the horizon in the direction the sun has set. And then looking off the opposite direction, you can notice that inky blueness. And you can notice how the air temperature has cooled off a little since the sun set over the horizon. How birds have quietened down in the background, almost like the world here is gently falling asleep. And noticing a certain stillness and calmness to the air. And finding that you're now the only person left on this beach. And you relax back, just enjoying the experience of lying on that beach. And as that sky gets darker and darker, so more and more stars become visible. And you allow yourself to just sit comfortably in the dark, so that your eyes can get used to the dark. And the more your eyes get used to the dark, the clearer you can see those stars. And you relax there, and occasionally you see a shooting star pass across the sky. And then as time goes on, the number of shooting stars that pass across the sky increases. And you watch and wait for tonight's meteor shower. And you know that in just a few hours, it's going to be almost like it's raining meteors. Like that spitting rain that you can get, where you know it's raining because occasionally you feel a drop on your skin. And you gaze up at the sky and relax, and you occasionally find your eyes wanting to blink shut. But you keep letting those eyes reopen. And the more you try to keep those eyes open, the deeper and more relaxed you become, and the more those eyes want to shut. And it starts your mind thinking about how the brain works sometimes in such a paradoxical way, where the harder you try to do something, the more difficult it becomes. Where you can make something elusive by chasing it. Where if you try to stay awake for a late night film, you're more likely to fall asleep. If you try to fall asleep because you've got to be up early, you're more likely to be stuck awake. And so it is that the more you try to stay awake, watching that meteor shower, the more your eyes want to close, and the deeper asleep you want to become. And it's almost like building up a sleep potential. So that just closing your eyes will make you fall asleep. As if your whole body is saying that that's what you want to do. And then, as that meteor shower increases, you watch, and you can almost hear the hissing and the crackling as they shoot across the sky, to that regular rhythm of the waves lapping on the shore. And after a few hours of watching the meteor shower, you stand up, you walk down to the seashore. You can smell that salty air. You walk just into the sea, where the waves lap gently across your feet, past your ankles, feeling that cool, relaxing water, feeling the grains of sand as they move around your feet and tickle between your toes. And you get a few deep, comfortable breaths of the sea air. And you think about how healing the sea air can be, how relaxing being on a calm beach can be. Before you head back up the beach, pack away the chair and climb into your tent. You zip up the entrance to the tent and relax back in the tent. You can hear the sound of the wind outside. And almost feel that wind pulsing and relaxing you deeper and deeper inside your mind. And as that wind blows on the tent, and that sea rolls gently onto the shore, so your eyes blink a few times as you snuggle down and relax in a sleeping bag, feeling so comfortable and drifting and floating asleep. And while you drift and float asleep, so you begin to dream. And you dream about floating up out of your body. And as you float up out of the tent, you notice that the world around you has a calm, almost daylight feel to it, a certain whiteness to the world, almost like there's a uniform light illuminating this world around you. And you notice as you float up above the tent that everything is still, that those waves aren't rolling into the shore, that the distant trees aren't moving, almost like it's a snapshot in time, and you float up higher and higher. You find yourself at the height of the clouds, and you float through the clouds, finding yourself above them. And then you just think about lowering down to the clouds, and as you think about that, so your body lowers down, and you land on your feet on those clouds. And as you walk on the clouds, you notice how underfoot the clouds feel almost like a bouncy castle covered in the thickest, fluffiest rug you can imagine. You can feel the softness of that and the springiness of that under your feet. And you can see on this cloud what almost looks like cloud boulders. And you walk over to some of those cloud boulders, almost bouncing along the cloud like astronauts walking on the moon. And you handle one of the cloud boulders, and you find that that cloud boulder feels as light as air. Almost like picking up a beach ball. It's so soft, like it's wrapped in fur. And you sit yourself down and rest on that cloud, and you roll around on that cloud. And you feel those cloud boulders that are really just like small clouds. And you know that this is a dream. And you know that your unconscious is just communicating about calmness and relaxation, while it educates you and helps you to work on any issues from the day. It's almost like giving that conscious part of you a safe and comfortable place to go while other work is going on elsewhere. like a waiting room for your consciousness. And so you enjoy bouncing around on the cloud. And you find a lake up here in this cloud. And you put your hands in that water. And you notice how blue the water is. And as you rest your hands into the water, so you notice some of the coolness and blueness almost passing through your hands, up your arms, and comforting and healing through the body, and just softening and relaxing you. And you notice the temperature and the pressure of that water. You notice how viscous that water feels as you move those hands through the water. And then you see a rowboat and notice that it's floating towards you as if it just appeared on this lake, off to one side, and has somehow floated into view. And you feel this sense that this rowboat is floating your direction for you to climb into it. And so when that rowboat arrives at you, you climb into it. You push off from the side with one of the oars, and you begin to paddle that boat across the lake. And you don't know what's across the lake, but you just feel this sense of going with the experience, of continuing to travel through this experience. And as you travel across that lake, you can see what looks like a smaller cloud in the middle of the lake, almost like an island in the lake. You row to that island. You get out of the boat at the island. And you see in the middle of this island seems to be a hole going down. And next to it is a sign that says, close your eyes, count down from 10, and then step into this hole. And you feel this deep sense of trusting that this is a safe place for your consciousness. And you're curious. And so you close your eyes, standing at that hole, and you start counting down 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And then you step into that hole, and you drop in that hole, and it's like dropping into a water chute, into a water slide. And you travel around that at a comfortable speed, whizzing around, circling around, feeling a sense of almost travelling deeper and deeper inside the cloud. Travelling through some of that water that spilled from the inside of the cloud into this water chute. And you open your eyes as you're travelling through this chute, and you can see the sides passing you by. And then you pop out the end, and you splash and slide through some water. And as you look around, you discover that you're actually inside the cloud. And that you can see how the water is being produced, and that there's almost like a sprinkler system in the ground that seems to be sprinkling down towards the earth. And you can see mechanisms that turn that sprinkler system on and off. You can see that on the dial for the mechanism there's different settings. There's a setting for just very, very light rain. There's a setting for rain that's a bit heavier. And the settings go all the way up to very, very heavy rain. You can see that there's someone at the front of the cloud, and they're controlling the speed of the cloud, how fast they drive this cloud. You can see them talking on a headset with people in other clouds. And they're all synchronizing to make sure that, just like a convoy, they travel at the same rate and speed as each other. And you find this an unexpected discovery. And then you can see someone near the cloud, near one of the, almost like a window in the side of the cloud. And you watch as they stick their thumb out of the cloud, having licked their thumb, and then they pull their thumb back in again. And you go over and you ask them what they're doing. And they say that they're just checking the wind speed and the wind direction. They like to do it the old-fashioned way, a quick lick of the thumb and stick it outside. They can get an idea of the weather just from that. And you notice that this cloud seems to have so many cogs whirring and spinning to make everything happen, almost like the inside of the cloud is mechanical, and just seems so old-fashioned. You imagined that perhaps your brain would have created something a bit more modern. And then someone comes up to you in this cloud, and they tell you, "We're here," and you ask, "Where?" And they say, "Just stand over there." And so you stand where they tell you. And they have a lever beside them, and they have to pull part of the lever under their fingers back to the handle, almost as if to release a lock or a brake. And then they pull that lever back into an upright position. And as they do, a trap door beneath you opens up, and you fall out the bottom of the cloud. And as you fell out the bottom of the cloud, they tell you that it's okay, you're on autopilot, you'll land in the right place. And as you fall, you instinctively raise your arms out to your side. And you feel yourself flying and gliding, and you have this instinctive feeling of twisting and turning your body to direct yourself, and you don't know where you're directing yourself to. And you look down and you try to work out where it is you're heading. But you don't recognize where you are. And you can see this almost misty, low layer of cloud beneath you, hiding much of what's on the ground. And then all of a sudden you have this feeling like you need to bring your arms in. So you bring your arms into your side. You end up with your feet facing the ground. And then you find yourself landing And as you look around you, you realise you've landed in an old-fashioned telephone box. And you have this sense that this telephone box seems to be in England. And the telephone is ringing. And you look around you from inside the telephone box, just letting that telephone continue to ring, while you try and work out where you are and what's just happened. You can hear outside the telephone box people milling around, walking up and down, footsteps on the ground, what sounds almost like a market behind you, with different traders. And in front of you is a dial and a black telephone. And there seems to be almost like a tube sticking out of this telephone. And then a single cone in a handle at the side of the telephone. You pick up that cone, put it to your ear, and you say hello. And as you say hello, all you hear back is the rhythmic sound of drumming. And you listen to that drumming, and something about the rhythms seems to resonate with you. And you notice how that drumming feels almost hypnotic, almost like you can't stop listening. And as you listen, you notice the rhythms begin to change. They begin to slow down. And you notice it's almost like two separate rhythms at once. And you find, as the rhythms slow down, that you begin to feel even more deeper relaxed. You notice that your body seems to be slowing down and relaxing. The breathing seems to be deepening and slowing down. And you realize that's happening in time with the drums. And then once it reaches a comfortable level of deep relaxation, the drums stop beating. And as they stop beating, you almost unconsciously place the phone back in place and slowly turn around and exit this phone box. You find yourself walking down a cobbled street. You can see market stalls down this street, people selling fruit, veg, people selling meats, people selling different items of clothing, different fabrics, bags, all sorts of items. And you walk down this street, and you find your attention drawn to all the bright colours, all the movement. Almost like your attention's becoming overwhelmed with so much to look at and not knowing where to begin. But then one stall catches your eye. Something about it draws you in. You see some twinkling and sparkling. And you notice that the sunlight is managing to creep through the buildings and happens to have illuminated a bowl of water on that stool. And as that water gently moves, so twinkling catches your eye. and you walk towards that twinkling water. And as you get closer, you see somebody who seems to be selling potatoes. They seem to have multiple different varieties of potatoes and different sizes of potatoes. And the way everyone's dressed, you have this sense that this is somehow like Victorian London. And yet there's this person who, in his sales pitch to sell the potatoes, is shouting out about all the different things you can do with potatoes, the different ways you can cook them, and selling the health benefits, and seeming to tailor their approach to sales to each person as they walk past, as if somehow they almost instinctively seem to know what the people walking past would want. And so you walk to that potato stall, and the person says, "Do you want a potato?" And you say, "Not right now," you just somehow felt drawn here. And they ask, "Are you sure?" And you say, "Yes, I'm very sure. I don't want a potato right now." And then they ask, "Are you sure?" And then you start doubting yourself, questioning yourself. You start wondering whether you really are as sure as you thought you were. And just at the moment when they've managed to induce a little confusion in your mind, they hand you a potato and say, "Come this way." They pull down a velvet piece of material across the front of their stall. They walk you round the back of the stall and down an alleyway, down to a secret door. They look around, then they open that door. They show you into a room. And as they show you into this room, you suddenly realize you're eating that cooked potato, that baked potato, just in your hand, almost like an apple. And you're wondering how you'd agreed to have that potato. You don't remember agreeing to it. And you can think to yourself how good they were at what they did. And then they show you through this building. They ask you to take a seat. You sit down in a seat. They sit down opposite you and they tell you, this seat is the most comfortable seat you are ever going to sit in. And they tell you to close your eyes as they talk to you. And so you close your eyes and you can hear them beginning to talk. And as they talk, they begin to walk around the room. You can hear their voice from in front of you. You can hear their voice as it moves around the side of you. You can hear their voice as it moves to the back of your head and then moves around the other side. And as you listen to their voice, it's almost like their voice is within your mind, travelling around in your mind. And they tell you to open your eyes just for a moment while you can hear their voice off to the side of you. And you open your eyes. As you open your eyes, You're surprised to discover, as you look around, that this room now seems to have mirrors all around the walls and on the ceiling, as if somehow you're suddenly in a room full of mirrors, and you can see yourself from all different angles, all different perspectives. And they say, look into your eyes. And just keep looking into your eyes of that you in front of you. And as you keep looking into your eyes of that you in front of you, you're going to notice how the other yous around you begin to fade away. And while those other yous begin to fade away, so you can notice how dark everything around you becomes. And while it all becomes dark, you can reach a point where just you looking at your eyes, where you can just see your eyes and only your own eyes. And as you look at your eyes, floating in that mirror, looking back at you, you can notice how those eyes begin to get heavier and heavier. And while those eyes get heavier and heavier, they're just going to want to close. And when those eyes want to close, don't let them for a while. Allow yourself to really enjoy the process of the eyes wanting to close. They'll want to blink, and you'll notice them blink a few times rapidly. And you can let that happen, but really try to keep those eyes open a little longer. Really enjoy the process of wanting those eyes to close. And as you sit there, and this person talks in the background, after a while, you start to wonder whether your eyes are open or closed. You're pretty sure your eyes are still open and you're still looking at that mirror. But at the same time, you feel like your eyes have closed, like you've begun to drift deeper into the experience. And then you notice that the mirrors seem to have faded away, and that even those eyes in front of you begin to fade away and begin to close and fade and drift away, and the voice of the person begins to fade away, and you start to hear sounds around you. And everything begins to go dark at first. And then as the light begins to rise again, you find yourself lying down in a savanna, you can notice the warmth of the sun. You can hear those sounds of birds. You can feel the dry grass beneath you. And you can see a lake a little way off from you. And you stand up and you walk down towards that lake. And as you walk, you look around, taking in this environment, knowing that you're still traveling deeper and deeper into your mind. Curious what healing is going on in your mind while you're here, and what the purpose of here is. And as you walk, you look over at a family of elephants. You can see Some of them drinking, some of them playing, some of them spraying water over their backs, flapping their ears, cooling themselves off. And you get closer and closer, and then you stop a comfortable distance away, and you just watch and observe. And with the steps that the elephants take, so you can see their feet as they strike the ground. And a short time later you can feel the ground where you are. You can feel the subtle vibrations through the ground of the steps that they took over there. You can hear that gentle lapping of the lake on the shore. You can see other animals at this lake, all focusing on just drinking the water, washing and relaxing. And you wonder what it is that you're going to be learning here. And as you wonder that, so it's almost like time speeds up. Almost like the sun passes across the sky. The sun begins to set. The sounds change. The animals go off about their daily business. Some go to bed. The moon rises. The stars rise. And you can see those stars in the sky. And see the occasional cloud passing across the sky. And feel a sense of stillness and calm. And you begin to explore this area. You find a cave. You set up a small fire in the cave. Make yourself that campfire. Hearing the crackling, popping of the campfire. Noticing the way the light dances on the walls. And as that light dances on the walls, so you realize there are some cave paintings here. You can see what looks like a handprint, almost like an inverse handprint, like someone has placed their hand on the wall of the cave and placed some kind of paint around their hand to leave an imprint of their hand. And you instinctively lift your hand, place your hand into that handprint. And as you do, you almost get a flash of memories of times long gone. And you look around you while your hand is rested there. And you see an almost ghostly figure of cave people living in a community in this cave. You see them interacting, communicating. You see them with their fire, almost like an overlaid reality. Like this is a memory of a past time, almost like it was stored in the rocks of this cave. And you're seeing a ghostly version of that now. And you watch as that plays out. You watch as that family interacts. The children go to bed. And you see one of those cave people come over to this wall. You see them mixing up some kind of paint with some water. And then getting that water, that painty water, into their mouth. And a bit like fire breathers, spraying the liquid out of their mouths to give the illusion of breathing fire. They spray at the back of their hand, exactly where your hand is, and their hand is over the top, almost like it's inside your hand. Their apparition of their hand is in the same location. And after they've done that, so it fades away, and you find yourself in the cave like normal, that sound of the flickering flames of the fire, the sound of the occasional breeze blowing into the cave. And you look around the walls at what other cave art is here. And you see one bit of cave art that looks like a herd of animals. And as you go and touch that bit of cave art, so outside the cave, it becomes daylight again. But the daylight has an unusual quality, and you watch this herd of those animals, almost like apparitions of them, walking past the cave. And you can see inside the cave is this family looking out as that herd of animals walks past. You can see the excitement in the way that they're communicating, their non-verbal behaviours, the sound of their voice. And you don't understand the words they're using, but you can notice that they're excited by what they're seeing. And you watch this play out all the way to when one of them comes over and paints what it is that you're touching. And then you go back to the fire. You lie down near the fire, and you drift and float comfortably and relaxed asleep. And on awakening, you're surprised to see that while you were asleep, a wolf had crawled into the cave with you and had slept alongside you. And on awakening, that wolf awoke as well. And the wolf looked at you with such friendly eyes. It bowed its head. You held out your hand, palm up. You let that wolf move its nose over to your hand, so that the wolf would know that you're safe and friendly. And the wolf sniffed at your hand, and then it bowed its head again. You very slowly and carefully moved your hand and stroked that wolf, and it allowed you to do so, and you could feel its breathing. You could feel your fingers deep in its fur, that fur tickling between your fingers. You could feel the warmth of its body. And as you stood up, so did the wolf. And then you leave the cave and the wolf starts following. And as you continue to explore this area, you find that this wolf seems to join you on the journey. And you can think to yourself about how, at some point in the past, wolves and humans had decided that they could spend time together and built relationships. And you wondered if this was one of those moments. And as you explored this area, the wolf seemed so happy to just keep up and to be your companion on this journey. And after many days of trekking from where you found yourself, many nights of camping, with that wolf sticking by you, you found yourself approaching a swampy area. And you helped that wolf, and that wolf helped you as you walked and navigated through the swampy area. The wolf seemed to somehow instinctively know where the best route was, almost as if it could smell the right way. And that swampy area gave way to a river, and you followed that river, sometimes walking through the day, other times walking at night. But all times sticking together. And that river led you all the way down to an ocean. And you set up camp on this ocean. And you realized that this location seemed very much like the location where you fell asleep. And there were some differences, as if this was this location a long time before the date you fell asleep. And the wolf stuck with you. And as you fell asleep, so you found yourself waking up again in that room of mirrors, and that person was there welcoming you back, telling you that you've just been on a healing experience, that you've just met a guide that's taken you through many healing places and processes in your mind, while taking you on a journey. And this person handed you a glass, and inside that glass was what looked like blue goo. And they said to pour that goo into your hands. And so you poured the goo into your hands, and you could feel how cool that goo was under the fingertips. And they said you just need to work that goo into a ball. And once you've worked it into a ball, it'll all stick together just right. And so you work that goo into a ball. And just as you get it all into a ball, it seems to solidify and become an orb. And it starts to glow and pulsate. And there's a hum coming from that orb. And it starts to become more see-through, with that blue becoming brighter and brighter, almost like it's an electric blue, almost like electricity is somehow within that orb, like somehow the orb contains a lot of energy. And you find that that orb in your hand feels like it's getting lighter and lighter. And you loosen your fingers around that orb, and it doesn't seem to move around much in your hand. And you lift it up with your hand, holding it out in front of you. And then as you gently lower your hand down, without your fingers holding the orb, so that orb seems to just sit there floating in space in that location. And you reach out again and touch the orb again, and you rise it up even higher. And when you let go, it seems to stick exactly where you've placed it. And you test this a few more times, moving the orb near to you, further away, up, down, left, right. And wherever you place that orb, it just seems to sit there. And this person tells you that that orb contains a lot of energy and a lot of magic. And that it's got the ability, from a simple touch, to heal deeply within you. That you just have to think about what it is that you would like healed, what you would like to change in your life. Something that would involve alterations within you, and then touch the orb. And some of that blue healing energy will pass from the orb following those intentions for wellness, and will then flow through you. And you'll notice that any negativity, any blocks will be released. And any negativity will flow out of you, through your feet into the ground, and dissipate. And that you'll remain touching the orb until suddenly you just feel this sense of letting go. And at the point that you feel that sense of letting go, the hand will automatically move away from the orb, and you'll know all that healing is done. And so you sit back, you think about what it is you would like healed, what it is you would like to change, what it is you would like different. And that person just stands there quietly beside you, allowing you the time and space to think, to process, to find what it is you would like healed. And then you reach forward, you touch the orb, and you feel that healing energy passing in through your hand, into your arm, down through your body, up into your head, almost cycling round. And you have that sense, a sensation in the feet that lets you know that any blocks and negativity are dissipating out of you, being replaced with this healing. And while this continues, so your eyes gently close, as if to give yourself time to just be focused on the experience of the healing. And then after a little while of being focused on the experience of the healing, you have a sense of the dissipation coming to an end. And then without any thought at all, the hand releases from the orb. and feeling deeply relaxed. You find yourself drifting back in that chair. And the person says it's time to leave. And they hand you back your potato. They walk you back out to the street. And they tell you you can revisit here any time. You want a bit of magic, a bit of healing. And they walk you all the way back to where you can see that phone box. And they say goodbye. They head back to their stall. And as you walk up towards the phone box, you see them raising that velvet cover. And before they've even got behind the stall again, they're already in the process of selling. And you have this curious sense of déjà vu while you arrive at the phone box. You can hear that phone ringing. You enter the phone box. You lift up the receiver. You put it to your ear. You can hear drumming. And as you listen to that drumming, you notice the changes in the drumming before finding yourself back in that cloud. And back in the cloud, you get asked if you've had a nice trip. And they say that we're just passing over your destination. And they tell you to drop back out that hole again. And this time when you drop, you fall down from the clouds. You see that tent. You find yourself drifting and floating comfortably into that you in the tent. And then once you land inside that you in the tent, you drift deeper and deeper asleep. You drift from a dreaming sleep into your deep recuperative sleep, the sleep that helps to heal you on a cellular level. And then in the morning, you awaken feeling so refreshed, revitalized, so full of energy and ready to get on with the day, excited about what you've got to be grateful for in the day coming up, what you've got to look forward to, what your plans are. And you remember the meteor shower the night before. You remember vaguely the dream that you had. And you have this sense that it felt almost real, yet you know it must have been a dream. And you pack everything away. You walk up off of this beach. You cut through some woodland, and as you cut through the woodland, so you can hear the rustling of the leaves as the wind blows a breeze. You can notice the way shards of light dance and shimmer. You can hear the sound of each footstep on the solid dirt ground. And then you hear this gentle chirping of a robin a little way off the path. You decide to turn off the path. walk a little bit into the woods, off the path. And as you walk into the woods, it gets a little darker. And you discover that robin has its own little bird box, almost like a tiny house on the side of a tree, where whoever made this bird box had placed windows on it, had placed what looked like a door on it, even placed what looked like a chimney on it, and a slight footpath outside the door, which was a little perch that the robin was resting on. And you watch as that robin sings so beautifully, with its singing almost echoing among the trees. And while you watch, you hear the sound of someone else around you. You see someone else walking through the woods. And as they get closer, you have this curious sense that you recognize them. And they acknowledge you in a friendly way. And they comment about how robin redbreasts don't actually have red breasts. That's an interesting fact. And you look back at the robin, and you have this sense, almost like an aha moment, or a sense of intrigue at just suddenly realizing that. Thinking how many times you've seen a robin and never really thought about it. And as you turn back to talk to that person, to tell them that you'd never really thought about that, they ask you how your potato was. They hope you liked it. They ask you if you'd like another. You say you're okay, and you're curious how they would know about the potato. They ask you if you're sure. You say you're definitely okay. And they smile and say, okay then. They put a hat on, they turn around, they disappear back into the woods. And as they walk away, they say they'll be seeing you. And they seem to almost disappear as they walk into the woods, as if by magic. As if all of a sudden their footsteps just got quieter and quieter and quieter and then vanished. And you walk back to the path and carry on through the woods. You continue your journey home. And as you journey home, so it begins to rain. You watch as the rain passes by and the sun peeks out, and you can see the most beautiful rainbow travelling across the ground, arching through the sky. As you continue journeying home, you see deer in fields, in big open spaces. You see rabbits. You see many other animals. You pass through farmland, seeing sheep, cows, seeing some people on horseback. And you still find your mind curious, wondering and pondering the experience you'd had. having this strange thought, almost like the potato man was perhaps some kind of wizard or something, trying to work out who they were, how someone from your dreams can be in your reality. And on arrival home, you go to bed, having made a long journey home, and it's beginning to get late at night. And you drift and float so comfortably, so relaxed, asleep, sleeping so well through the night, so peacefully, knowing that in the morning you will awaken, feeling refreshed, revitalized, and full of energy for the day, drifting, floating comfortably, and relaxed, asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to relax, I don't know whether you'll drift deeper to the sound of my voice or to the spaces between my words. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, you can have a sense of a man walking down to a seafront. He's walking through soft golden sand, feeling the warmth of that sand under his feet, carrying a paddleboard under his arm. And he walks all the way down to the water's edge. You can feel the warmth of that sun beating down on his face, on his body. You can hear the sound of the sea gently rolling in to the shore. And he walks into that sea. And once he's walked in, up to his waist, he climbs up onto the paddleboard. He begins to head along the coast. He heads away from the sandy area of the beach and starts heading along where the beach begins to get rockier, and then a gradual cliff begins to form. And as he keeps balance on the board, while the waves just gently roll in underneath him, and he can hear them as they land on the shore. He heads past those rocks, away from all the people who are back on that beach. And he starts to head around past the cliffs. And that cliff gets higher and higher the further round he goes. And after some time of paddling along in front of the cliffs, he can see a small sheltered bay, just a small area of sand. And the cliffs are steep either side of that small bay and steep all around the bay. He starts paddling towards that bay and lets the water take him in that last little bit to the shore. He heads up the sand. And in the foot of the cliff here is a small cave. He walks into that cave. He heads deeper and deeper into the cave. He can hear the sounds of the sea behind him, as the sound of the waves echoes down the cave and back up again. He can hear the echoing sound of his footsteps. And deep in this cave, he finds what he came here looking for. He discovers a chest. And he gets a rock, bashes the lock off of this chest, creaks open the lid, and inside is just a pile of loose papers. And he can see that some of the papers have started to deteriorate and started to crumble. And so he very carefully picks up those papers and he carries those papers out with him, back out to that beach, to that little bit of sand in this bay. Then he sits down just in the shade, under the cliff. And he takes a look at those papers. And he can see the writing on the papers and a map on the papers. And he can see that some bits have little areas that are missing where the paper has deteriorated. But he thinks that he's got the gist of what he came looking for. He puts that into a watertight bag and heads back the way he came, back along that shoreline, along the edge of the cliff, past the rocks, and back to that sandy beach. And he's surprised that nobody had been there before him. But unless you'd been in front of that cliff and all the way to the bay, you never would have known that that cave was there. And he leaves the beach. He gets into a truck and continues his journey. He now knows where he needs to head. And he heads away from the beach and begins to head into some dense forest, driving through that dense forest either side of the road. And as he heads further and further inland, so he can begin to see a mountain range in the distance. And he continues through that forest, sees the sun passing across the sky, sees that sun setting, sees the moon rising in the sky, the stars in the sky. And then as that moon is high in the sky, so he finally arrives at those mountains. He pulls up his truck, takes it off-road, drives to a secluded spot, and sets up camp for the night. He sets up a tent, he digs a small pit, He creates a small fire in that pit, lights that fire, and sits listening to that crackling fire, watching the dancing light, having some food to eat that he cooks on that fire, and smelling the smell of that food, feeling the cool evening breeze on his face. And as the fire burns down to embers, just occasionally popping and just glowing with a gentle orange glow, he settles back in the tent. You can hear the sound of the sides of the tent just waving gently in the breeze. The sounds of nature beyond the tent. The rustling sounds of the trees. The slight whistling as the wind passes around the mountains. As he feels a deep sense of calm and relaxation to those sounds of nature, and drifts so peacefully and comfortably asleep. And as he wakes up the next morning, he packs everything away. He prepares himself for the climb up the mountain. He double checks his route, where he's aiming for, and then starts to ascend. And he finds the beginning of the journey easy. But then after a while, the temperature begins to drop. The wind begins to pick up. And then a little further, he finds himself walking on snow and encountering icy patches and crunching his way through that snow as he climbs higher and higher up the mountain, having to protect his eyes at times from the snow blowing in his face. And after some time of climbing, he notices a clear patch. He suspects that that's where the cave is. He heads towards that clear patch. He sees a small cave entrance, walks into that cave, out of the wind, and the first thing he does is sits down inside that cave entrance, catches his breath. It just takes a few moments to appreciate how far he's come, to gaze out, back down that mountain, to see the route that he took. He can hear that wind whistling past the cave, and just the occasional bit of breeze getting into the cave. And he gets his torch out, starts walking into the cave, footsteps echoing, the whistling sound of the wind. As that sound echoes from outside, down into the cave, and then reverberates and heads back out again. And the deeper he walks into the cave, the deeper the sound of the wind is. Then he starts to hear the distant sound of dripping, and notices that the cave is becoming warmer as he walks deeper and deeper into this mountain. And after a while, he feels that the cave where he is now seems to be a steady, comfortable temperature. And he wonders whether it's far enough away from the outside that the temperature just remains a constant, comfortable temperature here. And at this point, he finds that this cave opens up into a larger chamber. He shines his torch around the chamber, and the chamber looks like it was created by hand. And he wonders whether the entire cave was created by hand. And over on one wall, he sees some symbols, and so he heads over to that wall. He gets out those sheets of paper. He notices that some of these symbols match with what's on the wall. He takes a closer look at the symbols and realizes that each one looks like it might move, almost like a button. So he presses one of them, the first one listed on the paper. And he hears the sound of stone sliding on stone. He then goes and finds the second symbol that was on the paper. He pushes that symbol, and hears another sound in a different location of stone sliding on stone. He does the same with a third symbol and a fourth symbol. And he sees that the fifth symbol is on the ground and is on a large square. And he tries pushing it, and nothing happens. He jumps on it, and it moves ever so slightly. He realizes he's just not heavy enough to push down this stone. So he goes searching around the cavern and eventually finds a large boulder against a wall. And he struggles and pulls that boulder away from the wall. And then, leaning his back on the wall, he starts pushing the boulder with his feet until it's far enough away from the wall to be able to put his hands on the boulder and try and push it along the ground, pushing his foot against the wall for extra leverage. And with some struggle, he manages to get it all the way over to the button. And then he finds that it's stuck against the button. He can't slide it on top of the button. So he then sits down on the floor next to the boulder with his legs bent, puts his hands as much under the boulder as he can, and then stands himself up, using his body, leveraging that boulder up. As it tips over and lands on the button. And as it does, he hears a really loud sound of stone moving, a whirring sound. And then the wall just seems to crack and crumble, and then slide. And the surface seems to fall away, and right behind it is a door that slides open, revealing a tunnel that looks incredibly smooth. almost like polished marble. And his torch just reflects off the floor, the walls, and just so easily reflects, bouncing its way down this tunnel. And he walks into this tunnel with his footsteps echoing, almost like he's walking through a church. He's unsure where he's going and where this is leading him. He has this feeling like he obviously must be walking deeper and deeper into this mountain range. But he's now curious. Who had the technology to build this? He thought that it would have taken a lot of hard work to chisel away the entire tunnel and cave he'd just been through, but to create this mechanism, and then to create this tunnel with such perfectly polished stone. And while those thoughts go round in his mind, he continues walking down this tunnel. And at the end of the tunnel, he sees what looks like a stone door that slides sideways. And he's surprised at how easily that slides open, almost as if it's weightless on runners. And it barely makes a noise as he slides that open, walks through into this chamber, hoping this is where he'll find what he's been looking for. But inside this chamber, he notices that there's a blue glow, almost like a spinning, pulsing light in the middle of the chamber. And he walks up to that spinning, pulsing light. He walks around it. And as he walks around it, he can't feel any temperature coming from it, but he has this sense that it almost looks like a blue star floating in the middle of this cavern. And it's obviously not as big as a star, but just how it looks, he's got that sense that it's almost like a blue star floating in this cavern, with that light radiating out, his shadow dancing on the walls as that blue light pulses and swirls. And while he walks around it, he takes a look at the ground beneath it, and he can see a slightly raised, circular plinth just beneath it. And he has this temptation to reach out and try and touch this light, but he's unsure about its safety. So he has a look around the room, and on not finding anything, he looks in his bag, takes out a pencil, and holds the pencil gently towards the light. And he places the first half of that pencil into the light, and then he pulls it back out again, and the pencil seems perfectly fine. And he wonders whether it's safe to put your hand into the light. So he tries that pencil again. He moves to other parts of this light, testing in different places, and the pencil keeps seeming fine. And he notices that on the plinth there seems to be some symbols. And he's curious what they mean. He can see one that to him almost looks like a snowflake. he can see another symbol that almost looks like a representation of a star. Another symbol looks like a planet with rings around it. And he takes a look at these different symbols. And he can't work out what they mean. And then while standing in front of that snowflake, he reaches out with his hand into the light. And he very carefully puts the tips of his fingers into the light, and then allows the rest of his hand to follow. And it doesn't feel like anything. And so he carries on putting his hand through. And as his whole arm starts entering the light, so he notices that his hand's feeling a little bit cold. But other than that, it seems perfectly fine. And so he decides to step into the light. And as he steps into the light, suddenly he finds himself with the light behind him spinning and pulsing in the sky. But surrounding him seems to be just miles and miles of snow. Just very flat snow. And breaking through that snow in some places are little rocky outcrops. And then off in the distance, he thinks he can see some very distant mountains. He turns around and walks on the spot, can hear the cracking of that snow beneath his feet. And it seems quite dark here, like the sun is either just setting or just rising. And he can hear a noise in the distance. So he decides to go and explore. He heads towards that noise, trudging through deep snow, until eventually he finds himself getting closer and closer to a coastline. He can hear the sound of big, heavy waves thundering down onto a shore. And then he hears the sounds of birds. And he finds himself looking down over a colony of penguins, all huddled together, with the ones on the inside gradually working their way towards the outside, the ones on the outside gradually working their way towards the inside, all huddled together. And occasionally some would head down to the water, and others would be heading back from the water. And he headed back towards that floating ball of light. And before passing through it, he tried to take a moment to think about what might be going on, where this might be. He could see that here, as he dug with his foot just a little bit into the snow, there was a plinth just like the one in the cave, back in that chamber. And he could see that where his footsteps were, where he came out, the symbol there resembled a mountain. And so he stepped back through that light and found himself back in the peace and calm of the cave. And he wondered whether the different symbols meant that you would end up in different places. So he walked around to one of the other symbols, and the symbol looked like water. And as he stepped through the light while facing this symbol, he found himself splashing down into some warm water. And he could see that light glowing, pulsing in front of him, while he bobbed around and around in that water. And as he turned around, all he could see in every direction was water. And just as he was about to swim back through that light, thinking that this isn't somewhere he wants to be for too long, a woman seemed to appear in front of him from under the water, and she spoke to him. And she told him that they haven't had any visitors through the portal for a very long time. And she explained that she can take him somewhere where she can better tell him what's going on, maybe fill him in on some information. She said, but to go there, you're going to have to trust me. She said she needs to touch him on the shoulder, and he needs to close his eyes and count down from 10. And as he does, some changes will happen. And so she touched him on the arm, and while her hand is resting just on the top of his shoulder, he starts to count down from 10, 9, 8, and as he counts, he notices his breathing deepening, his exhales lengthening. He begins to notice the sounds seeming to fade away into the background. 7, 6, 5, 4. He has this sense almost like the waves are slowing down and everything's becoming more still. 3, 2, 1. And as he opens his eyes, he finds that he's underwater, and that this woman seems to have a tail and seems to rapidly be swimming him down deeper and deeper under the water. And he realizes that he seems to be breathing perfectly fine. He's making all the motions for breathing, despite being underwater. And the mermaid's still holding his shoulder. And he's surprised that he didn't notice himself go from the surface to being underwater. But he just assumed that he was perhaps becoming more absorbed in the moment because of breathing calmly and counting down. And then he saw a glow begin to come into view in the distance, in the darkness of being underwater. And as he got closer and closer, he discovered that it looked like a giant emerald palace. And they arrived at that emerald palace, and he could see what looked like an entrance into the palace. And it was just slightly hazy. almost like there was a very fine film of bubbles over that entrance. And the mermaid and the man swam through that haze and landed with the mermaid's tail turning into feet and legs. And they landed on their feet, and the man felt dry as if he hadn't even been in the water. And he was surprised by this. And he was surprised at how he managed to land on his feet. And they walked into the main part of this palace. And while walking, the mermaid explained that they have an area where the pressure is the same as the water pressure, but it's a dry area, and that pressure surrounds you in that area. So although it's dry, it's almost like dense air. It's almost as dense as the water, so that you pass into it and just gradually land on your feet and can walk through it. And that she's able to project a protective film around whoever she touches. And that's how she'd got him down here. And she walks him through this palace into a library. And in this library, he just sees vast numbers of books, scrolls, and many other items. And she walks over to one of the scrolls, takes that scroll. They go and sit down. And she explains to him that this is a water world. And that these portals were left on different worlds by an ancient alien civilization. And that alien civilization is still around. They continue to explore the galaxy. But they leave portals between key locations. Some of those locations are other locations on the planet the portal is on, for fast travel to those key locations on the planet. Other locations are planets to visit, and she explains that this planet is a water world. And so really you need to be prepared for the water world if you visit here. And that if you're just going to walk through the portal, you need to be aware that there are risks with that. That you could end up just in outer space. And the man thought about the different symbols that he saw. And he realized that some of the symbols did look like strange planets, did look like space. And the mermaid explained that they are also an advanced civilization. They've been around for longer than the portals have been on the planet. And they explain that they have some technology that can help. And they hand the man what looks like a tiny metal rod. And they tell him that if he just puts that in his mouth sideways, that'll allow him to breathe wherever he is. And it'll project a suit around him. And that suit will allow him to swim in deep water. It'll protect him from the cold, from the heat. It'll allow him to fly in space and fly in gas planets and it will allow him to explore. And he asks why she's helping, given that he's clearly not from a race of beings that's this advanced. And she explains that he's the first person who's come through this portal in a very long time. And he seems like an explorer. And he talks to her about how he was on the search for some missing knowledge, that he'd found some documents, and they led him to the portal. And now he thinks he knows what it is that he was searching for, that the portals were the source of the knowledge he was looking for. And he heads back with that mermaid all the way back to the portal. He passes through that portal from the same direction as he came out. He finds himself back in that cave. He tries out that little device, puts it in his mouth. He feels a slight tingling, as if a little bit of electricity has passed through his mouth from it. And he looks at his hands, and he can see a very slight shimmer across his hands. And he walks around this portal, looking at the symbols. And he sees a symbol for a tree. And he steps through the portal. And as soon as he arrives through the portal, he can hear the sound of a dense forest, birds, other animals, rustling leaves. But he notices that this forest is very different from forests on Earth. He instantly knows that this isn't on Earth. He sees that there seems to be little communities, tiny little houses around the base of some of the trees. And he sees little, what he would call pixies, roaming around the base of those trees, interacting, going about their lives. As he looks up, he notices sparkling light flash in front of him, darting through the trees. A slight buzzing, flapping wing sound. And then notices that these are fairies as they stop momentarily and check him out and then carry on with their business. And next to one of the trees, he can see a ladder. It seems to be a rope ladder going high up in the tree. So he decides to follow that ladder. He climbs that ladder high up in the tree. He's surprised at how high these trees go while remaining very wide and seeming not to sway. And up in the tree, he's surprised to find there's an entire community here of small squirrel-sized teddy bear-looking creatures that seem so fluffy and so soft and seem to have large eyes. And the canopy of the trees so dense that very little light is getting to this area. And all those small little squirrel-sized teddy bears just seem to be going about their business. He can see some hanging around what almost looks like a little pub up here among all these places that they live. He can see some drinking. He can hear a slight squeaky sound like laughter. And they seem to be largely ignoring him. And so he just slowly, carefully walks around exploring what's almost like a town up in the trees. And although this isn't built for someone of his size, it seems to be built so well it can easily hold his weight. And eventually, a very tiny, almost the size of a little mouse, inquisitive teddy bear comes over to him. Starts walking over to him very slowly at first, and tentatively. And then when noticing that he's not a threat, it speeds up and comes straight at him, climbs up onto his foot, and starts pulling its way up his trouser leg. And he reaches down and he picks it up with his hand. And it stood on his hand while he holds his hand up in front of him. And he's looking down at that little teddy bear in his hand. And he can hear a squeaky voice sounding like it's trying to talk to him. And he doesn't understand what it's saying. So he just smiles back. And then it climbs along his arm. It hangs on to the underside of his shirt, climbing up towards his armpit, and down his body again. And then it pulls on his trouser leg, and starts moving forward as if to say, "Come this way." And he follows that tiny little teddy bear. And the teddy bear takes him to what seems to be almost like a main hub of buildings up here. And that little teddy bear runs up to other teddy bears. He sits himself down so that he's at better height compared to them. And one of them comes over with what looks a bit like a didgeridoo. And they start talking with their mouth over one end of it. And out the other end, he can hear a language that he understands, almost as if somehow this translated what they were saying. And he talks back. And he can hear a squeaky, strange language coming out of the other end. And they begin to have a dialogue. And then they invite him to stay for something to eat. They've not had anyone come through this portal for a very long time. And they throw a big party. They invite the pixies, the fairies. They have music. They have some drinks. Plenty of food. And he enjoys this unusual moment where all these animals, all these creatures and the different animals that live around here, all seem to be highly intelligent and all seem to be getting on with each other. And eventually, at the end of what felt like a long time of being there, he headed back to that portal. But as he headed back, one of the fairies flew over to him. And they started talking to him. And he was stood by the portal. And he was surprised that without any technology, this fairy seemed to be able to communicate. And the fairy explained that they're magic, and so they can just communicate, and that they can understand all beings. They explained that they needed his help, that all of the beings here in the forests are quite small, and yet he is so much taller than they are, and stronger than they are. They explain that there's a labyrinth that's like a maze, and that in the centre of that labyrinth is something that none of them have been able to get for many lifetimes. And this is the first time in a long time that someone's been here that will have the strength to open the door in the centre of the labyrinth. But you can only go in one person at a time. And so this person agrees to go into this labyrinth. And they get shown through to a door that's in a tree. And through that door in the tree, they descend a spiral staircase. They open another door, and they find themselves in the labyrinth. And they know they have to find their way to the middle, open the door in the middle, get what's in the middle, and then return. And so they put their left hand on the wall, and they begin to walk. And they keep their left hand on that wall until they arrive at the middle of the maze. And they struggle to open that door. And after much struggling, they manage to get it open. And inside the room behind the door, they see what looks like a clockwork robot that seems to have been turned on by the movement of the door opening. And they see its head moving, its arms moving, as if it's beginning to do something. Then they notice that in one arm it seems to have a long sword, and its arm is moving very slowly. And it's jolting along and slightly up, then along and slightly up more. And as they watch that arm moving, they notice something's hanging from the ceiling in this room. And all of a sudden, almost in a blink of an eye, the arm springs into action, and that sword cuts straight through the thing hanging from the ceiling, and a single sheet of paper falls to the floor, and the robot becomes silent and still again. And they pick up that sheet of paper, and they don't understand what's written on the paper. But they take that with them. They find their way out the same way that they found their way in, by putting a hand on the wall and just keeping their hand on the wall until they find the exit. And then they climb up that spiral staircase. They leave that tree. And they go to the fairy and they explain that there just seemed to be this sheet of paper with some writing on it. And they couldn't understand what's so special about that, and why it would be so needed. And the fairy read the words that were on that sheet of paper, and as they did, the ground began to sparkle, and the sparkling spread out, and as far as the man could see in all directions through the trees, sparkles were rising, filling the forest. With a twinkling sound, it seemed to be coming from everywhere. And the man wondered what was going on. And the fairy explained that this is paradise, that the whole land isn't exactly as you saw it. There was more to it in the past. And then as the lights, those sparkles begin to fade, the man notices that there are some areas of clearings with lakes, with meadows, areas where the different creatures can go out and get some daylight and see the sky. And off in one of the clearings, they notice what looks like a temple. And they walk to that temple. They take a look in the temple. And the fairy explains that a human had come here before, a very, very long time ago. Back when this used to be paradise. And they used to use that temple as a way of teaching themselves to connect with the universe, teaching themselves to be able to get their frequencies the same as the frequencies of nature, where they could become one with the world around them. And after they'd learned that from an incredibly long time of just sitting in that temple, they left through the portal and never returned. And the man noticed that this temple looked familiar, that they'd recognized temples similar to this on Earth, and that they remember seeing a temple symbol on the portal. And all the creatures said goodbye to them as they headed back to the portal and thanked them for the support. And they walked through that portal, found themselves back in the cave, back in that chamber. They wanted to check out that temple, so they headed round to the temple symbol, and as they always do now, they put that little metal object in their mouth, just to be safe. They stepped through the portal, and they found themselves in a temple, high up in a mountain. And they looked around this temple, and there was no one here now. And as they looked out of the temple, they saw an enormous red dragon just resting there. They could see it breathing, they could hear it breathing, and they wondered where here was. And they saw the dragon's eye open as it became aware of them, and then the dragon rose its head up, turned to fully face the man, and looked straight at him inside the temple. and spoke with a deep, booming voice. And the man was able to understand this dragon. And the dragon spoke about being the guardian of this temple, and asked the man some questions to find out the man's intentions. The man explained he wanted to learn more about this temple, about who was here, and what the person that was here had learned. And the dragon rested its head back down, as if to say carry on, as if to show trust. And the man sat down on a thin cushion that was placed in the centre of this temple. He picked up a small stick that was next to the cushion. He tapped it gently on a bowl that was in front of him, and he could hear a ringing from that bowl. And he put that stick back down beside him. He closed his eyes and focused all of his attention on that ringing of that bowl, on almost being able to perceive how that ringing is happening within the bowl and around the outside of the bowl. Almost being able to perceive the vibrations of the bowl. And as he focused on the vibrations of that bowl, he started to notice his breathing change. And then he noticed what was almost like sonic pulses beaming up from the bowl in front of him that increased in speed until, with his eyes closed, he had this feeling that in front of him was a pillar of sound, a pillar of vibration, almost like a laser beam, but with sound instead of light, that increased and increased until he couldn't distinguish one pulse from the next, almost like a continuous beam at such a high frequency. And as he continued to focus on the bowl, he almost felt his consciousness be drawn into that bowl and then beamed up out of the bowl, following that beam of sound, and then seeming to almost join the frequency of the universe, where he suddenly felt this connection. He suddenly lost awareness of his body and seemed to almost be just a mind floating in space, a mind that was timeless, that was connected to everything, while not connected to anything. That was almost just like an observer, remaining non-attached. Like a juggler not focusing on any one ball, or someone multitasking and not focusing on any one task, or even walking and not focusing on the walking, just having an awareness of the moment. And as he held that and began to learn how to hold that, he then started learning to gently direct it, to gently direct his awareness to consciousnesses anywhere in the universe. And while doing this, he suddenly got a smell of lavender. And with that smell of lavender, he heard a voice that seemed to be coming from within his mind. And that voice explained that they were one of the aliens that left the portal, and that they can communicate with those who can access this state of consciousness, that it allows for communication throughout the galaxy. It allows for timeless communication, for an understanding of the universe to the level of realizing that we are the fabric of space-time, rather than being separate from space-time. So we don't have to use technologies within space that have to travel through time, that make interstellar travel too difficult, because you can never communicate fast enough to make it worth communicating with ships light years away. Before you can spread into the universe, a species needs to learn to raise their consciousness, and it's only with this higher consciousness, it's only with this ability to communicate in a timeless way that a species is then ready to venture into interstellar space. And this man learns so much from the experience that he almost feels lightheaded from the amount of knowledge he's been gaining. And as he meditates there, so the sun, this planet's going around, sets, the stars rise. And after many hours of meditating, he feels ready and aware of a sense of control over his abilities to leave this place back through that portal. And he heads back through that portal, and he knows he has so much more he can explore here. But he realizes he's been here for such a long time already that he decides to leave this location. He descends the mountain. And over the coming months, he camps at the foot of the mountain while building himself a cabin at the foot of this mountain. With the idea of learning more, of exploring more through those portals, and gaining more knowledge. And while learning all this knowledge, he looks at how he can simplify that knowledge by writing it down and looking at different ways to explain things. And every night, he settles down, normally sitting in front of a warm fire, drinking a warm drink, often finding himself shuffling a pack of cards, looking at those different cards, feeling those cards in his hands, allowing his mind to drift into a meditative state, and then using those cards as he connects with the wider universe, where he realizes that he's able to begin to name the cards before he sees them. Almost like by learning to be timeless, he begins to have a sense beyond time. And he begins his long journey of inner discovery, looking at how he'll share that with the world. Every night going to bed and drifting and floating so comfortably and relaxed asleep, waking each morning feeling so invigorated, excited with the day that he's got to look forward to, and the new learnings and the new understandings, and all the wonder and curiosity as he drifts and floats into dreams of excitement, asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close. And with your eyes closed, I'm just going to tell this sleep meditation in the background. And as I tell this sleep meditation, I don't know whether you'll drift deeper to the sound of my voice or to the spaces between my words. And while you begin to drift deeper and relax asleep, you can have a sense of driving down a really long road, and you're heading on a road trip. You've been driving for many hours, and around you, out of the windows, you just see forest passing you by, and it all looks very similar, almost like a pine forest. And you can see how dense that looks as you travel down this incredibly straight road. And the sun sets, and you can see stars in the sky. And you can notice a certain stillness outside of the car, with just that breeze coming in the window if you open the window. But noticing that there's a certain stillness, that the trees seem very still. The night outside the car seems very still. And you've been driving for quite some time. And after even longer, you notice that the trees begin to thin out a little. And as they do, you can see a large open plain, a large open space, with the most beautiful view of the night sky. And as you pull over, just beyond the forest, you open the car door, exit the car, and you look around, and you can't see a single light in any direction. And you're out in the middle of nowhere, miles from anywhere. And you lay back on the warm bonnet of your car, on a blanket, and you can feel that comfortable warmth of that bonnet gently warming the blanket, and then the softness of that blanket under your back, your legs, as you gaze up at the sky. And after just a short while of gazing at the sky, your eyes begin to adapt to the dark, and you notice an increase in those twinkling stars. You begin to notice subtle colours in the sky, And you just relax back on that car bonnet, feeling the warmth radiating up from beneath you. And you see the occasional shooting star. You notice what looks like tiny dots travelling rapidly across the night sky as satellites pass overhead. And while your eyes continue to get used to the dark, you begin to see a comet in the sky. You see the most brilliant electric blue and a hazy electric blue tail. And you gaze at that comet, and although that comet seems to just be hovering in space, you're aware that it's actually travelling thousands of miles an hour. And while you gaze at that comet, you can feel your breathing beginning to relax. You can notice how you're breathing deeper and deeper in your stomach, how those arms are feeling heavier, those legs are feeling heavier, those eyelids are feeling heavier, and those eyes begin to comfortably close. And at first they just blink shut, almost like an extended blink. But then after a while, when they blink shut, they remain shut as you begin to drift in your mind, and you can feel the warmth of that car beneath you and the comfort of the blanket and the silence around you. Just the subtle sounds of the wildlife in the forest, and some subtle other sounds around you at night. As you drift deeper into your mind, and while you drift deeper inside, you start to have this feeling like you're resting on the softest, warmest, most comfortable sand, lying back almost like on a cushion of sand. You have this feeling of that sand beneath your hands, moving your fingertips gently and feeling the loose sand between your fingertips. And as your fingertips move through that warm sand, noticing that as they pass just beneath the surface of the sand is so much cooler than that sand on top. Feeling that movement and the softness of that sand through those fingertips. And then having a sense of scooping up some sand in one hand, while still resting on your back with your eyes closed, and lifting your hands slightly up off the ground, and just letting that sand flow out of your hand, through your fingertips, and back down to the ground, and feeling the coolness of that on your palm. And you start to have this sense that you're lying down at night time in a desert, and that the sand is holding some of the warmth. And as you begin to open your eyes, you can see the most beautiful blue hue surrounding you. Like the night sky is making everything multiple shades of blue. with the almost black sky down to the slightly lighter blue sand. And you stand up, and some of that sand falls off onto the ground from your clothes. And you begin to walk through this desert. And you can see the shapes of sand dunes stretching out towards the horizon. You can notice the silvery moon low on the horizon in one direction, and the way that's elongating those shadows and adding a slight silvery tip to the tops of the dunes, and almost like millions of loose diamonds blowing in the breeze. As small little sand particles blow around in that breeze and get caught in the silver light of the moon. Almost like diamonds blowing off the top of dunes and rolling down those dunes. Like dresses that when someone turns in a sparkly dress, it just twinkles and catches the light. And you have this instinctive feeling of the direction you should head. And so you walk through this desert, feeling each footstep as your feet step forward one at a time, sinking into the sand, pushing through the sand, with a muted, sliding sound of each footstep. And you begin to ascend one of the sand dunes. And as you reach the top, you notice off in the distance a flickering orange glow. And so you begin to head towards that flickering orange glow. And as you get nearer to that glow, so you notice that there's someone sitting almost in a meditative position by a campfire. And you can see that dancing, glowing light of the fire, illuminating the golden sand near the fire, and stretching out dancing shadows. And you can smell that smell of the campfire, and hear the crackling and the popping of the campfire. And as you near that person, you begin to see what they look like, and you notice that they notice you, and they look over at you with the friendliest of faces. And they don't say a word, they just look at a location and then give a gesture as if to say to sit and join them. And you sit down, and you sit in a similar position to them. And they put themselves back into the position they were in. And they close their eyes again, and so you close your eyes. And then you hear them say that you're here to go on a deep and spiritual journey, and that they're here to be a guide to help you on that journey. And you have this sense of connection with them, almost like somehow you're breathing the same. You're beginning to synchronize without saying a word. And you feel this deepening of your breathing. You feel the sense of your muscles relaxing, of your shoulders lowering down, of the muscles around your face softening, and almost a feeling of losing feeling of your body, and just being a mind floating in space by this fire. Starting to hear that crackling sound of the fire, starting to notice through your eyelids the flickering of the flame, and feeling a cool breeze occasionally on your cheeks, mixed with the warm breeze as the wind changes direction and blows past the fire, and becoming almost hyper-attuned to picking up on the sensations of the experience of sitting by that fire, motionless, just focusing on being in the moment, still aware that you feel almost like there's a connection between you and this guide. And then you have this sense that the guide has just taken a deep breath in and a long breath out. And that as you have that sense, so you notice that your body has done the same, that your body has taken a deep breath in and a long breath out as you relax deeper into the experience. And then you hear the guide telling you to go to the beach. And you just hear those words almost in your mind's eye, go to the beach. And you don't know what they mean, go to the beach. You don't know what beach, but you start to have this sense of hearing the ocean just softly bubbling and rolling in along a sandy beach. That kind of ocean that each wave rolls very shallow and in a long way before slowing down and then drawing back out again. And you have this sense of those waves rolling in and out, almost like each breath that you're taking rolling in and out again. And you notice that on this beach, as it begins to form in your mind's eye, that it's still night time. There's still a low moon. But now that moon is creating silver dancing light across the ocean. Those stars are twinkling overhead. The sand is still soft. There's still a campfire here. And this guide is still sat with you. But this sand is now the sand of a beach. And you're up on the beach on the soft sand, noticing that closer to the water's edge, the sand firms up, and the guide stands up and tells you to stand up, and tells you to walk with them, and to walk mindfully, to be aware of each step that you take, to be in the moment taking those steps. Not having your mind focusing on other things and other thoughts, but paying all of your attention to the process and the experience of walking toward the seashore. And together you walk down towards that sea, feeling your bare feet walking through warm, soft sand, sinking into that sand with each step, the sound of each step, the feeling, that tickling of the dry sand on the toes around your feet, the movement of that sand through your toes as you raise your foot, move your foot and your leg forward, and place your foot back down again in the sand. And then the gradual firming up of that sand as you get closer to the shore. And then being able to sense through the soles of your feet the slight dampness to that sand. And as you continue walking, noticing the wetness of the sand and how with each step you create a slight puddle as your foot pushes into the sand and squeezes some of that water away from underneath your foot. And then the guide tells you to stop. And they crouch down, and they tell you to crouch down. And they reveal in their hand that they're holding a crystal ball. And they tell you to watch that crystal ball. And as a wave is rolling in on the shore, bubbling its way along that shallow sandy area, they wait until that wave is almost next to you. And then they roll that crystal ball towards the water. And you notice, while watching the crystal ball as you are told to do, the way the moon glistens and manages to catch some of the imperfections in that crystal ball, some of the air bubbles in that crystal ball, almost making small little flashes of silver light. The way the white water at the front edge of that rolling in wave meets the crystal ball, wraps its way around the crystal ball, pulls itself up the middle and over the top of the crystal ball, as that ball rolls through the water, passing through the waves. And your eyes follow that crystal, seeing a path of white water left behind the crystal. And as you watch that, so you hear the guide say, "Now." And as they say "now," something strange happens. That crystal ball begins to look like a comet in space, like a spinning ball of dirty ice, almost like a grey-whitey colour, surrounded by a blue gas that looks a bit like the white water bubbling behind that crystal ball. And you suddenly notice that the ocean seems to have gone quiet and disappeared, that you suddenly can't feel the ground beneath you, and that you seem to just be a mind in space, watching this comet, almost fizzing and popping and passing through the solar system. And as a mind, you seem to be almost keeping up with this comet, keeping a fixed distance from it. And you have this sense that the mind of the guide is here with you as you follow this comet. And as you look around you, you notice the different planets. You can see the blue marble of Earth, the grey moon. You can see the sun shining brightly. And even though you know there's no sound here in space, you have this sense of the crackling and popping and sounds from this comet. And that comet passes the planets and begins to leave the solar system. And you have this sense the guide remains with you on this journey. And as the comet takes one course, so your minds together take a different course. You have this almost psychic sense of this guide telling you that as just part of the universe, almost like part of a universal consciousness which flows with the universe outside of space and time, with the fabric of the universe, you're going to be travelling beyond the solar system. And they almost psychically help you to set a course towards a tiny pinprick of light in the distance. You have this sense of travelling towards that light and accelerating faster and faster, and stars around you passing by faster and faster until they almost become streaks of light, with just that point of light in front of you, gradually getting larger and larger in your field of view, until you almost grind to a halt in an instant, and psychically hear the voice of the guide telling you that we're heading to one of the planets here. And you spot the planet you're heading towards and approach that planet. And find yourself entering the planet's atmosphere. And you realize this planet resembles Earth. That you can imagine this being somewhere on Earth. And you head down to a beach. And as you reach this shore of an alien world, you land with a physical body, and the guide tells you the physical body is an illusion. It's just here to help you feel more comfortable with the experience, to help you to be able to move around in a way that makes more sense to you. And they stand up, and they begin to walk away from the seashore. They head up over a bank and down the other side of the bank. And they begin to walk towards what looks like a green lagoon. And they can notice certain animals drinking an animal that looks like an elephant, an animal that looks like a giraffe. And you can see plants of different sizes, and you realize that different animals will have adapted to take advantage of the different plants around here, and to all carve out their specific niche just like anywhere else. And so you end up not surprised at a familiarity of animals. And off in the distance, you can see flashes on the horizon, like there's a storm somewhere just over the horizon. And it's so distant you can't hear any thunder. You can just notice those flashes in the sky from time to time. And something about it feels comforting. But you can smell the smell of that storm off in the distance. You can see what looks like grass surrounding this area, almost like wide-bladed grass. And you reach down with your fingertips and you run your fingers through this grass to see what it feels like, and notice that it feels very much like a mix between grass and feathers, that it's got a certain consistency of grass, but a softness like feathers, that almost tickles your palm as you run your hands through that. And you can feel the slight dampness, like the storm perhaps was here a little while ago. And as you continue to walk through that, so you walk over towards those animals. And this guide tells you to observe, to open your mind to these animals. And so you get closer to those animals. You have this sense of almost connecting with the animals, as if you're falling into a synchronization with them. Where what you do, they begin to do, and what they do, you copy. Almost like you start to understand them on a deep and meaningful level. And you begin to notice a connection between yourself and everything around you, and realize that you are the universe, that you're not like a fish in water where the fish isn't the water. The fish is in the water. It's a bit like you're in water and you are water. You're just like a conscious bit of water. And that there's no separating you from the universe. And you begin to have this insight and begin to explore the meaning of realizing that there's a universal consciousness that connects all things. That if you can just get on the right frequency, you can channel that. And this guide continues to help you to keep focused, keep learning, keep studying these animals. And they take you from this place. And you walk away You head over another hill, and you find what looks like some ruins, almost like some ancient civilization once lived here. And you realize these ruins seem to have been built out of some kind of shiny black stone. And that black stone has worn down through time, but you can still notice something about that stone, the way it was worked. You can touch it and notice that it feels like touching highly polished stone. And then you see what looks like the tip of a black pyramid sticking out of the ground. And the guide explains that the civilization was here so long ago, that these buildings are just the tip of the iceberg, and that the way in is to go down deeper. And they tell you that because you are the universe, there is no you and the ground. You're just a concept. And that most of what's around you is nothing. Most of what makes up you is nothing. And that it's only the forces that make your nothing not pass through that nothing. And as they explain this, they begin to have you breathe in a deep and comfortable way. And while you breathe deeply and comfortably, with each out-breath being longer than each in-breath, you almost have this slight light-headed feeling as you drift deeper and deeper into the experience, and have this feeling of passing through the ground, and then finding yourself stood inside the pyramid. And your eyes are closed, and you know you're in the pyramid because of the way your breathing seems to now be echoing and bouncing off the walls of the pyramid. And you open your eyes, and the guide holds their hand out, and above their hand a pure white light appears, almost like an orb of flame. And that illuminates the inside of this pyramid. And you notice how smooth the inside of this pyramid is, and you touch that smooth black stone with your fingertips. And you notice what look like hieroglyphics that you recognize as being very similar to Egyptian hieroglyphics. And as you run your fingers over them, so you can feel the way they were carved into the stone. You have this sense of the fact you're touching something that was carved thousands of years in the past. And you don't understand it, but you explore it with your fingertips. You try to make sense of it. And the guide seems to know what they're doing, where they're going. And they march off through the pyramid, footsteps echoing almost sounding like the footsteps are coming from behind you as they walk forward, and you follow them, now with your footsteps echoing and sounding like they're coming from behind you. And then almost like a few seconds later, those footsteps seem to sound like they're coming from above you as the sound of them reaches the top of the pyramid and then echoes and bounces back down towards you. And you find this an unusual experience and a curious experience. And you arrive at a wall that seems to have nothing on it, just incredibly smooth, no hieroglyphics, no markings at all. And the guide pulls out a metal stick that shines and looks solid gold, and they tap with that metallic tap on that black wall. And then you hear the sound of rock moving and sliding, and that wall slides open. And you walk into this room that seems to be sparkling, as if there's millions of diamonds surrounding the walls, now catching the light from the guide's hand. And beams of light reflect and dance off all of the walls and send sparkling light across the floor as that guide walks in. And in the middle of this room is a plinth, and on that plinth is a little black box, and the guide tells you to open that box. So you walk over to the box. You carefully lift the lid of that box, and inside that box you see a gold ring with what looks like diamonds surrounding that ring. And the diamonds are just small, but there's many of them, making it so that with the slightest bit of light, that gold ring sparkles and shines. And they tell you to take that ring, hold that ring in your hand, wrap your fingers around that ring, close your eyes, and think of peace, think of comfort. And as you put that ring in your hand, close your hand round that ring, close your eyes and think of peace and comfort. So your mind begins to drift off somewhere else. You suddenly have this feeling of galloping along on a white horse that's such a brilliant white it almost glows, almost as if it's emitting light. And this white horse is galloping through the most brilliant green meadows with a backdrop of the most beautiful blue sky, the sound of each step of that horse, the wind in your face, that feeling of powering along through this meadow, and then arriving by a lake. And you dismount by this lake. And you walk to that lake. You put your hand in the water, feel the temperature of the lake, the feeling of that water around your fingertips. And you see a little island in the middle of the lake with a few trees on that island and a rowboat. And you get into the rowboat, you push off from the shore and start heading toward that island. And as you row towards that island, you can smell the water, that fresh lake smell. Feel the breeze of the air. You can see that white horse eating some of that grass on the edge of the lake. And you arrive at that island. And as you get closer to the island, so you smell the sweetest peach smell. You arrive at the island, push the boat a little way up the shore, climb out of that boat, walk among the trees, noticing that incredibly sweet peach smell from this island. And you see what looks like a treasure chest in the middle of the island. You open that, and inside you find a book. And you're surprised to discover that you can read this book. And that this book is a book of magic. And it describes itself as a book of natural magic. And as you read through, you notice that it's telling you ways to connect with nature, to be one with nature, to be able to access the healing power of nature, and to be able to share that and channel the healing power of nature through you to others. And it talks about requiring a talisman, requiring an object that you have on you that becomes associated with the magic, associated with your ability to carry out that magic. And while you read through this book, so you begin to hear the distant sound of songbirds chirping. You begin to feel a deep sense of serenity and comfort as you connect deeper with the world around you, with the fundamental nature of nature. And you're curious about this idea of a talisman. And you read that the talisman is everlasting. And then at the bottom of the book, on the last page, is just drawn a circle and lots of stars. And you realize that the talisman is the ring. That's the thing that's eternal, that connects you with this world. And you notice that the guide hasn't been around here. And you take that book, you row back from the island, you mount that horse, you ride back towards the way you came, but you don't know where you're heading, because you don't know how you ended up here. But as you continue, So you suddenly find yourself back in that pyramid. But as you come to in the pyramid, you realize you have the book in your hand and the ring in your other hand. And the guide tells you they led you to where they needed to lead you. You found what you needed to find. You had to make the end of the journey yourself. And you had to discover the end of this journey for yourself. And then they close that black box. They tell you to think about being back up on the surface. And so you think about being back up on the surface, and you find yourself back up on the surface by the ruins. And you walk back towards the beach. And then you find your way back through space from this place, all the way back to Earth. You find your way to that desert. And then the guide tells you it's time to go. And you head out of that desert, walking back to where you initially lied down. And as you sit down there, so you find yourself coming to on your car bonnet and looking up at the stars. And you're curious about the experience you just had, wondering whether it was just a dream. And as you sit up, so you notice that there's a book beside you. And you notice that there's some sand on the blanket. There's some sand on the book. And sitting right in the center on that book is that ring. And you sit up. You pick up that ring. You try that ring on, see if it fits on your finger. You put it on one of your fingers. And then you start looking through the book. And as you look through the book, so you realize the whole experience must have happened to you. And while looking through the book, so you start to have this sense, almost like there's an energy coming out of you and connecting with the world around you. Almost like your senses heighten to those sounds of birds, to the sounds of other animals. Almost like a part of your awareness flows with the wind, twinkles with the stars. Almost like you have a bubble of awareness that spreads out from you, wider and wider. And while you have this sense of your awareness spreading wider and wider, you notice fireflies flying from the forest. You watch as they dance around in the sky. And then you see one heading down towards you. And as it gets close, you notice that it's a small fairy. That tells you that you've connected with this world, and that with practice and meditation and giving time to allow yourself to be still, you can be still and almost slide yourself into all realities, where you can then travel through realities. And they explain that there is no past, no present, no future. There's just now. Everywhere is just now. And when you master this to that extent that you realize everywhere is just now, and that physical reality is stuck in a specific time, but reality itself is timeless, you'll be able to travel in the past, the present, the future, and through realities. And you tell this fairy that you don't believe that. Until you saw them, you didn't even believe in fairies. And they told you that when there's a universe as large as this, when there are multiple universes, everything that's possible is somewhere. And that even things you think are impossible are often very possible. And they tell you they can give you an example of this connection. And they hover in front of you, just above eye level. And they say, just watch me. Keep looking at my glow. And while you look at my glow, I'm just going to count back from 10. And with each count, you can begin to drift inside deeper. Almost like making time stand still. And that with each count, your head can relax, your shoulders, your arms, your body, your chest, your legs, all the way down through your body. Your breathing can deepen, and time can stand still. And when time stands still, you can be separate from the universe, separate from this moment, to access the universal now. And you can travel through time. And you can learn to do this for yourself, but for now, I'll guide you. 10, 9, 8, deeper and deeper. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You can notice the way the fairy's wings slow down to a halt. Notice the way the breeze stops, sound stops, the twinkling of the stars stops, time stops. And as time stops, you're aware that despite physically you being incredibly still, as time for you physically has stopped, you're thinking mentally, and you find that you start thinking about a specific time. And while you think about a specific time, so a gentle mist seems to begin forming around you. And as that mist forms, so the reality around you fades, turns white, and disappears. And then you find yourself sitting on a blanket as a child with a teddy bear in front of you. You reach over, you pick up that teddy bear, and you realize you've travelled way back in the past, and you can feel that teddy bear, the weight of the teddy bear, the softness. You can squidge it slightly with your fingers and thumb. You can feel its arms hanging over the tops of your hands, that slight tickling of the fur of the teddy bear. The slight weight change as its head nods backwards and forwards as you move it. That smell of the teddy bear that seems to bring such comfort to your mind. And you put that teddy bear down and you stand up and you walk around. And a puppy runs over to you, wagging its tail, and it jumps up and seems excited to meet you. And you stroke that puppy's fur. You pet that puppy. You pick up a tennis ball, you throw that. The puppy chases after it, brings it back. You have this feeling of these being memories of pleasant times in the past. You have a memory of sitting down, lost in thought, as a cat climbs up on your lap, and it turns itself around and slumps down in your lap, and you instinctively begin to stroke that cat, and you can feel that gentle vibration of the cat as it purrs. You can hear that purring of the cat and feel that purring. That something about the frequency of that purring seems to be transmitting some kind of healing to you, helping you feel better, helping you somehow ease discomfort. And you almost get lost in thought with the petting of that cat. And then you find yourself having this sense of walking along a beach, walking along a shore on a beautiful sunny day, that water rolling in across your feet and then rolling back out again. Then you have a sense of walking through the woods, climbing over logs and fallen down tree trunks. Feeling the face smiling. You have this sense that you seem to be passing through memories, through pleasant times, but you don't feel that these are all your memories. And then you find yourself drifting back. You see the fairies' wings moving very slowly, and then that slow movement accelerating. And that fairy begins to explain to you about the experience you've just had, about what it means to be connected to a universal consciousness that's timeless and spaceless, to help give you motivation to achieve what it is you want to achieve, give you motivation to continue practicing and learning to connect with the world in a meaningful way, and to appreciate the world in a meaningful way through that connection. And they explain that the ring will guide you, that any time you're lost and want to find yourself, you can just touch that ring and it'll remind you of your experiences, of your learnings. And just touching the ring on your finger can bring a deep sense of peace, of calm and comfort. Can bring a clear mind, clear thinking, and seem to slow time down and give you time to think and find the path forward. And the book will guide and educate your learning. And then that fairy disappears back off among the fireflies as they disappear off back into the forest. You set up a camp in the meadow. You relax back in a tent. You know you've got more exploring to do, more learning to do, and feeling a deep sense of peace. You snuggle up on a blanket in a sleeping bag with the smell of the inside of that tent relaxing you. That sound of the breeze on the walls of the tent, helping you drift and float comfortably and relaxed asleep. And you drift and float so peacefully, so comfortably asleep, knowing you'll awaken, feeling so motivated in the morning to crack on with your day, almost instinctively motivated and driven in the morning as you drift and float peacefully asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to relax, I don't know whether you'll relax deeper to the sound of my voice, or perhaps to the spaces between my words. And as you begin to relax and begin to drift comfortably asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep meditation in the background. And it's a sleep meditation about finding yourself on holiday. Finding yourself on holiday in a really nice house on a deserted island. And you arrive by seaplane. And then the seaplane will come and pick you up at the end of the holiday. But while you're here alone. You're able to just enjoy your own company. Enjoy this island. You've got the most beautiful beaches, warm sun, palm trees and some other trees dotted around the island. And in every direction you look, all you can see is the most beautiful ocean. You can notice the colour of the sky. And the island is small enough that you can easily walk slowly around it in a day. And as you've been relaxing on this island, so you have read a few good books, you've laid out in the sun, enjoyed some of that warmth of the sun on your skin, you've swam in the sea, feeling the warmth of that sea water. And now, a few days in, you find that you've fallen into a routine of what you do at different times of the day. Waking up, perhaps having a drink in the morning, maybe a tea or a coffee, maybe a juice, maybe something else. Getting some fresh air, sitting down for a while, relaxing, going for a swim. You've walked around the island. You've walked across the island. You've spent some time just lying on the bed, reading a book, with the window open, with a comfortable breeze coming in the window, and just the perfect amount of light. And then one day, you're resting on the shore, gazing out to sea, listening to the waves lapping on the shore, watching as they roll in, watching the way the sunlight glistens on those waves as they roll in, noticing some seabirds in the sky, just hovering there, circling overhead. Perhaps the occasional cloud. And while you're resting there, enjoying the moment, you notice the sound of footsteps. And you wonder whether it's just in your mind. You've been there alone for so long. And then you hear that those footsteps are getting closer and closer. You put a book down. You look round behind you. And you see this, what you could only describe as a wizard, wearing purple, a long flowing purple cloak, walking towards you. And at the foot of the wizard, walking confidently alongside that wizard, is a small kitten. And the two of them come over to you. The wizard stops beside you. And you've just watched as they walk over, and the kitten sits down on the ground. And the wizard says that your help is needed. And you don't know why your help is needed, but they tell you your help is needed, and they've come here to get you. And you decide that you'll see if you can help. You'll do what you can. And the wizard says, great, takes their pointy hat off, places it down on the sand, and then gestures with one hand towards the hat. And you look at the wizard curiously, and they look at you and then gesture down again and look down at their hat. And you ask, you want me to step into the hat? And they acknowledge that's what they want you to do. And you step into the hat and vanish. And then they step in behind you and vanish, and just as they vanish, the wizard's hand grabs the rim of the hat and pulls that into the vanishing as well. And you find yourself in a field near a tree. And there's the most beautiful mist over this field. The sun's rising. The wizard puts his hat on. You feel very underdressed for this location. The wizard takes his cloak off his shoulders and places it around your shoulders. You still feel a little underdressed. The wizard lets you know that you can find something to wear shortly. And starts walking out of this field. And the air's cool and calm. And the sky is relatively grey, with just some sun rays shining low in the sky, shining just under that grey cloud. And the wizard guides you to a cobbled street where a horse and cart are waiting. He opens the door, gestures for you to enter the door of the horse and cart. You enter that door of the cart, sit down on soft velvet seats, noticing the small velvet curtains in the windows of the cart. The wizard leans down, the cat jumps onto his arm, and hanging onto his arm, the wizard lifts his hand up. The cat jumps into the front seat. The wizard climbs up, and then starts riding that horse and cart down that cobbled street, down towards a nearby town. And you sit in the back, bouncing around in that cart as it goes over the cobbles, hearing the sound of the wheels, the clippity-clop of the horse's hooves. Still not really knowing what's going on, but enjoying the experience with curiosity. And after a while, the cart stops. You hear the wizard jump down, then open the door. You leave that cart, and you see somewhere to buy some clothes. And the wizard explains that they'll let you have anything you want to wear for free. And they head into the shop with you. And as you enter the shop, you notice that all the clothes that you can see look Victorian. And so you try on different clothes. You find something that's suitable for this colder weather. And once you've found something and looked in the mirror and checked out how you've dressed, and you're happy with how you've dressed, you leave that shop, get back into the cart and continue the journey. And after a little longer, you see out the window that the cart is turning off the main street. The cart is heading down towards a cottage down a lane. And the cart pulls up at the cottage. The wizard shows you into that cottage. The cat runs into the cottage, sits down by the fire. The wizard gets you a drink and gestures for you to sit down by the fire. And so you sit down and they sit down. And they explain to you that there's a multi-dimensional being similar to them that needs to be stopped from changing history, and that you're the person who can do that, and that they've ran through multiple scenarios, and they know that you can say and do just the right thing to change their mind. They don't know you, and so they don't have that kind of dynamic with you. And it needed to be someone who was accepting and curious. Someone that would just come now on the experience. And someone with the right skills. And you don't know yet what it is you're going to need to do. But they say for now, rest up in this cottage. And you'll know what to do in the morning. And then the wizard and the cat leave. And you sit and relax in front of that fire. You wander out into the back garden. And out in the back garden you take a look at the bluebells among the trees at the end of the garden. You can notice daffodils in the flower beds down the sides of the garden. Notice roses in rose bushes standing above the flower beds, standing above those other flowers, all those daffodils. And you sit out in that garden for a little while. And as you sit out in that garden, so the sky begins to clear. And as the sky clears, the sun's warmth increases. And you close your eyes and feel the warmth of that sun on your face. Almost like it's somehow charging you up. And then you head into the cottage. You continue exploring this cottage. You find the bedroom you'll be sleeping in. You look at the lamp beside the bed, noticing the different multicoloured squares of glass that make up the lampshade, and the way when you've lit that lamp, the flickering light dapples through the multicoloured glass, illuminating the room, with that light dancing around the walls, the ceiling, reflecting off of a mirror in the room. And then as the sun sets, so you relax down in that bed, begin to drift and float comfortably and relax to sleep. And while you relax asleep, you have this strange feeling, this feeling that the bed has suddenly flipped, as if your eyes are open, and you have this feeling like you're on the ceiling, except when you look down, that's the ceiling. But because you're in place where you are, it's just a feeling that something's different. Because from your perspective, everything looks the same. To your vision, everything's up the right way. But you've got this feeling like it's flipped over. And so you look out the window. And as you look out the window, so you notice that the world outside of the room is up the opposite way to the world inside the room. And you walk out of the bedroom. You walk downstairs. You open the door to walk out into the back garden. And as you do, you notice that it doesn't open into the back garden you saw before. It seems to almost open into space. And you have this sense of feeling safe and curious. And you open that door and you walk out and find yourself floating outside that cottage. And with a little push off of the door, you float away from the cottage. And you turn and look back and see the cottage floating upside down compared to you in space. And while you float, you look around yourself. And you can't see anything above you, below you, to the left, to the right, or behind you, other than distant stars and patches of colour in the sky. And then this cottage, just floating there. And you start thinking to yourself, how are you going to float back to the cottage? And as you think that, you notice you seem to be wearing the wizard's cape. And as you think that and notice the cape, you start almost flying back towards the cottage, as if somehow the cape manages to turn your thoughts into actions. And you stand back at the cottage, looking out over the view of stars, curious about where you are. And then while you look out, you notice some stars disappear from view and then reappear again. And you realize there must be something out there that's floating in space in front of the stars. That because there's no other light, from here you can't see what it is, only that it obviously doesn't emit light. and that it's passing in front of stars. And so you watch where you saw stars disappear, and you keep watching and watching, paying all of your attention on that point in space. And you watch and watch, and then you notice a star disappear. And just as that star disappears, you push off of the cottage, and almost like getting into a superhero pose, flying, you have a sense of yourself flying as fast as you can to that point in space, keeping your eyes fixed on where that star was. And when you get very near to what it was that was passing in front of the stars, you notice what looks like an asteroid. You readjust your course slightly to go to where the asteroid now is. And as you get closer and closer, so you see what looks a bit like a cave into that asteroid. And you slow down at the entrance to that cave. You land inside that cave. You realize that there's not enough gravity inside the cave for you to walk. And so again, you think about having enough gravity to walk. And as you think that, so you find that the cape enables that. The cape enables you to feel a sense like gravity as you walk into that cave. And it doesn't take long before the cave is too dark to see. And you hold a hand out in front of you. You turn your palm upwards. You think to yourself that you want light. And a glowing electric blue orb of light appears hovering above your palm. And you notice the light dancing on the cave walls, your shadow dancing on the floor, on the walls, as you walk deeper and deeper into the cave. And deep in this cave you find a chamber, and in that chamber you have this sense of movement on the back wall, and you increase the illumination of that light. And as you do, it illuminates the back wall, and you see the most beautiful moving patterns, symmetrical patterns, dancing, moving, rotating on that back wall, almost drawing you in. And you watch as those patterns move and change and become one whole pattern again, and then seem to take on the form of multiple patterns as they move and change before becoming another whole pattern. And the closer you get to it, the more you realize that this is more than just moving patterns, that there are patterns within the patterns within the patterns. And the closer you get, the more repetition you notice, and the more you discover that what you're looking at closer up resembles the patterns of the whole that were further back. Almost like a very similar pattern is there on every level, and you get as close as you can, and you squint and you really try to look as close as you can, and you notice that even squinting, the smallest scale you can see, the pattern you're looking at within the pattern that was within the patterns within the patterns looks incredibly similar to all the other patterns. And you have this sense that it's subtly different. But if someone showed you it, you would recognize it as that same kind of pattern. And with your other hand, you reached out to the wall. You rested your hand by the wall. And you noticed, as your hand got closer and closer and eventually touched that wall, that despite all this movement, there was no physical movement. That there was nothing you could feel through your hand, through your fingertips, through the palm. And yet you could see it happening before your eyes. And then you notice something changing, that where your hand was touching the wall, so patterns began to change, as if they were coming out from your hand now, replicating your hand, next to your hand, just subtly out of line with your hand, and then next to that and next to that, with hands coming off those hands, coming off those hands, until the whole wall was full of a replicated pattern that just looked like your hand replicated multiple times on different scales. That no matter how much you zoomed in on it, it resembled your hand. And you had this sense almost like if you're standing between two mirrors and you zoomed a camera in on the image of yourself in the mirror, and you would see yourself behind yourself, behind yourself, behind yourself, indefinitely. And as you zoom out, you'd continue to see that fluctuation and moving of yourself behind yourself, behind yourself. And you found this incredibly fascinating. Somehow, this wall seemed to turn things into patterns in a way you can't explain. And that the patterns seem to move. There seems to be some kind of energy here. And then you hear a bird tweeting and hear something fluttering around. And then find a little yellow bird that lands on your shoulder and starts tweeting in your direction, almost tweeting into your ear. And you have this sense like it's trying to communicate something to you. And then you realize it's trying to communicate that you need to pass through here. You need to work this out. And so you focus on your hand and you look at how the pattern evolves from your hand, how it moves from your hand. And you start moving your hand slowly and gently, noticing how the whole wall of pattern changes and shifts. And then at one point you get your hand just right, so that the patterns across the wall suddenly fall into sync, suddenly just look absolutely perfect and symmetrical. And you hold your hand in exactly that spot, and the movement stops while it's in exactly that spot. And then the wall seems to vanish, opening up into a dark area. and you walk through into that dark space. And in this dark space, you brighten that light in the other hand, and you keep brightening it and brightening it. And eventually it's bright enough to illuminate this area, and you notice that it's an enormous space, and that in the middle of it looks like a really old well. And you walk towards that well, and the closer you get, the more you hear a slight dripping from that well. You lower a bucket down into that well. You hear it reaching the water. You then raise that bucket up. You look in the bucket. You see this glowing electric blue water. You touch the water with your hand, and suddenly this whole space, almost like someone's painting in this space, in some kind of wavy painting, transforms into a vast meadow, where you quickly hear bird sounds appearing. Feel the breeze on your face. Notice that town all the way down there. Notice that this is the meadow that you were in when you first arrived near that town. That you're up in the same field. Only now the weather's better. The sun's bright. It's like the most beautiful summer's day. And you can see someone sat down on the ground by a tree. You head over to that person by the tree, and you can see that they look a bit lost in thought. And so you sit down near them, and at first you don't say anything, you just sit there. You just be present. And then after a little while of just being present, you see them beginning to come back to the here and now, and see them beginning to move slightly, and then open their eyes, and they gaze over towards you. And they're not startled to see you there. They were aware you were there, they just weren't paying you attention. You were just something that was part of their environment around them, while they're off elsewhere in their mind. And you notice a certain sadness in their eyes. And you ask them if there's anything you can do to help. And they explain about how they'd lost control of their powers. They've had to isolate themselves here to try and protect everyone. That people had thought that they were starting to do bad things with their powers. But they weren't. For some reason, they'd lost control of their powers. And you realize that this is the person that you were supposed to help. And you thought that you were supposed to help them in the morning. And they explained that it is the morning, that they're now well into the morning. And you sit and you talk with them and you listen to them as they tell you about their mind getting distracted, their mind getting so focused on other things that their body almost stopped coping and started doing its own thing separate from what they wanted it to do with its mind. And you know that one thing that you've got experience of is being able to focus the mind on comfort, on curiosity, being able to drift where you want to drift. And so you say that you'll help them to achieve control with their mind and body. So you ask them to close their eyes, take a few deep breaths, and begin to relax. And as they begin to relax, you're just going to count from 10 down to 1. On each count, they can just go 1/10 of the way deeper into a comfortable and focused state of mind that'll help them to begin to gain back control of your mind and body. And you can have this sense almost like the tree that you're next to opens up and you discover a doorway and some steps, and you follow those steps down deeper under that tree. As you follow the counting down deeper and more relaxed inside your mind, as you learn to focus on being in the here and now, being in the moment. Ten, 9, 8, 7, and you notice their arms beginning to relax. You notice the way their breathing deepens and relaxes. You notice the way their facial muscles smooth out, the way their eyes begin to dance slightly under the eyelids, the stillness through their body. That sense that their arms are getting heavier and looser and limper. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Finding yourself at the bottom of those stairs as you walk into a room and you see a chair, and as you rest into that chair, so you notice yourself begin to drift inside deeper. And while you drift inside deeper, so it's a bit like you find yourself in a virtual reality machine, where your body is here in this chair, still, calm, relaxed, and your mind is elsewhere, focusing on curiosity, inner healing, and working through those areas you need to work through. And so you guide them through an experience of inner work, inner healing. And you can see them sat in front of that tree. You can see signs they're following along, drifting deeper, healing themselves. And they experience that experience of being in that chair and their mind wandering off onto fantastical and sometimes unusual experiences that they accept and follow with intense curiosity, knowing each experience is deepening and healing themselves through their mind and body, making all the necessary changes. And you know when the time is right to begin the process of letting them know they can begin to come back to themselves under that tree, because you notice a slight change in skin colour. You notice a slight change in the way the eyes move under the eyelids. You notice a slight change in tension in the arms, a slight change in the breathing. And then you let them know they can take as long as they want to come back to the here and now under that tree over the next minute or so. And you give them that minute of silence to take as long as they want to come back to the here and now under that tree. And then when they're ready, they come back and you see their beaming smile as they open their eyes. And they let you know they feel a sense of peace, a sense of harmony through their mind and body. They feel that connection again between their thoughts and their actions. And they share with you the healing they experienced. And they thank you for your kindness, your compassion, the time you have given them, for your support, for your willingness to share your knowledge with others. And they tell you that they'll be fine now and that perhaps you should go and find yourself. And you wonder what they mean. And they say perhaps you should go and find yourself in that cottage. And so you take a leisurely stroll out of the meadow. You follow that cobbled street on foot. You see people milling around in the town. You walk past the shops. You walk past a market. You see a curious person selling potatoes in the market. You head down a side street. You find your way to that lane. You follow that lane. You see different birds flying in the sky. You see what looks like deer in the fields, and then realize that it seems like the front end of them are humans, and they're just having a gathering and a chat. And you notice sparkling coming from that direction. And you think you see other things over there as well. And then you hear a pheasant and watch as it flies up into the sky, noisily flapping its wings. You arrive at the cottage. You enter the cottage, you head up to the bedroom. And at the bedroom, you're surprised to see yourself lying on that bed, looking so calm, so relaxed, so peaceful. And you're curious because you feel like you are you, and yet you can see that you there. And you don't want to disturb them. You feel almost like it would be bad to disturb that you sleeping there. But you gently reach down to touch your head, just to check, and you notice that your hand goes through that you there. And you realize that that is really you, and you are a projection of you, almost like an astral projection, or a projection of your consciousness. And so you rest down on the bed. You sit in line with where you're lying. You rest yourself back and you lie yourself down inside yourself. And you feel a slight bit of movement as you settle into your body. And you feel so peaceful and calm and relaxed. And as you do, you notice yourself waking up and feeling like it's morning and being aware of the experience you've had. And you go downstairs, you make yourself something to eat. You hunt in the cupboards, discovering in the cupboard under the kitchen sink, looks like there's almost a secret world through there. But you decide that you've had enough of secret worlds for now. There's only so many secret worlds you can visit, only so many different dimensions to visit in a day. And as the day goes on, so you hear a knock at the door. You open the door. The wizard standing there, with the kitten standing on their shoulder. The wizard says it's time to go. You've done what you came here to do. And the wizard walks you back to that horse and cart. You go through the door to the back of the cart. And as you go through that door, you find yourself back on that beach. And you turn around, curious because it happened so quickly. It happened in an instant. And the wizard and the cat are stood here on the beach with you. The wizard takes back his cape, thanks you for your help, and tells you that no time has passed here on your holiday. And you continue your holiday, enjoying the beach, swimming in the sea. And while swimming in the sea, you notice a giant manta ray. And you dive down and swim peacefully with that ray as it glides through the ocean, the way the sun sparkles down through the water. You continue that holiday before the seaplane arrives to take you home. You head home, back to the mainland in the seaplane. You make the rest of your journey home, still thinking about the experience that you had on holiday. And when you arrive home, let yourself into your property. Pick up the post, put it on the side. Make a drink. Put down your suitcase. You look out into your garden and you see a little yellow bird on a drinking fountain. You recognize it as being the yellow bird from your experience. And you're curious how things will turn out in the future, what this experience was and what it means to the present, and whether you'll ever see that wizard and cat again. And then that night you sit outside, gazing up at the stars, watching them twinkle in the sky, watching the occasional shooting star, before heading to bed, settling down and drifting and floating so peacefully, so comfortably asleep, sleeping well and deeply, having the most healing, most wonderful sleep through the night.